Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance. Well, it's actually John and Dell along with AJ this morning. No Lance. Lance is on his way to Dallas. He'll be coming from there tomorrow with us here, but he's traveling today, so he has the day off. It's me, Dell, and AJ this morning. Boys, how you doing? All good? Let's get going with the Astros. You get swept by Cleveland. I saw in the notes. Did you put that in there, Dell? They did something that nobody's done since 2012.
I did. If AI
what
overview is to be believed, the last time a team got swept by a team coming off a 10-game losing streak or more was 2012.
2012, a team gets swept by a team coming off a 10-game losing streak.
Yes,
yeah.
it happened in 2012. The Giants were swept by the Rockies after the Rockies lost 11 in a row.
Kind of sucks. But Walter didn't pitch bad. He actually pitched pretty good. He gave up the 2 bombs in the first inning. Other than that, he settled in. The Astros again terrible with runners in scoring position. 1 for 8, I believe, last night. They just didn't come up with the big hits. That was a game. I guess you could have won. You're down 4-0, and then you finally come up with a couple of hits late. But that was just a crap series. Throw that one away. It's gone. Forget about it. And you got another injury. And, you got the same injury, only Jake Myers thought he was coming. What is it with Astros trainers letting guys do stuff when they're not ready? Okay? Jake obviously, and this has got to be on Jake too. He obviously convinced them that he was okay, that he could play. And on his way jogging out to center field, all of a sudden before the game, he's sitting there and he's hurt worse than he was before. I think he's hurt worse. Listen to this, Del. I don't know if you've heard this. Listen to this this encounter with the media after the game by Jake Myers. Listen to this. Play the whole thing. Play the whole thing. Put the question in there, AJ. Yeah. Here is after the game, Jake Myers, who didn't play because jogging out to center field before the game, he comes up lame. They're out there talking to him, and he's got to walk off the field. And by the way, his walk off the field looked like worse than any time we saw him before this. Okay? That was just jogging out to center field. This is what that Jake Myers couldn't get out to center field to play center field. Here is the exchange with the media.
This feel worse than it was 2 days ago?
Diving into that. That's all I got. So.
Listen, it's hard to hear there. He was asked, is this worse than it was before? Is this the worst it is that it's been? And he just went, is he, do the Astros doctors or trainers have someone in Jake's family tied up somewhere?
What do you mean? You think Jake didn't answer the question because there's a gun to someone's head and a newspaper next to them?
We don't know. You don't know. Okay.
Well, the visual of him, because for people who didn't see, maybe you didn't tune into the game till later, because who expects a debilitating injury to happen as soon before first pitch? He limps to. He doesn't even limp back to the dugout. He limps to the outfield wall, and he's taken back on a cart, and his head is in his hands. And of course, because anytime you hear calf injury, people are like, oh, Achilles. I don't know that that's the case, but Jake Myers was distraught. It seemed from his reaction that maybe it's simply frustration, but that the calf is in a worse spot than it was when he initially got hurt. I don't believe anyone in Jacob Berkshire Myers' family, yes, that's his full name, Myers' family, is currently being held at gunpoint by the Astros. But this return to play thing that they can't figure out, there has to be something to look into, because people have this information. There was a tweet out, I think from maybe Adam Spillane, I don't remember exactly, that James Click, before he was fired, wanted an investigation into the Astros' return to play policy. He wasn't fired because of that, but he was fired, and then nothing was ever done to really look into it. There appears to be something missing, whether it be trusting the player too much or incompetence by the trainers, because this happens way too often.
It's ridiculous. It's to the point of it's ridiculous now. Jordan swinging a bat when he's got a fracture in his hand, and then he's hurt, and he's still not back. When you're letting him go, Jake Myers jogging out to center field, can't even make it to his position, and he's on the ground, and they have to attend to him. And then he goes by the wagon wheel, that gate, the wagon gate, whatever that is, and when asked, is it worth? Boy, I don't know if it's their incompetence or their policies regarding regarding injuries it's almost comical now. It's almost comical now that if a guy is hurt in any way, shape, or form, you know that they're going to blunder it.
Do you think in their guidelines it says rub some dirt on it, and that's their guideline for return to play? Like, no matter how hurt you are, hey, just rub some dirt on that thing and get back out there.
Player said he's okay. Put him out there.
Yeah,
let's go.
Get some of the whatever you need to do to get yourself ready. Get on out there. We need you. I can't think of anything else besides, hey, if the guy says he can go, and then they keep it moving. Which
we need more guys like Zion. Okay.
Well, not exactly like.
No,
Zion.
yeah. I ain't playing until I'm 100. I just don't feel like Zion right now. I ain't gonna play in the playoffs.
Okay, you're keeping it strictly to what Zion does on the court or does not do on the court, because there's another part of Zion that I don't want any of the players emulating.
Well, no. Well, there's a couple of parts. First of all, Puddin, he got a little heavy too, right?
Well, that's Chaz's role. He is the Zion of the.
By the way, Chaz is still really tearing it up.
I saw that.
He's got 8.
Yeah.
He's 0 with 8 strikeouts.
Mm-hmm. He's just working his way back, John. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. No. He probably right now in some kind of chamber going, oh my God, why did they send me back out there? Why? I can't play.
You think he's in some type of deprivation chamber?
I don't know. All I know is it's a clown show over there now with injuries. It's a clown show. What the hell? Jogging out to center. I'm back. Hey guys, everybody, I'm gonna go play. Jogging out to your position. You can't even make it there.
It is the leg version of, as you mentioned, Nordon, where, hey, take a couple hacks and see how, actually my hand still hurts.
Oh,
so
my God.
I can't. So let's look at this further. We talked about it. Sean and I have talked about it quite a bit this year, that the winning has kind of smoothed over the silliness of how guys get hurt or don't get hurt and the evaluation of when they're hurt and if they're ready to go. The winning has made that's pushed that into the background. But I don't know how many more times this can happen and you can still win ball games, because we pointed out the lineup and what it looks like in this series. And Jake Myers, shockingly enough, because of what he's done this year, was going to be an additive to that lineup. And now we don't know how long he's gone. Is he? And why is he back for the All-Star break? What was the rush? Yes, this series isn't going well, but the Mariners keep losing games, so who cares? Why is he back? Why didn't he just wait until after the All-Star break? Because that has been some weird thing with this organization. When we talk about the guys who've been hurt, there was talk maybe that Jeremy Pena would come back for the All-Star break. We'll just see how he feels. And of course, they try to get Jordan back for the All-Star break. Not that they'll be magically healthy after the All-Star break, but why? Why was there such a push to get these guys back? They weren't needed. This division is not something you need to be worried over. I don't get it.
Right. I don't either. And at least they're doing it right with Jeremy Pena. Just sit. It'll be interesting to see if Jeremy's going to play. I didn't hear any announcements yet whether or not he's going to play. It's up in the air whether or not Hunter Brown is going to pitch on Sunday.
He is going to pitch. They announced the rotation. Espada did after. He's going to pitch in that Ranger series.
And I would imagine Hunter. Listen, I don't know that it's right. I don't know. It might be a day that Hunter's going to throw anyway on Tuesday. That he could throw an inning after he starts. Maybe they're limiting the number of pitches that he's going to throw on Sunday. It is on 4 days rest, and usually they're going with a 6-man rotation a lot. They're going with a 6-man rotation, but it is on his regular rest, so that he pitches on Sunday. They like to go. They like a 6-man rotation, but they're going to go with him on Sunday. It might be that he takes a day off and then he throws some. Maybe I don't know how hard he throws because he's going to throw hard in the All-Star game if he does pitch. I'm torn on it, because you want the kid to be able for sure. A lot of pitchers who pitch on Sunday won't pitch in the All-Star game. But this is an honor for him. His first All-Star appearance. That's great. It's awesome, and I hope he does well. I hope he pitches better than he did the other day. That's for sure. He probably wants to get back out there. He probably said, no. The team is more important than my All-Star appearance. I would imagine, if Joe went to him and said, hey, do you want to start the last game of the Texas series? He probably I don't know. He probably said absolutely. The team is much more important than the All-Star appearance. But it'll be interesting to see after pitching Sunday, depending on how many pitches he throws. If he goes 7, throwing 100 pitches, then it's up and down. I don't know that the Astros organization would want him throwing again on Tuesday, especially as hard as he's going to have to throw in the All-Star game. So we'll see how that all works out. But this is what a disastrous return home after they've been playing great at home. They were so awful for so long at home, and they're playing great again at home. And then this series against Cleveland. You got Texas coming in now. Texas is 10 back. They're a bad baseball team. Of course, the Guardians were a bad baseball team coming in here. So who knows what's going to happen here. The Astros still have their 6.5 game lead, though, because Seattle sucks. So there is that. They are losing ground, though, in the American League. They were up to the point where just a couple of games back of Detroit, and there's still a lot of baseball to play. And they've got the easiest schedule ahead of them in the second half. So that's a positive. But and they're really, really good. But it's actually a negative because they play well against good teams and they play like crap against bad teams. That's the irony of your Astros this season. They play great against good teams and suck against the bad ones.
So just get to the playoffs where you're going to be playing good teams. No worries.
That's right. And watch it, Scooble. Okay.
Oh, don't do this again.
You know what's ahead for him.
Don't do it again, John. You in your, as people pointed out, your hubris with the Astros hasn't really worked since you said they'd come back after being down 10 games. That worked out for you, but that has not. Since that point, you have failed the city and the Astros.
You know what's ahead for Scooble.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Don't do it. That was awful. You did that, and he did what he did in that wild card series.
What did he do?
He shut the Astros down is what he did.
Did he?
Yes.
Did he?
Yes.
Did he really?
Do we have to go back and look at the box score?
Did he really? Okay.
I don't.
The Astros, they just took a little break.
That's a poor time to take a break when your season's on the line.
Poor timing. It was poor timing all the way around. But that's our team. Maybe everyone was hurt. Okay. You don't know.
No, I remember. They were all there.
Everyone was hurt.
There wasn't a Trammell in the lineup. There wasn't a Zach Short in the lineup during the playoffs.
No.
Kyle Tucker, he might as well have been hurt.
Oh, he must have been hurt because he sucked.
Well, he might as well have been. There was no difference.
He was terrible. Get rid of him. Oh, they already did, and they got Cam Smith and all-star Isaac Paredes. Well, here, Joe Spada talking about Isaac on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Just getting started if you want in 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. The ultimate mortgage hookup, okay? I got that number for you. All right, that is my man, Kent Jones, over at Dream Rate Mortgage. He is awesome. I love what Kent Jones does, and he is 30 years in the business. He's an expert on mortgages. He knows how to get you in especially that first mortgage. There's a lot of incentive out there from the government for you to buy your first home. Okay, and Kent Jones knows all the hacks and all of the ways that you can save thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And he does that every single day. 713-520-5626. He's got all the hacks because he's been doing this forever. He knows. He gets you the insurance agent, the survey, the title. Are you doing all this? No. Okay. Kent Jones is going to do that. He can even find you a buyer's agent that'll rebate part of their commission. What buyer's agent does that? Well, Kent Jones finds them. Okay. He is going to find the perfect loan for you that is going to save you as much money as possible on that loan. You're looking for the best way to get that mortgage. Brokers are just better. In this business, brokers are better. Usually they're not. Brokers are better in the mortgage game. 713-520-5626 or 975loans.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
No Lance today. Dell is in for him. A reminder, not Dan Holden just was tweeting me. What's the date of your draft? AJ's probably going to have to work with that one because Mapes is going to be with us. Dell, me, and Lance will all be in Lake Charles. I think it's August 28th. Is that right, Dell? Is that when the draft is?
Yes, I believe. Yeah, so we'll do the giveaway stuff getting later in July. But, yeah, we'll be there August 28th.
Starting next week, I think we're giving away spots, right? Next Thursday, every Thursday?
From what I'm reading right now, it says we're going to start doing that July 24th.
Oh, 24th.
Yeah.
In 2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks, we'll start giving it. So we're going to have a fantasy league, and it's going to be at the Golden Nugget, and you're going to get a room. You're going to get food. We'll have the draft. You get drinks. It's going to be great. 4 people are going to win, and each one of you gets to bring a buddy, right? And so you're going to have, it'll be good. It's going to be fun. So we want you to keep on listening. Starting July 24th, we'll be giving away spots in our fantasy draft.
It'll be every Thursday between July 24th and August 14th. We're going to be doing it a couple different ways, whether it be here on the show or maybe some social media stuff as well. And like you said, 4 people will get a chance to win. They'll be able to bring someone with them. So, and you get to hang out at the Golden Nugget while we do the shows. And obviously you guys can have all the fun you want because Golden Nugget's a great place. 2 nights stay at the Golden Nugget. I guess that'll be that Thursday and Friday.
And I asked you who you would bring. And your best friend Mapesy is already coming, so you don't have anybody to bring if you won.
I mean, I could bring someone, but I'm just not going to announce it to you on the show.
No, who would? Okay,
you mean a famous person? Who would I bring?
No, who would you? I said I would bring Jesus if I won. But
which is
he's
impossible.
not available.
Well, he's available. I just don't think he's going to.
He's here. He's living with me.
Jesus is all around us. Yes,
he is all around us. AJ. Okay, AJ, if you want a spot in our fantasy league, who would you bring with you?
Dang, Jesus is a pretty good one, but like Del said, he is everywhere. So
yeah, he's already there. Who would you bring? Do you have a best friend, BFF?
Don't incriminate yourself.
Oh, I can't incriminate myself. I mean, I'm single, so I mean, probably just a random friend. Yeah,
just a random friend.
Yeah,
rando. You just bring rando with you?
Well, a random good friend, like
He doesn't have a name in mind, but it would be someone that he knows that he's a good friend with.
Thank you, Del.
Yeah, that's all. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
I would probably bring Jesus or Lance with me.
Well, Lance, you don't need to bring Lance. He's already going to be there with his own random
Jesus
friend.
Is with me. Jesus is always
with me. You need to pick a different person or entity. Yeah. Jesus is always with you, and Lance will be there anyway. You got to find a different choice.
Yeah, I would bring my wife.
Or, bring your son. Who knows? JT
but she sucks at fantasy football.
Well, bring JT with you.
JT, JT.
I don't know why I have to go through your life and find the right person. Yeah, Frankie's not gonna want to hang out and draft with you, would she?
Frankie would party more. That's for sure.
Yeah,
that's for sure. And Steffi, she'd bring the baby in, and
it's got the husband. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on there. Yeah,
it'd be tough to draft. The baby would be, all.
How would a baby deal with all the stimulation from the DraftKings Sportsbook?
Oh my God, the baby would love it. The baby would love it.
All the TVs,
the stuff all going on all over. Yeah, but she'd want Miss Rachel on all the TVs.
That's the
not
problem.
sports.
Yeah, that's a problem for the rest of us. Yeah,
right. She would want some of the shows now for these kids are worse. They're getting worse and worse and worse and worse. I mean, the stupidity of some of these shows is just ridiculous. Not Miss Rachel per se, but some of the other ones. Some guy that he's acting like Pee Wee Herman. I forget his name, but he's like a Pee Wee Herman type
knockoff.
Guy.
A Pee Wee Herman knockoff.
He acts like him. It's just terrible. I imagine that's what our parents thought about Pee Wee. What the hell? This is what these kids watch right now.
Yeah, I was raised by. I wasn't raised by live action Pee Wee. It was a lot of cartoons. Just plop you in front of a TV and watch the Batman animated series or Spider-Man or something like that. That's what I was raised on.
I was raised on Gilligan. Gilligan taught me all my morals. Yep.
I'm trying to thinking back to that show, because when you say it taught you all your morals, did Gilligan ever say spin around Ginger? Did he ever say that?
No, but I did.
I know you did.
I did when I was watching it. That's where I learned that.
I'm just trying to figure out, did the professor say that at any point, or did you?
Professor, no. The professor was oblivious to all the advances.
Yes, he was.
I mean, which was just incredible how he didn't know Ginger was hitting on him. What a nerd. I mean, talk about nerdy.
And you were a Ginger guy over a Marianne guy.
I mean, come on, honestly.
What? I don't know. Some people, someone likes the nice brunette. Okay, there it is.
Okay. That's the dumbest thing. Oh, Ginger. No. And Bailey wasn't better than, what was her name?
I don't know what show you're talking about right
now. The WKRP in Cincinnati.
Lonnie Anderson is who you're talking about?
Lonnie Anderson, yeah. Okay. Bailey was not better. Stop. Okay? Lonnie Anderson was Lonnie Anderson.
I'm looking at Bailey right now. Jan Smithers, is that her name? I could get it. I mean, I get why people might. Because you want to be different a little bit. Hey, you know what? I'm not a Lonnie Anderson. I'm a Jan Smithers guy, I guess. Everyone likes a zig.
Yeah. Okay.
I get that from some people. I mean, I would have to do some research, John. WKRP really isn't in my wheelhouse. So I'll do some research and come back to you and tell you whether I'm a Jan Smithers guy or a Lonnie Anderson
or
guy.
a Ginger or Marianne guy, or I mean, honestly, be honest about it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take a look.
Lonnie was pretty curvy now. Okay. I think she might be more in your wheelhouse.
You guys always like to think with what I like, but okay. I'll take a look. I'll have an answer for you. Maybe give me the weekend. Let me do some research and I'll give you an answer.
Do some research and get back to us.
Yeah. Who are you, AJ? Me and AJ will actually find out what WKRP is.
Yeah.
And then tell you if it's Lonnie or Jan Smithers. Thanks for that. John, I know you're in front of a lot of TVs right now. Are you going to be locked in on Wimbledon? There's an American in the semifinals. I mean, we had an American, Ben Shelton, get knocked out, so that story's over. His sister can go back and work at Morgan Stanley. I know Lance is into it.
Lance was on him.
He's betting all the time. You can see him reacting during breaks to a point. You can see him pumping his fist or not. I don't know. Tennis, it's not for me. I guess I'm not an individual sports guy.
I don't know enough about it to bet on it. I just don't. All right. I think I am not. I don't know the game. There's a guy, like you said, 5-star makes a living betting on women's tennis. Yeah. Well, you got to watch a lot of women's tennis, and I ain't doing that. So I'm out. I'm out on that. I don't watch a lot of tennis, period. Wimbledon is cool. And it's a nice story. We got America there, and that's
we're
great.
Well represented this time around. We have an American in semifinals in the men and women's.
Yeah, it seems like every is Djokovic the greatest ever? He's made his 14th semifinal now at Wimbledon, which is a record. Is he the greatest of all? Because it seems like every time somebody retires, he was the greatest ever. Oh, he was the greatest ever. No, he was the greatest ever. But I think Djokovic might be the greatest ever, right?
Well, much like you said before, I don't know enough. I don't know the stats for Federer or Nadal to really have an informed opinion. I know he was. Is he the one who's least liked of the top three?
Probably.
Yeah, the one that no one wants to put up there because they don't like him very much for reasons. I can't say because I don't know all that the other guys have done. I know that my entire life it has been Federer and Nadal and now Djokovic. Now that those guys have since retired or at least are not as prominent as he is now. So I guess it's certainly top three, right? Is he a top three player of all time? At least at minimum.
And is he disliked because he didn't want to get vaccinated?
I think there's that and other stuff. I think his personality is one that rubs people the wrong way because I remember people having an issue with him before COVID. So I just remember him not being, as far as those three were concerned, the other two being more liked than he was. And that was even before COVID. I'm sure the COVID thing didn't help.
Turns out he might have been right about that whole vaccine thing. Might have been right. But that's another story for another day. Right now, I'm talking about Game Day Men's. Speaking of health, speaking of getting shots, Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health is the place to get your testosterone on. Game Day Men's, I'm going to be there next week. I get back in town. I'm going to get you can take them with you. You can take your testosterone shots with you and give them to yourself. I do that because I'm here and it's tough to get back and forth, obviously. There's not Game Day Men's Health out here, and I want to deal with Game Day Men's Health because I just think they're better at it. I just think that they're more attentive. I think they care more. When you go get your testosterone shots, are you at just what seems like an assembly line? Get in, here's your shot, beat it, get out, give us your money, and get out. Oh, same thing every week, and you don't feel like it doesn't matter if you feel like you're gaining. Your goals, if you're heading toward your goals or not heading toward your goals, let's just get you in and out of there as quickly as possible and get that money. That ain't the way they do it at Game Day Men's Health. I mean, they are so attentive to all of your needs and what you are doing and your goals. What are your goals? What do you want to do? Do you want to get stronger? Do you want to get thinner? Do you want to get better focus, sexually active, whatever it is? Game Day Men's Health is here for you. 11 locations around the city. They're awesome. You're looking for the best way to get that testosterone. I think they're better. I've been doing this for a while now, And I know the difference. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
It's John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, welcome back. So this is the time when all the coaches, the summer press conferences about different from different conferences, they all meet wherever in somewhere that's nice, and so that the coaches get to play golf and have fun during these Big 12 conferences or SEC or whatever. So these next few weeks you'll be hearing a bunch of sound bites. Well, the Big 12 got together, and here's Dion. He had something interesting to say, and see if you agree or disagree, Del, with what Dion had to say about a salary cap for college football.
And Prime, you were talking about it during your presser about NIL and what these players deserve and how the game is modified to that point. From where you sit, doing it at the highest level in the NFL, how do you believe NIL should be guardrailed now, especially with the revenue share?
I wish it was a cap. You know, like the top of the line player makes this, and if you're not that type of guy, you know you're not gonna make that. That's what the NFL does. So the problem is you got a guy that's not that darn good, but he could go to another school and they give him $500,000, and you can't compete with that. That don't make sense. And you're talking about equality, not equality. Like equal. I guess it was equality. And all you have to do is look at the playoffs and see what those teams spent. And you understand darn near why they're in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of hard to compete with somebody who's giving $25-30 million to a darn freshman class.
Right.
It's crazy. We're not complaining because all these coaches up here can coach their butts off and give them the right opportunity with the right players and play here and there. You'll be there. But it's what's going on right now don't make sense. And we want to say stuff, but we're trying to be professional. But you're going to see the same teams darn near at the end and with somebody who sneaks up in there. But the team that pays the most is going to be there in the end.
So,
salary now we're heading towards $25 million for each team, right?
For the top of the line, sure.
Yeah.
Because if you want to win, and he laid it out, that paying is going to matter quite a bit. It's always mattered. I mean, but now that we're open to talk about it and coaches are open to talking about it, it determines who has the best roster. Recruiting is one thing, but there's always the big hammer of NIL. Usually, or at least it used to be, a brown bag or we have a big a duffel bag of money you're handing to someone, or a promise of a job for a family member. Now you have NIL, and the guys who can spend will win, and the guys who don't will always be behind. As far as the salary cap, anything, I guess, to put guardrails on the coaches, because I know sometimes it's positioned as we need guardrails because a player, as you heard him say, will ask for $500,000 when he's not that good. There's nothing that says you have to give him the money. It's just the adults in the room can't control themselves. They've never been able to, and now you need a governing body or a rule in place to make them, I guess, act right, because they won't do it themselves. NIL is only a problem, at least in my eyes, because the people who are supposed to be the ones that understand and are the adults aren't that, because the pressure to win means more than anything. And if one guy's doing it, then I got to do it too to keep my job.
Absolutely. Well, listen, I get paid more if I win. I win if I've got better players. It's it. And I'll do whatever it takes. I'll pay them so that I get paid.
Yeah.
Right.
So
but there's got to be some, and of all people to be talking about a salary cap, it's Dion, right? The guy who sold his wares in the NFL to how many teams did he go for the money? He just went wherever he could. Played within the rules, obviously, but dude, he was gun for hire. He didn't care. He had no loyalty to any organization. It was, where are you going to pay me?
Yeah,
so,
and he picked advantageous spots where he could win as well. But the money played a huge factor. That was back when the NFL didn't have a salary cap, or was much more lax. I forgot exactly how it was back in the mid-90s for him, because I remember his going back between the Cowboys and the 49ers. Yeah, I don't think he's wrong on much of anything he said. I always kind of bristle at the positioning of the player's not that good, but he's asking for the money. Well, you guys can always just say no, but you know that someone else won't, so you give in. Maybe the coaches need to hold themselves more accountable than anything else, and until they do that, or until someone forces them to, we're going to have these problems.
Well, they're not. There's listen, we talk so much about, but the coaching carousel, the coaches actually started all this. The amount of money that coaches are paid while the players are sitting there killing themselves, working 50, and because if the coaches weren't reined in, they would put the kids out there for 60, 70 hours a week. They would be working them. Some of the coaches would, not for nothing, they get a scholarship. I get that. But the disparity of the coaches' pay and what the players receive, it was ridiculous. And the coaches got greedy. And now you got 12, 15 guys, 20 guys on staff that are making really nice money, and all these kids are busting their ass and not getting anything. It was wrong. It was wrong. It was just flat out wrong. And now coaching staffs are getting cut because they can't afford it, because they got to pay players. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, so the players are getting it and the coaches are not anymore, and now there's bitching about that, right? So there needs to be, but somebody has to be an adult and step up and put there's got to be a cap for this. There's got to be a cap. Did you see Rob Manfred said? I think it was yesterday. He said we're looking for a salary cap in baseball. Good luck.
Yeah.
Baseball is Donald Fear is no longer there, but they have had the strongest players union in any sport ever. That's why there's so many stoppages in baseball.
They're willing to go to the wall.
They
willing
go to the mat.
Yeah, they don't mind doing things that in ways hurt the sport just so they get what they want. Yeah, it's my entire life. The baseball players have always been the ones that rarely have ever given. You look at basketball with what's going on with the current CBA. A lot of people point to like CJ McCollum for what he's done to affect how much his guys can earn. And in the NFL, probably second on the list as far as strength of the union, but baseball clears them both by a wide margin.
Yeah. Baseball has been that has been, and it's to the detriment of the game where there were stoppages and but you know what? That union stayed strong. The players need something. The players need representation. The NCAA or whatever governing body needs to take control of this thing. You got college football. College football is still great. I was just watching Feinbaum a little while ago. Is this a problem? No, we love college football. We still love college football. Unfortunately, now there's so much more. It's getting more like college basketball in that the rosters turn over so quickly. People hate that. Oh, it's the ruination. No, it's still great. There's still 80, 100,000 people in stands every week. We still love the game. But now the players are just doing it for money. Well, what were they doing it for before? By the way, those teams that are spending more now, the Alabamas and the Michigans and the Ohio States and the Florida States and the Floridas and LSUs, they used to spend more before. They spent more than everybody before too, okay? Be it on coaching staffs and players under the table. They did. And they're still spending more. And there's a reason that the best teams, the blue chip programs, our blue chip programs, is because they've always spent more. And they're still doing it. But if you can he might have a point. Can Colorado compete with Alabama?
No,
absolutely not.
No, even with the influx of attention that Deion's brought and the money he's brought in, no, they can't compete with Alabama. And you think about it, Colorado at a point in their history was really good. You talk about the national title. Now we're going back 35 years or so now, back to the 90s, early 90s. And, more recently with the Chris Brown, the running back, led that team who beat up on Nebraska. They've had some good teams, but no, consistently they could go. Maybe they'll have a 2-3-year run where they're pretty good, but they can't win over a decade because they can't spend the money that Alabama does. And I agree with your point that the games themselves are great. College football is great. I think the off-season topics or the ones that have nothing to do with that, with football, the game of football, can be bothersome to people. But for the most part, because of how it's built, because my grandpa went to Tennessee and my dad did, and I'm gonna go. Those Saturdays in the fall when you can show up, whether you're going on the road or going to Knoxville or watching the game at home, more than anywhere else, the helmet and the jersey matters and the name on the front matters. So as long as Tennessee football is alive and well, Tennessee people will always care and always love it. And then for us, because we are in this bubble where we're always talking about sports in this way, the NIL stuff, the recklessness of the coaches, that stuff can be bothersome for the sport. But once the games kick off, it's football, and then people love watching football.
Yep, and it's getting more like college basketball in that the guys are one and done. They're not really part of the programs. They're just there as a stepping stone. And you know what? College football is more of that. It used to be college football. You knew your guy was there for 3 years. Yep. At least, and he was going to play, right? And you got to know him a little bit. Oh, well, you know what? Pay him and he'll stay. If he's on the field and you're paying him, he'll stay there. Now, hey, I think there's been some lessons learned here, right? I can't ever pronounce his name. Tennessee quarterback.
Nico
Iamaleava, right. Did he learn a lesson? Is that a lesson learned for all young quarterbacks? Look what happened to him. Look what he did. and look how he screwed this thing up, screwed the pooch. Because that'll happen. Sure, there's plenty of guys who are going out there and transferring and making money, doing it well. But that is a lesson learned though for a lot of young guys. Hey, sometimes it's okay where you're at and what you're getting.
Yeah,
so,
he didn't get the type of deal he wanted from Tennessee, and he didn't get the type of deal from UCLA. Speaking of teams who don't play in the same field of like SEC teams, UCLA, as much as they're kind of glamorous because of where they're located, they're not a team or program that does or will do what a Tennessee will do to keep a guy. So he wound up at UCLA. Now he's back in Southern California, so I'm sure that's nice for him. But as far as what he was asking for, no, he lost. He lost on that one, and now he's looked at as the first major college quarterback. It happened at UNLV, but that was more because they didn't pay him, period. They didn't keep their promises. First major college quarterback to dip out on his team because of NIL. So he'll have that label, and the only way he washes that away is by playing well at UCLA with a much less talented roster.
Yeah, and listen, I'm here. I've been by there. UCLA, obviously where it is compared to Pasadena where they play. UCLA, that land is so expensive.
Yeah.
Somebody went and interviewed for that job. He said their practice field is 80 yards.
Yeah. Yeah, I went there when my mom still lived in California. I just went to go see the facility. And yeah, it's 80 yards. It's outside. Yeah, it's outside. So it's not even limited by being an indoor facility. It's just outside. It's not 100 yards. There's limited space, and they did what they could. It's kind of raised up a little bit off the ground and stuff, but they have a great facility as far as the building itself. But the football field, the one they use the most, from what I could tell, it's not regulation length.
They are not serious people. They're just not serious people as far as football goes. Just not. No, I don't care who the coach is. They're gonna have a hard time winning there. All right, 713-780-3776, the number if you'd like to get in here. Whatever you want to talk about, you're more than welcome. I want to talk about Air Team. I want to talk about your air conditioner. I want to talk about, is it running properly? Is it, because if it's not right now, and oh, by the way, this is what happens. Air Team, is busy right now because there's so many people who didn't take advantage of them in the weather off season. The weather off season is when it's cooler out. That's when you should be taking care of your business, making sure that your air conditioner is running great, so that when summer comes, it's ready for it. When it's running 24/7, your air conditioner is, because now breaking down because you're using it all the time, and Air Team has got to come. And it's not as good because you got to pay more, because you got to replace your air conditioner because you didn't do anything about it. Don't let a malfunctioning AC hold you back from enjoying your life to its fullest. Air Team, you can rest easy knowing you're in good hands. Let them come and check your stuff out. And if it's already broken and it's not working, airteamltd.com. Either way, have it checked out or replace it. airteamltd.com, 713-936-5346, airteamltd.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Well, it's John and Dell along with AJ here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You guys got anything you want to talk about? You're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776, the number, if you would like to get in here with us, talk about anything. So, AJ, get the Joe Espada ready. We heard last week or earlier this week. When was it? It was over the weekend. Joe Espada announced the all-star starters, or the guys who made the original team: Hunter Brown, Josh Hader, and Jeremy Pena. And he had something to say about each guy and made the announcement to the team, and that was really, really good. Well, Isak was named to the team. These are cool moments. Isak has been an all-star already, but this is kind of gives you an insight to what Joe thinks about each of these guys. Of course, a manager is going to love a guy who's playing at an all-star level. I guess that's a given. But you know, this is like anything else. He talks about, I didn't know the guy. Now I do, and it's awesome. Here is Joe Espada telling the team that Isak is an all-star.
We knew this guy was a good player, but I did not know not only he's a great player, but he's an incredible human being. It was easy to welcome him to our family because who he is, how genuine he is, how his humility, his love for the game, the way he plays the game. This guy is an incredible person. I'm honored to coach him every single day, and he's arguably one of the best third basemen in this game on both sides of the ball. No doubt. All-star. Isak Paredes.
Way to go, Isak. Way to go. All right, he starts talking Spanish here, so AJ, people aren't going to.
I enjoyed Espada throwing a little flourish on Paredes at the very. He was like, you know what? Yeah, I did all of this in English for all these other guys, but when I get to say your name, I'm gonna put on a little spice to make the announcement. Congratulations to Isak Paredes.
Paredes.
That trade
Isak
has worked out in a way that probably better than anyone would have thought. Wesneski aside in his injury, but that's an Astro pitcher thing, so we should have just expected that. But Cam Smith, Paredes, and you had to get rid of Kyle Tucker because you weren't ever going to pay him. But Dana Brown made a trade, and it was worked out, and that's the issue with the Astros. You can do that. You're in a bit of a tough spot because you need to find value for your star right fielder that you're not going to pay. I'm sure you got offers and you're combing the market, and you got great value. You've got Cam Smith in line to be Rookie of the Year. You got Paredes, an all-star. And then all the other nonsense that they can't get right. This Astro organization is very weird. You can get that right. You needed to get that right, and you got it right. Yeah, but you can't diagnose that Jake Myers shouldn't be out there. What's the deal? I know it's two separate things, but the fact that they're both going on at the same time is wild to me.
Yeah. It's neat. That's a neat moment. All of that stuff. The Jake Myers thing the problem is it's not the Jake Myers thing. It's not the Jake Myers thing. It's the Jordan thing. It's the Kyle Tucker thing from last year. It's all the things. Every pitcher. By the way, JP France is another guy they rushed back and still hasn't been able to pitch since that point. Still hasn't been able to pitch on the major league level since they rushed him back. So not only do they not diagnose things immediately, and then when guys are trying to recover, they push them back before they're ready, and then you get these situations. So there's just two things going on where they can find ways to win the roster, credit the roster for finding ways to make up for injuries, credit Dana Brown for making trades, and yet there's this other part of them. How good could they be if they could figure out the health stuff? It's a pinched nerve that turns into Tommy John. A pinched neck nerve that turns into Tommy John.
Yeah,
it's
for Javier. Remember, he had a neck issue. He slept wrong or something or whatever it was.
Right,
and then
Tommy John.
Then it was Tommy John.
What?
Yeah.
What? Oh wow. Anyway, our Astros, they get swept. It was not a good series. Oh well. After just what a great run. That was honestly as good a run as I can regular season run. Of course, they've had win streaks before, but to be playing first place teams like they did, good baseball teams, the Cubs, the Phillies, the Dodgers sweeping them on the road for the first time since 2008. I mean, that'll tell you something about the way that they were playing. With this mishmash, with all of these, to be playing the way that they were, and then to come crashing down and lose 3 straight to a team that came in scoring a run and a half a game over a 10-game losing streak. It was just mind-boggling. This is more, which is more surprising? The run that they had against the Phillies, the Cubs, and the Dodgers, or this series against the Guardians?
I would say the series against the Guardians. Look,
no,
the Guardians.
I wouldn't.
I would say no, because losing a game, I get. Like, the Guardians are due for winning one. They're on a 10-game losing streak. I get them finally winning a game. They were at some point going to win a game, and the odds are that they're not as bad as, well, I guess your record is what your record is, but they weren't as bad as the 10-game winning streak was letting on. At least we didn't think so coming into the season. So I get picking up a game, but losing all three games, even with how bad your lineup is, and the lineup actually wasn't the problem for the most part, it was your pitching. I find it surprising. I know the Astros are capable of beating good teams, even with their limited roster right now, because I've seen it over the course of a decade. So I'm not surprised by that. The organization has something foundationally in them that they step up. They'll step up and win games. Losing 3 to the Guardians is nuts. And by the way, let's add Ramirez to the Nick Kurtz category of regular season hecklers. Don't pitch that guy anymore.
Yeah, please stop. If you want to know the truth, much more surprising was playing those teams with the mishmash of Zach Short, Taylor Trammell, Corona, Kennedy Corona, with Dubon playing with Brandon Walter, with Colton Gordon, with Ryan Gusto, to be playing against the best teams in baseball and winning like that. It's much less surprising to me that you got swept by the Guardians.
But right after you win it, sure, if you stack up the two things before we see them happen, then maybe. But after it happens and you win it, getting swept and win all those games, getting swept by the Guardians is nuts.
At some point, you have to pay the devil, okay?
And the Guardians were that comeuppance?
Yes.
That you have to get swept by them?
Okay.
Lose the series.
Beat all those teams, watch this.
Look, if you want to lose the series to the Guardians, okay, that's disappointing. But hey, that's just baseball, as you guys like to say. That's just baseball. But getting swept by them, nuts.
Not to me. To me, it was
at home. By the way, at home, were you actually good at home? If it happens on the road,
you're 9-1.
Nah.
To me, that's nuts.
Sure,
that's nuts.
Going into it, yes, but once it happens, I'm more surprised by the Guardian thing, because I saw them play well with the roster being as banged up as it was against the best teams in the NL. Once that happens, getting taken out by the Guardians over the course of a series, getting swept by them, whatever. It's the Astros. It's fine. Okay. It's fine. Right. We'll be fine.
When Zach Short, coming off of the series with the Dodgers, had a 1,700 OPS. You know who the real Zach Short is? The Ofer in the Cleveland series. That's the real Zach Short.
Well, tell it to yourself. You're the one calling him the best hitter on the Astros.
He's one of the great hitters in Astros.
See, you're still
history.
doing it. So you don't use that argument. You don't use Zach Short to support your argument when you were the one calling him the best player on the team.
Great Zach Short. Okay. Don't sell him short.
Sure, he appreciates that.
That is awful. Time to talk about Houston powder coaters, who are wonderful. Robin's wonderful. What they do is wonderful. What metal do you have that you're trying to save? Is it a wheel well? Is it a bumper? Is it a anchor on your boat? Is there anything metal? Is it your patio furniture? Because that's mainly the thing. We talk about patio furniture all the time. And that's the main thing right there, right? Do I save it or do I just buy new stuff? Well, Robin says much better to save whatever it is because that metal from older patio furniture is much better than the new metal. It's just better. The metal is not as good as it was. It's just not. That's today, okay? It's not. I don't know if it's because of tariffs. I have no idea why the metal is not as good. All I know is it's not as good, and you should save whatever you can. And there might be some sentimental value to whatever patio furniture that you have. Maybe it was mom's. Maybe it was, I don't know. Maybe it's been passed down for generations. That would be cool. How neat is that? You want to save old stuff? Houston Powder Coaters. That's what they do. So Robin will tell you whether or not she can save it or whether or not you got to buy new stuff. She's going to be honest with you. But the job that they do is second to none. You will love it. You see it all over, even though you don't know it. You're seeing Houston Powder Coaters work all over the place. Houston Powder Coaters. You need to save something metal. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number, if you'd like to get in here with us, you're more than welcome, 713-780-3776. Keith is here. See, this is the shortest wait times ever, right, AJ? AJ is he's a great producer. He tells me there's somebody on hold. We get right to him. Boom. And Keith gets in here. Shortest wait times in the business. What's going on, Keith?
Shortest wait times in the business. The Astros obviously coming off this pretty ugly sweep against the Guardians. The three automatic outs, Hummel, Trammell, and Short. Why not, with the team having a first place lead and, you've got the All-Star break, why not bring in some well-rested veterans that might be still out there, like J.D. Martinez, a former Astro who's got pop, Adam Duvall. You've got maybe give a call to Brandon Crawford to play some shortstop. This is the first place team. Some of these vets might want to do a little ring chasing like David West did with the Golden State Warriors. Why not bring in some vets and not have these Kennedy Coronas and these random guys getting automatic outs in the lineup? Like, Myers got hurt after the lineup card was sent in last night, so Zach Short has to bat second, and Zach Short's like, what am I doing batting second? And he automatically strikes out on the first at bat. So, like, there's some veterans out there. Like, why not get some guys who are well rested, who know how to play baseball? They got fresh legs for the second half of the year.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. Zach Short had to be installed into the 2 spot. What are you going to do? I mean, that's the rule. So when the lineup card's already announced, you would love for Zach Short to be batting 9th, but he was the replacement, so that's where Zach Short's got to be. Listen, it's mishmash. Half the guys out there shouldn't be out there. Half the guys should be in the minors. Half the starting rotation should still be in the minors. They've done a hell of a job. But you're asking guys to do something that they're just not capable of yet. So, yeah, to me, not surprising at all that you had a stinker of a series with the guys that you're running out there. It's just not surprising in the least to me. Me and my buddies, I got one buddy who's like, this is every Dodger win. It's like, what? This is inexplicable.
You're not surprised they got swept?
I'm not surprised. Not at all.
So going into the Guardian series.
Well, I mean, Hunter Brown pitching away.
So what are we talking about? Of course, Hunter, your ace is on the mound, and he gives up 6. You're not surprised by that and how the game went. And then Josh Hader gives up a grand slam.
Josh Hader gives up home runs, and that's what he does.
But he's been great this year, and he doesn't puts himself in a situation where a grand slam is.
That was Hunter and Josh. Those two were a bit surprising. But not that that this team can't loses games. That's not surprising.
I didn't say lose games.
What's surprising to me is they're winning games.
Well, how can that still be surprising? That's over. It's how many games deep into the year you're still surprised they're winning games, even with this lineup. I'm
still amazed by it. Yes,
I'm not, because no matter who the Astros roll out there over the course of a decade, I just assume things will work out because they have. At some point they won't, but until they do or they don't, I'm not surprised by what they do. Once again, it's just one series, but getting swept by a team who I gave you the stat, if we can believe AI, this hadn't happened since 2012. A team on a 10-game plus losing streak sweeping a team in the next series.
Here's a text exchange. No clue. He says, no clue how the Astros are doing this. Amazing with all the injuries. Amazing. Mind-boggling. Zach Short is the offensive hero, but of course he is. Mind-boggling. This is, at some point, the madness ends. You can't trot that lineup out there and continue to win. I mean, it's just every single game that they were beating the Dodgers, it's like, what? It's just inexplicable. It's inexplicable.
And it was inexplicable against the Cubs and the Phillies.
Yeah.
They had done it already for 9 out of 10, or at least going to the Dodger series 6 out of 7.
And at some point, you've got to pay up. You got to pay the devil.
The devil isn't involved.
The devil
is a liar, but he's not involved in this.
They made a deal. And
so you think your hometown 9, they're devil worshippers?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
I think
they prayed and made a deal with the devil. That's what you're saying.
They made a deal with the devil. And now it's
so. Do you feel bad about rooting for a team that makes deals with Lucifer?
No. Lucifer. Well, but at some point you got to pay up. At some point you have to pay up.
Devil worshiping Astros. You sound like a Yankee fan.
They paid up this week.
Sound exactly like a Yankee fan.
No, Yankee fan.
Yeah, that's what you sound like. The Astros are dealing with the devil.
Again.
Well, stop saying that your hometown team is making a deal with the devil.
Well, that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying.
You and John Boy going to do a podcast together.
It's inexplicable. That's all I'm saying. Okay. That's
maybe Zach Short was hitting well because of buzzers, John, since you sound like John Boy.
Oh, did you hear? Well, and actually Max Muncy was asked, okay, after the series, do you think that they were cheating? Okay, how stupid is this? And he goes, do I think they were cheating? No. Do I think they knew what was coming? Yes. But you know what? That's part of baseball. And if we're tipping our pitches or they know, then we got to change what we're doing. But that's not cheating. Knowing what's coming and cheating are two different things.
Well,
because they were hitting, but Oral Hershiser, insinuated that there was more cheating going on. No. Did they know what was coming? I don't know. It sure did look like it, didn't it? It sure did look like they were on the Astros. They were on Dodger pitching. But Max Muncy at least has some common sense. He says, yeah, I feel like, yeah, they did. You know what? Whose fault that is? Ours. Because we're for whatever reason, we were predictable, or they were reading our signs, or whatever. They knew what we were going to throw, whatever the case may be. But that's not cheating.
What if we pose the question this way? Hey, Max Muncy, do you think Beelzebub was helping the Astros hit baseballs? Would that be cheating?
No. He might go, it must have been. Had to be.
He'd probably say, who's Beelzebub? Because who says that word?
Look at those two lineups and tell me how the Astros outscored them 29-6. You tell me. Whatever. Yeah, I think it was 29-6 they outscored them in that series.
Well, they hit.
Look at those two. There's no answer for
that. They hit against the Guardians, too, outside of last night. It's just so they were still hitting to a point where they should have won games. It was the pitching that let them down. So as much as you're talking about the lineup and how remarkable it is that they were doing what they did against the Dodgers, the lineup didn't cost them against the Guardians. Not the first two.
No, they scored runs.
Yeah, so Zach Short, Trammell, whatever. The lineup was good enough to beat the Guardians. The pitching, which has been solid, was the one that let them down.
Well, the hitting let them down too. 2 for 21 with runners in scoring position. 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Yeah, the only one that could hit with runners in scoring position was Jose Altuve the whole series. That was it. And you know what? He's a major leaguer. The rest of them aren't. A bunch of them aren't. Anyway. 713-78. And listen, we're arguing about a team that got swept. Quite frankly, they came down to earth. They really just they came crashing down to earth. And you know what? Time to move on. Day off. Rangers coming to town. Beat their ass. Let's go into the All-Star break. By the way, it was pointed out they've already announced Hunter's replacement. That kind of stinks, but I could certainly see where, Hunter said, yeah, no, listen, I was named to the All-Star team, but that's okay. I'm more worried about our team. And if I can pitch on Sunday, then I'll pitch on Sunday. So I won't be able to pitch in the All-Star game. Kind of stinks for the kid making his first All-Star appearance and not being able to pitch in it. That kind of stinks. But you know what? Oh, well. He's a team. That just shows you what kind of team guy he is. I mean, if it was me, I'd be going, no, I want to pitch in the All-Star game. All right? That's what I want to pitch. I'm a first-time All-Star? No. Pitch Colton Gordon instead of me. No. You know what Hunter Brown said? No. Yeah, I'll take the ball. I'll take the ball, Skip, and I'll pitch on Sunday.
Yeah, Hunter's going to be unavailable on Tuesday, not because of he's pitching on Sunday. It's because he's got to go to the 7th circle of hell and re-up with the devil.
Hunter Brown is not someone who made a deal with the devil.
So it's not him, but
it's not him.
The Astros hitters have, I guess, what you're saying.
The Astros, all these rookies.
Okay.
All these rookies. How many rookies have they? Is there anybody that's tried it more, that has had more major league debuts than the Astros this year? AJ, look that up.
Don't. He's not going to come back to it.
AJ.
Don't worry about it, AJ. He's not going to come back to it. Don't do it.
AJ, hurry up. Find that out.
Don't worry about it, man.
All right? Our crack research staff, AJ.
One person, yeah.
That's right. He's not busy.
We got an intern. You want to make the intern do it?
Intern, what team had more major league debuts than any other team in baseball this year? Okay? Hurry, get on that. Get back to us. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. How about East River 9? You want to get out there? You want a corporate membership? You can get a corporate membership at East River 9, and it's pretty cool. All right? You get what you get with it. You got golf, okay? You get rounds of golf. We got it. We got the corporate membership out there at East River 9. It's pretty cool. You can take your employees. Your employees can take clients. You can have team building, or you can have, sales. It's better than golf in that your people can work during the day and still go to East River 9 at night because they got lights, right? Your people can they're not spending 4 hours on the golf course. It's just about an hour and a half round. And then they can sit down and eat and drink. And it's a sports bar, basically, but it's really good food, really good food. You've got bands there on Friday and Saturday. Okay, it's awesome. You got pickleball there, driving range, the best view of the city that I think there is in Houston. So you got everything that you could possibly need at East River 9. By the way, you got golf, okay, it doesn't get any better than that. So you're looking for a great way to get your employees feeling better about themselves, having a place they can take clients and still work. East River 9, the number 9. East River, the number 9.com. Get your corporate membership today. East River, the number 9.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. I don't know who this guy is. Blake Topmeyer.
Does he play for the Astros?
No, he is. He could, but we just.
John, we did the research, by the way.
Okay.
Turns out the Astros don't even have the most major league debuts this year in their own division. They have 7. The A's have 12.
Oh, well. The A's just bring guys speed. Yeah.
And the White Sox and Marlins are tied at 11.
Yeah, but those are bad teams. So that's, to have 7 and be a first place team, those are teams that just bring guys up. You know what? We don't want to pay anybody, so we'll just bring a minor leaguer up. We'll yo-yo him back and forth.
The
That's
Mariners
fine.
also have 7.
The Mariners have 7 as well?
Yes.
Yeah, they're another organization that ain't paying nearly as much. But how about first place teams? Is there any first place team that's close?
The Blue Jays, they have 6. They have 6. The Blue Jays have 6 debuts this year.
Well, look at that. You see? That's our crack staff right there.
Your crack staff is me.
You did it?
Yes, I did.
So
not so crack anymore, right? Maybe on crack.
No,
at this
I'm
point.
I'm pretty sure that those numbers are probably inaccurate.
Okay. I trust Baseball Almanac. Maybe you don't, but I trust the great people at Baseball Almanac.
Well, the Astros with 7 debuts. That's all they have is 7. It seems like there's more.
They have a bunch of guys who've been around but aren't that good, and they'll pop up every now and again, like Cooper Hummel. I mean, he's been around.
Yeah, he's been back. He's been up and down.
Yeah.
Zach Short is not a
not
a debut guy.
No.
Right? Hummel's not a debut guy. I mean,
Gusto was this year.
Gusto was?
Yes.
Yeah. Gusto was. Brandon Walter wasn't a
no. It's guys we've never heard of for the most part, but
yeah, but right,
they weren't debuts. Yeah,
they're not debut guys. This guy Topmeyer, who's not an Astro, he ranked the SEC stadiums, toughest stadiums, loudest stadiums, the noise affecting the game stadiums. Who do you think he had? Who are the top stadiums in the SEC?
See, because I play a video game, I have some knowledge of possibly what he's going with. Is LSU number 1? Because that's what the video game has as the toughest stadium in all of college football, not just the SEC.
Yeah, I can attest to the fact that Tiger Stadium is an imposing place.
Does he have A&M ahead of them?
No. A&M finished 7th on his list.
Probably that's more about the team, because the stadium itself is
loud.
It's loud. Is it Alabama?
No, Alabama's not.
Oh, he's got Florida.
I've been there.
I know.
It is a tough place.
Yeah, when the team is good. How tough has it been to go into Florida recently?
Well, I think you're just talking about the noise and the.
Okay.
Yeah, that they're
pretty quiet when Cam Ward was doing what he did.
Florida boasts a 714 home winning percentage against SEC opponents the past 10 years, compared to 486 on the road.
Well, yeah.
So that's a big disparity.
That program's fallen off, really.
Yeah, it really has. But the fan base hasn't. Tiger Stadium is 2nd. They got Neyland, Tennessee 3rd. They got Alabama 4th. Alabama is a really tough place to play because of the players that are on the field.
Yeah,
not
it didn't
as much.
seem intimidating.
I've been there. It's not as loud as other stadiums.
I'm not surprised by that. It doesn't sound like that on TV.
No,
in comparison.
Georgia's next, South Carolina, and then A&M. Then Auburn, which I think should be higher on the list. Oklahoma is next. That is a good home field. It's a loud place. Darrell K is 10th. Darrell K Royal Stadium. Here's what he says. Texas earns its reputation for having a bit of a wine and cheese crowd amid its 100,000 capacity, but Longhorns fans can still turn it up for big games. Texas has won 14 of its last 15 at home, resulting in triumphant renditions of the eyes of Texas. Texas is not as much as you. I mean, I found it so funny. Well, Frankie was there at a game last year, and they said the loudest state, and Frankie was like, "What?
Cut it out.
Stop it."
I went to LSU games my entire college career. Cut it out.
Yeah, she was at LSU. Stop, Texas. You're not. And I've been there, and it's not as loud. It's just not. It's now, and it's not as raucous. They love their football. Don't get me wrong. It's just not as loud. It's not. I'm sorry, Texas.
You can put that on the fans. Put it on how the stadium's built, and they've added additions.
It's in large part how the stadium.
Yeah, I mean they've added additions to make it a higher capacity, but it's not built to be a place that keeps noise in.
No, especially when that end zone was open.
Yeah,
I mean, the noise just leaves. Like Notre Dame has a great fan base, and Michigan, but the way the stadiums are built, they're just not loud. Notre Dame is not loud at all.
Isn't it just pretty much a bowl?
Yeah, and the noise just escapes. It's a giant bowl.
You know what was loud? And as I said before, I hadn't been there as a fan in a long time. NRG, when Mexico scored, deafening. When they scored their first goal, deafening. I don't know what it was like in the Texans' best moments when they weren't pumping in crowd noise. I don't when J.J. Watt returned that pick six in their first playoff game. I'm sure it was pretty loud. But man, when Mexican fans got that first goal, ears hurt after that.
Yeah.
So NRG has its moments too.
I've been on the field the first Cowboys game was incredible. 19-7. 19 to was it 9? What was it? What was it?
That's the score you've recited so many times now you've forgotten it.
And I can't remember. 19-7, I think it was. Or maybe I forget. Anyway, that Billy Miller touchdown.
John, 1910. What's wrong with you?
1910. 1910. That's right, because it was the year 1910. That Billy Miller touchdown and that sack in the end zone and then the end of the game where the Texans ended up winning. It was incredible. It was incredible how loud it was. There is no question in my mind they piped in noise. There's nobody there at the end of some of these games, and it was so damn loud in there. And you're like, "Come on, guys, come on, stop already." There's nobody here, and you guys are, and it's going crazy when they're down 45-7 and score a touchdown. Stop already. It's not that loud here. So you can they'll deny it till the cows come home. Isn't that the saying? They'll deny it until the cows come home, but they piped in noise. There's no question in my mind. There's no question. Cheating.
Well,
cheating. How about Devin Booker, 2-year, $145 million extension?
It's a lot. It's a lot of money for a player who's good, really good, actually. But
really good.
But the Rockets, at least that was the reporting, were lower on Devin Booker after this year because of what he looked like out there, and I guess his inability to kind of shepherd that Suns team to maybe not even contention, but a playoff spot. But he's their guy. I mean, maybe sacrilege to say because he hasn't accomplished much, but he's one of those guys, those Kobe types, where they want him to stay there forever. I'm not obviously making the comparison that he's as good as him, but they want that guy to be a Sun for life. And how do you do that? While you're bad, give him all your money. Hey, Devin, I know things aren't going well. We're probably going to be in a bad spot for at least a year or two. Do you want all our money? And he's like, you know what? I would like all your money. Thank you. And that's what they did. They just don't want him. They don't want to give him any reason, beyond sucking on the court for him to leave. So you make him as happy as you can. Take it all. It's rough for what we expect to be a bad team.
Yeah. They're going to be so hamstrung with this thing. Hamstrung.
And he's making more per year. The extension will allow him to make more per year than Shea. Like just over $1 million more than Shea. At $72.5 million.
That's so stupid. That's so stupid. I mean, I know you want him to be, but that's ridiculous. You're killing yourself. How can you put a team on the field?
Well, this is going to happen to everybody. At some when it comes down to it, with the cap rising and all those things, we're going to see more annual $70 million deals.
Yeah.
Shea was the first. Booker's next. I guess if Anthony Edwards wants to stay with Minnesota, he'll get one too when he's extension eligible. This will just be the new norm now, and then we can start to ask with the CBA, which is always a concern. Can you even build a roster? Like I saw someone put out that you can have 3 guys making max money, but you can't have like an Alex Caruso type who or a Hardenstein type for more than a couple of years, because those guys got to go because they're going to be too expensive. But you can pay your 3 guys that type of money. You just won't have anything left. So how will teams operate? Will they decide 2 guys at the max is the most we can do? And if a guy who wants the max is on our roster, we're just gonna have to break that down into two players. We have to give 2 players that money, and that guy's gonna have to go because we need depth, as this last NBA playoff run showed.
Yep. I mean, thank you, Suns. I mean, you're not going to be a factor for years and years to come. Appreciate it.
Hey, Jalen Green's there. What are you saying?
The West got easier. The West.
They were hamstrung anyway. It's not like they have money to spend anyway. They just, it's just a guy. They just decided, hey, when it comes down to it, Devin, you're our guy. Yeah. And you'll be our guys until he eventually asks out anyway. The question is, can you even trade a contract like that?
But that's poor management, because we see what Devin Booker by himself with Beal, with Durant, they're not good enough.
Well, they weren't constructed well. Like Devin Booker, younger player, but when the Suns were good, he was good enough. People were talking about Devin Booker as taking the next step.
Yeah, he's great.
They're just poorly constructed.
But they're not a good team.
But
he's great. That's fine. But they're not a good team.
But I don't think I get the salary constraints, but I don't think Devin Booker's a problem. I think it's how the Suns were built and what they decided to do. They decided to go star hunting. Whether Bradley Beal's a star, that's a different question. But they decided to be a trio of 3 stars and nothing else. You can win with Devin Booker getting paid a lot of money with the cap going up. You just can't decide it's going to be stars and scrubs. That's not good enough anymore.
What have they done since Devin Booker's gotten there?
There was a time when they were just bad. The biggest accomplishments for him was that 70-point game in Boston. He was a good player on a bad roster.
Making the finals too.
And then since that point, making the finals with Chris Paul came the year after.
No, he was there.
He was there. Chris Paul, and then they had Cam Johnson and Bridges, and then they also had DeAndre Ayton. That felt like a good young team that was going to ascend, and then they got sick and tired of DeAndre Ayton, and then they brought in KD, and that has changed. So I don't want to say KD's the harbinger of death, but just be aware, Rockets. Where he goes,
greatest acquisition in all of sports.
Where he goes, I know Dream Shake's listening. It's partly just for one guy. Where he goes, things don't turn out great, and I'm not even just blaming KD. Since Golden State, where he goes, things end in spectacular failure.
Well, Brooklyn was a disaster.
I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying there's one common denominator. The last 2 places, utmost failure for Brooklyn and Phoenix, and now he's a Rocket.
And I'll take him. Right now.
Look, I understand. This is not me saying they shouldn't have made the trade. I'm just laying out some facts. So if it goes wrong, you should have seen it coming. That's all I'm saying.
You know what's going right? Selling your car to John Clay Wolf. GiveMeTheVin.com. Already the best place to sell your car. Now it's even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. GiveMeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to their website, GiveMeTheVin.com. They want to buy your car. Doesn't matter what kind of car it is. Supercar, exotic, SUV, minivan, whatever it is. You don't have to deal with dealerships. You're going to get a true offer for your car in basically minutes. Put your car right on the money, hassle-free, online. They will pick up your car. They will bring you the check. They will do it all. All you have to do is go to GiveMeTheVin.com, put in your VIN number or your license plate. They'll make you an offer in minutes, well above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations or they'll come to you. It's easy. It's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. $25,000 in cash every month given away, and you get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to GiveMeTheVin.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. What y'all want to talk about, you're both welcome to get in here. 713-780-3776 is the number. Our Astros lost yesterday. A little day off now. Regroup. Get back out there. Hunter Brown will be pitching on Sunday against the Rangers. You got Fromber and Hunter pitching this weekend, which is nice. So give them a little what for, and then get back on your winning ways, and then take a few days off. I think the team needs a couple of days off. They got guys who haven't been playing, as much as they have been. How about the Dodgers losing 6 in a row? The Dodgers have lost 6 straight. Got swept by after the Astros swept them. They got swept by Milwaukee. So they suck. I'm happy. I'm pretty happy about that. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty much watching, and I'm here. I was in a casino, and all the Dodger fans are all. That sucks. They suck. Their bullpen is not good. They've got a bunch of injuries to their pitchers too. So yeah, I mean, you can buy all you want, Dodger. You can buy it all, okay. But guess what? You got to do it on the field, and you're not.
Well, they did it last year on the field.
Yeah, not well, kind of.
No, what do you mean, kind of?
Yeah,
they actually just did do it on the field last year.
I know, but but not this year.
Well, they're
not going to do it this year.
Well, maybe they're in first place and still have a better record than the Astros. But we saw what happened when they lined up against each other. But sure, we can hope and pray that the Dodgers stuff won't work out, because money never helps in sports. You spend money, it never helps.
Never helps.
No.
That you just throw money at it. Oh, really? How's that working out for the Yankees? How has it been working out for them? Yeah, they suck.
They were in the World Series last year.
Yeah, but they still didn't. They lost 4 games to 1. They blow.
I mean, yeah, it's not as bad as losing 2 games to none in a wild card round series, but whatever.
No. Well,
to the Tigers of all teams.
Who had more losses in their series?
Well, that's because of you can only lose 2 games.
Okay.
Oh,
that's
you're
okay.
right. You're right.
Who
Good
had
point.
more losses?
No, it's a good point. Who had more wins in the playoffs last year?
It doesn't matter right now.
Okay.
They didn't win at all.
Okay.
That doesn't matter.
Got it.
Oh, great. Oh, you're for all 4 finishing second. Okay. That's a loser.
It's better
mentality.
than finishing like 9th or whatever the Astros finished.
Loser.
Where did the Astros finish last year?
Did you saw this Dallas Turner story, right?
Yes, I did. It's off the back of us talking about how old people get scammed by stuff like this.
So he's been Dallas Turner, Vikings outside linebacker, Dallas Turner. He was a rookie last year?
Yeah, out of Alabama. I think it was rookie last year.
Last year, yeah. He was scammed out of $240,000. Apparently, a banker, someone impersonating a banker at J.P. Morgan Chase called Turner on February 19th, claimed someone was attempting to impersonate Turner at a Chase Bank branch in Arizona, and presented 2 copies of ID to execute a wire transfer. The caller instructed Turner to transfer money to 2 separate businesses to prevent the attempted theft. Turner then went to 2 Chase Bank branches to transfer $120,000 each to Island Food Truck LLC and CNL FL LLC.
You know what Alabama can never say? It's not just a 4-year decision. It's a 40-year decision, because they didn't teach that kid nothing. Alabama, take that out of your sales pitch. Don't ever say that to anyone again in your recruiting pitch. Just hand them a bag, and that's it. But if you tell people you go to Alabama to make a 40-year decision, wrong. Dallas Turner is a prime example of why that's not true.
So, wait, I don't understand, though. Someone's attempting to impersonate you, so you need to transfer the money to a food truck?
Trust me, John, no matter how you try to figure this out, none of it's going to make any sense. Don't try to get into the mind of Dallas Turner. It's not going to work out, because you, and like most of us, would never work it out in our minds that this makes sense.
Do you get a daily text that tells you that you owe money for
Sure.
tickets?
Yeah, like California, I get it. Like you have a traffic violation because
right
at like what's it called again? Those tolls. Like you owe money to a
right.
And wait a minute,
if you don't, we're going to impound your car.
Yeah, I was like, good luck. I haven't driven a car in California in like 6 years.
Right.
Good luck with that. Yeah, I get those all the time.
Yeah,
Dallas Turner would try to find a way to pay those guys.
Dallas Turner's paying up.
Even if you didn't have a driver's license, he'd go, you know what? I gotta pay
somehow
up.
I've got tolls that I didn't pay.
Yeah. Sure, I grew up in South Florida and spent my college years in Southern California, in Alabama. But somehow, some way, I'm going to have to give the California toll system my money.
This is an indictment on Alabama football.
It is. He's just a year out. So whatever they were teaching him, because you'll see these things where they're doing the puff pieces about programs, and they'll show like the athletes in like these business classes. They'll have people come talk to them about managing their money. The NFL does that too for the rookies. Well, it's not only just Alabama, but what did the rookie symposium teach?
I know.
Teach Dallas Turner. Was he asleep? Did he not show up?
Probably.
The Vikings.
Let's
throw
those
the
guys
Vikings
are
in there
all,
too.
oh,
Let's
let me
throw the
learn
Vikings.
about anything. I never had to learn for 3 years at Alabama. You want me to start learning now?
Man,
no.
The NFL, the Vikings, all of them, I'm sure, have people in place to teach their players about this sort of thing. And yet, Dallas Turner slipped through the cracks. Sometimes kids just slip through the cracks, John.
Yeah. I mean,
they have failed him.
So terrible. So terrible.
I don't know, since he voluntarily did that, if he's going to get his money back. I'm not sure. He didn't do it under, I guess you can say some of it's duress, but he went to a couple banks and did it, so I'm not sure how that's going to work out. They are trying to find the people and prosecute them and all that stuff. It's just sad. Come on, man.
It's an indictment on Alabama football. Nice job getting your guys ready. Nice job.
I mean,
he's sending, because someone's trying to impersonate him, you need to send money to a food truck. What? I mean, I guess I was 24 once.
Yeah, but were you that?
If I had all that money,
you would burn it doing fun stuff, but you wouldn't send it to a food truck.
No, I wouldn't, unless it was a really good food truck.
Look, I don't care how good the food truck is. Unless I'm owning that thing, why am I sending that type of money to it? Unless I'm investing. He's not even investing to get a piece of the food truck. What's he doing?
Yeah. No, it wasn't even an investment. It's just move the money over here so they don't steal it. What? To a food truck?
I hope. Okay. Look, he's a first-round pick. It's a lot of money for the 17th pick overall, but he should be fine. The guaranteed money he got to sign, he's going to be okay. It's just not a good first step.
Nope.
It doesn't make me feel good about Dallas Turner. Unless he makes so much money, it doesn't matter because he just becomes an all-pro or at least a pro bowler that he's going to keep getting deals. I don't like the trend of how he's going to manage his money going forward.
But if they told me, listen, you need to send all that money to Houston Distributing Company because they distribute the Coors Lights.
You would say I already do send them money.
I do. I give them my money. What? I'll give them $120,000. I'll give it to them. Whatever they need to keep me in Coors Lights. I'm good. Okay. Look, you're looking for. I love me some Coors Lights. I love the refreshing taste of Coors Light. It is. I mean, it is the world's most. I saw a billboard once that said the world's most refreshing beer. You cannot lie on billboards. Okay. Otherwise, you get sued. It is the world's most refreshing beer. It's not even arguable. So stop already with your not refreshing beer and go with the world's most refreshing beer. Pick you up some Coors Lights. I'm telling you, you got them at home. Nobody's going to refuse a Coors Light. Nobody's going to refuse it. And I drink Miller Lite or I drink blah, 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 I drink this or that. You give them a Coors Light, they're going to go, you know what? This is good. This is really good. It's certainly If you want motor oil, go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Drink those IPA, whatever. Give me a good, cold, clean, refreshing Coors Light every day of the week. And I'd like to drink them every day of the week. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. It keeps Texas chill during these hot times. Keeps Texas chill. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
It's John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to hang out with us here on the show, 713-780-3776. Isaac Paredes is an all-star. Jake Myers injured, jogging out to center field. Astros get swept. Hunter Brown not going to pitch in the all-star game, going to pitch on Sunday instead. Which is a good thing for the Astros. Much better than whatever. The NBA Cup groups were announced yesterday. And I think the Rockets might be in. I'm not thrilled with this one, if you want to know the truth.
Yeah, Sean sent me the groups and asked the question, group of death?
Yeah.
Are the Rockets in the group of death?
I mean, it's just, that's awful. They've got Denver. Denver's in Denver, the Rockets. Hold on one second.
Spurs.
The Spurs
Warriors,
are in it. Golden State and the Blazers.
And the Blazers along with the Nuggets. And even the Blazers played well at the end of last year. They're a good defensive team last year. Yeah. I mean, if we want to place any importance on this thing, the Rockets are in a tough group. It may be the toughest in of all the groups.
Yeah. I mean, Denver, Golden State, and the Spurs. You got a little bit of break with the Blazers, but that's probably a game. If you got to go up there and play, you might lose that one. Who knows? OKC is with the Timberwolves, which is tough. The Kings and the Suns, not so. Then the Jazz. I mean, really
not tough. No,
really, they got one tough game.
And then the Lakers are with the Clippers and the Mavericks and the Pelicans and the Grizzlies. So maybe the Lakers have one tough game. We'll see if the Mavs won't be healthy by that time because Kyrie won't be available. So yeah, the East is just a hodgepodge of crap. So there's not even a real point of looking because no matter if you were a playoff team last year and healthy, you're gonna be in an easy group because very few of those teams remain in the East.
Yeah,
healthy and made the playoffs last year.
Boston is going to be depleted. Detroit is better. Orlando is better. Sixers suck. Brooklyn sucks.
Yes, the Sixers are the one where if they got any health beyond just this NBA Cup stuff, could be a surprise team. But that's going with the expectation that Embiid will be available, which is one I'm not going to really buy into. But that team is talented if those guys could actually stay on the floor. And then in the other one, it's the Knicks against the Bucks, who have Giannis and Miles Turner. That's about it. And then a bunch of other teams who don't really pose a threat to anyone. So yeah, it much like the actual league when it comes to winning a title, it'll be about what happens in the West for the NBA Cup. And unfortunately, the Rockets are one of those teams who has a tough group. But to be fair, the Rockets are a reason that the group is tough because those teams got to play them too.
OKC, the Wolves, the Kings, the Suns, and the Jazz. OKC gets out of that one easily.
If they care.
I don't see how they don't.
That's always the other thing.
Unless they have to go up to Minnesota and play that one up there, and then Minnesota takes care of the rest of it. Minnesota possibly could come out of that.
And Minnesota's a good ball club.
They're
They
a
made
good team.
Another conference final.
But then they got slapped.
Yeah. But as far as this is concerned, who's going to care about it? Like, does OKC after winning a title care enough to put what they have to put in to try to advance, or will they be resting a guy? That's all you have to take into account: rest, injury. But if we're just going by what the teams are as a whole, yeah, OKC should make it through. Probably the Lakers should make it through, and then maybe the Nuggets, maybe the Rockets. If we're just going by best teams in the group.
So Lakers, Clippers, Grizzlies, Dallas, and the Pellies. Who comes out of that? Well, this is going to be Dallas is going to be before Kyrie gets back.
Yeah, they don't really have. They're going to be depending on D'Angelo Russell to be their backcourt creator. Good luck with that.
I think the Clips or the Grizz.
Well, we'll see. Do the Clips get Bradley Beal? That'll help if that's official. They've been talking about at least that transaction. The Suns buying out Bradley Beal for like a week now. Still hasn't happened. And then the Clippers are the likely landing spot. So they have Bradley Beal to replace Norman Powell. And if Kawhi is around along with James, that's a good ball club, at least in the backcourt. Zubac's a good center. So yeah, actually, if Bradley Beal is there, despite him being overpaid and the no trade hurting his value as a trade option, but as just a player fitting in on that roster, I think the Clippers might be the best team.
Yeah,
in that group.
Rockets, Nuggets, Golden State, San Antonio, and Portland. I think you know what? The Rockets play Denver tough.
They do.
I think the Rockets could come out of that.
I'm interested to see Denver as a whole because this whole Jonas Valanciunas thing is still an issue because they don't have a backup center right now. They didn't have one the last couple of years. If Valanciunas is there to give them solid minutes when Jokic is there, I think they jump up in my estimation for a title contender. They brought in Cam Johnson. They've got Bruce Brown back. They brought in Hardaway Jr. That's a team that kind of put out there that they weren't going to do anything this offseason. They're going to kind of be kind of not do a damn thing. Instead, they make multiple moves. And I think they are, I think the Rockets' toughest challenge as far as being the clear number 2 in the West. I think Denver's in a spot where they're going to be right back to contending. But as far as that group is concerned, yeah, I think it's Rockets Denver. Take
Denver.
one or the other.
Yep. Cleveland Pacers they're depleted.
Cleveland.
The Hawks are better.
It's just Cleveland. If
Toronto
Cleveland cares.
The Hawks might give them a problem.
Yeah, the Hawks are a trendy team because of what they've done. I just don't trust Trae Young. What they've done is they put enough defenders around Trae this offseason to mitigate some of his issues. But Denver, still best team probably in the East and certainly in that group, I think.
Boston, Brooklyn, 76ers, Detroit, and Orlando. I think it's between Detroit and Orlando.
I would agree. And as we talked about, the caveat is what are the Sixers and who's on the court. But as far as believing in that group, I'd probably go Detroit right now. I know Orlando added Desmond Bane, but he's still really their only guy who can shoot. I mean, Paolo got all that money. Paolo's a great player. I do like Detroit. I like Cade Cunningham quite a bit. And if Jaden Ivey's back, they didn't really have him the back part of the year. That's another guy who can be a creator. I think I like Detroit there.
I think it's between the two of them. I take Detroit as well. Knicks, Bucks, Bulls, Heat, Hornets.
You would go with the Knicks. They have the better roster of anyone. The Bucks, whatever. The Bulls, perpetually a 9 or a 10 seed. The Heat got Norman Powell. They're still trying to make moves, but we'll see. And the Hornets got LaMelo Ball if he's even healthy. So I'm going with the Knicks there. That seems cut and dry as far as just preseason expectations.
Yep. And then we'll see who moves on. We'll see. So the Rockets are it is the group of death. There's no question. That's the toughest of all of them. Depending on how good, we'll see. Lance says that Steph Curry is going to be hurt this year. So
yeah, he did kind of predict that.
He put that on him. Nice job, Lance.
Look, that's an old ball club. And that's why I think that who cares about that? This particular thing is going to mean something. Do the Warriors want to go all out for this? Now, the regular season games do count to your record, so that's a motivation for guys to want to try. But that Warriors team, I don't think much of them as a real contender. As much as they have the pedigree, I don't think that team's lasting through an entire year healthy. So while Lance put that on Steph Curry, I'm not sure he's wrong when we talk about the Warriors as a whole. You got 35, 36, 37-year-olds that they're depending on to carry them through an entire season. That ain't a good formula.
No. Them hoes ain't loyal.
Well, what? What does that have to do with hoes or loyalty?
I have no idea. All I know is
John's punch drunk.
I'm loyal to
John Chill.
I am loyal to John Chill. John Chill is up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, we got to talk about HRP. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. You're looking for the best way to get that payroll to your people. That's HRP. I am a big fan. I know the guys, but we all know them, okay? You get to know, if you're in management, you're going to know Mike Holly, and you're going to know you're going to know all of the guys over there at HRP, Chris and Kevin and Chad, and just that they become part of your business. They care about your business. You have personal relationships with them because they're going to make sure that they do the best damn job. They're going to be around. You're going to want their advice. You're going to want, to know how to do stuff, not only with the HR, not only with the payroll, but with the 401k plans and the taxes, everything that's going to save your business money. Make it better. Make it better. Okay. You're not in the business of payroll. You're not in the business of HR. They are. They've got proprietary technology that's just better. And you want your business to be better. You want the bottom line to be better. You want to do things more efficiently and more economically. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. Tell them you heard it right here. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're efforting John Chill from the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, to see what's going on, see what Wimbledon odds. Who you got at Wimbledon?
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
I don't have anyone. I told you. I don't know any.
You don't know enough?
I don't know enough. I know that Asimova won the first set against Sabalenka. I don't know what's going on in set 2. So
Sabalenka has not looked herself.
So the American has a chance to make a final, but I think Sabalenka has kind of flipped the script in the second set. I think she's up maybe now 5-3 in that one. But yeah, I don't know. If I don't know anything, I'll just root for the American. So I hope so. Now let me ask you, because that name doesn't sound American, John. So is she really an American in your eyes?
Who?
Amanda Anisimova.
She's kind of phony, but okay.
Oh, you'll take. She was born in Jersey, I believe, to what you might expect Russian parents. But is she an American in your eyes with that last name?
Listen, we're a melting pot.
That's true.
Okay. Does Granato sound does it sound Italian or American to you?
Yeah, but we haven't had real issues with the Italians since like the mid 40s. The Russians are always a problem.
They're a problem.
Yeah. So I think most Americans are like, Granato, that's American. That's American enough for us. But Anisimova.
There was a time when it wasn't.
I know.
When we weren't accepted.
I'm aware. I know. I've seen enough World War II era TV shows and movies. I'm aware.
Yeah. Turn of the century, we were the dregs. Okay. It was not great to be Italian here.
What would
you
say?
Racist. It's the most racist thing ever.
Yeah, I won't ever do an accent. What would you say was the turning point for Italians in America? Popular television or movies? What do you think flipped the script for the Italians in America? Where now you're one of our most beloved. Was it the food? What do you think it was?
I think we just assimilated, but I'll tell you what a turning point. The Godfather was a turning point. It made the mafia romantic. You know, it really did. Did you ever watch The Offer?
You guys have talked about it, but I never got around to it.
Yeah, you should see it. It's really, really good. It's about how they made the Godfather and how it was the Italians fought it so hard because they thought it would be, it would put a horrible light. And they thought Mario Puzo's book was just terrible for Italians because it was what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, it put Italians in a terrible light, that they were just criminals and whatnot. But it actually romanticized it, and it made for I don't know why. Just like you watched oh my God, the Russian spies who came over and
The Americans.
You watched that. I was rooting for the Russians in that one.
Well, there's some Kerry Russell stuff there that
Russell.
I understand. I understand rooting for Kerry Russell. Yes, I was rooting. Yeah, because the FBI guy was such a nothing, a square. I don't want to root for the FBI neighbor. Who's looking for that? I got Kerry Russell to root for or the FBI neighbor. Nah, I know who I'm rooting for. Like if you put a different person in that role, I may root for the American to take her out. But I get it.
That's true.
Yeah, and
we're always rooting for the good-looking people.
Yeah, what are we talking about? Of course, you put Kerry Russell, make her a Russian spy. Yeah, I'm going to root for her. I got lizard brain over here. Of course, I'm going to root for her. It's an easy cheat code to do that. I think The Godfather is interesting that you bring it up because, like Scorsese, he didn't direct that, but he will make mob movies, and his point is always, this isn't a good life. That's all, and he won't looking for a word, whatever. He'll emphasize the drug culture in a movie and talk about show how destructive it is. And the point's always missed by people. They're like, you know what? That looks cool.
That is cool.
And he's like, no. I'm trying to show you how destructive all this is. And yet it remains. Sorry, the mafia's cool. Despite your best efforts to make us think it's not.
Yeah. Well, it did The Godfather absolutely romanticized it. It made him human, actually.
Yeah, you had these great actors putting on these great performances. It changes. They go from the monsters that obviously they kind of are, to what we see when De Niro's out there doing his thing and others. Yeah, you got Pacino. Of course,
Well,
it's gonna flip how people think.
One of the first scenes is, in The Godfather, the very first scene was the guy whose daughter got beat up and raped by a couple of guys, and he wanted the Don to give him justice, and he said he wanted to kill him. He said, "No, that's not fair. Your daughter wasn't killed; she's still alive. All right, we just don't kill people," and that's a little off, just a little off.
Yeah, I mean,
they do just kill people.
Yeah, you do kill people, but this one wasn't self-serving for you, so you didn't kill him.
Right.
But when you need to, you'll do it.
Oh, you'll do it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They killed Paulie right away because Paulie sold out and wasn't there when the Godfather got shot.
Yeah. I know Paulie didn't commit a sexual assault, but Paulie still had to die.
Paulie had to go.
Yeah.
You got to go, Paulie.
Yeah,
sorry.
Beat
it.
Yeah, but I guess they
strangled him while Clemenza's taking a piss.
Well, in some ways they made him seem very honorable, and then other ways you have that. So,
right.
But hey, can't knock the Godfather and his impact. You're right. Just it's crazy that's part of the lore of how in some ways Italians are viewed, but it's true.
And then they're in the kitchen cooking, and
yeah, even in Goodfellas, they're making the sauce in jail. They're cutting the garlic really thin. Everyone's like, yeah, they're doing
it's
that.
Italian.
They're
look
doing
at what you do in prison. You cook.
Yeah, you're in prison. You know that, right? Yeah, but look, it looks great. They got their own space. They can do whatever they want.
We're slicing the garlic real thin with a razor blade.
Yeah, and then at the very end, Ray Liotta's a mess. But hey, we don't think about that very much. Yeah.
But that was Ray. Well, he wasn't Italian though. That's why he was a mess.
Okay, an Italian. Italians are born into it, or what you're saying. You adapt if you have to.
That's right. But he wasn't a rat until he was.
Henry
Hill. He did his time at the beginning. Oh, you didn't tell anybody. What a great kid. And then you ratted on everybody. Okay. Thanks, Ray.
Oh, Henry Hill, not Ray.
Right. Well, rest in peace.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, both of them, I think, right?
Yeah, Henry Hill. Is he dead too?
I think Henry Hill just died recently.
Okay.
All right. That was the John Chill segment.
Yeah, we were.
So bet on that. All right. Bet on that right here on ESPN.
You know what's a good bet? Watching The Godfather.
It is a good bet.
You're going to win.
If you haven't seen The Godfather, and there's probably a bunch of you out there who haven't seen The Godfather.
Our very special friend, at least yours, Raheel, doesn't like The Godfather. He thinks it's
Raheel's stupid.
He thinks it's boring.
He's a phony. Okay. I never trust Raheel for something to watch. That's never going to happen. Okay, ever. Because see now he absolutely has no taste whatsoever. After you just said that, who has taste? I'm telling you right here and now. If you've never been to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, it is the hotel and casino are Vegas style and Vegas quality. Here's something that you got to do. Do something different for your fantasy draft this year. Doing this year's draft at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We're going to do it, okay? Starting in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today, we're going to be giving away spots in our fantasy draft where we're going to send people. We're going to all come together, 12 of us, and we're going to have a fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget. There are several now. If you're not in our fantasy league, okay, but there are several different packages available for your draft: buckets of beer, pizzas, wings, food credits, and more. Plus, you'll get to display your fantasy draft on the big screen at the Golden Nugget. Go to the website to see the fantasy draft packages, goldennugget.com/Lake Charles. Book yours today. Get there because there are going to be other fantasy drafts there, and you want to have prime position. You want to be there. Maybe you do it the weekend before. And, oh, by the way, college football is going to be playing that weekend. You're going to be at the Golden Nugget, at the DraftKings Sportsbook, doing your fantasy draft with college football on. I don't know that it gets any better. If you can't do it during the week because everybody's got to work, that's fine. Do it the weekend before the NFL season starts, okay? And get there to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, watch your college football, and do your draft. It doesn't get any better. You're looking for the best way to do a fantasy draft? Golden Nugget, goldennugget.com/Lake Charles.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. This article here says, and we've been talking a lot, I like talking college football. College football season is almost here. I can't wait. And how about that college football thing the weekend before the NFL? That's not week 0, right? That's week 1. Isn't there a 0 and then 1 is the week before the NFL season, right?
Yeah.
Right. What do you think of the Big 12 quarterbacks? Sam Leavitt, pro or no pro?
Watching him play last year against Texas, and that's the most extensive amount of time I got to watch him play. Look, I think he's a pro. We start talking about what he could be on the pro level is different, but I think that guy's a pro. He's a draftable prospect.
Connor Wegman going to be any good?
I've never been on Connor Wegman. I was out on Connor Wegman when I saw him in the spring game. His first spring game I was out on. Sorry, AJ. He's now a Coug. But I didn't see it. I didn't see the there it is.
AJ, go get him, AJ.
I just didn't see it. I didn't see the hype from the 5-star Texas prospect going to A&M. I didn't get it at the time, and he lost his job to Marcel Reed. I hope he does well. I hope he does well for the Cougs. I don't know that he's a pro right now. That has to be shown.
Rocco Becht.
He's a small dude, but he's tough, and I just don't know if he has the measurables to be a pro. But he's a good college quarterback, and maybe that's just all he is. Is he Anthony Beck's kid? Is that who?
Yeah, that's what you get though when you're an offensive tackle and you marry a hottie.
you get a 6'1", 210-pound quarterback. So the size isn't so detrimental. He's a good player. That's a guy who, if he does get drafted, he's a late round guy. But he's productive and he's got a lot of time. He's going into his junior year this year.
Yeah, he's up and down,
but
he's a little too. For those of you who don't know, he's the Iowa State quarterback. He's a little inconsistent for my taste.
Yeah,
who's been disappointing for me is Jalen Daniels. First of all, he can't stay on the field.
Yeah,
and
is that due to just play style? Because he's always part of the run game and stuff.
Yeah.
He's always going to get banged up a little bit.
But he was so good when he came. I thought, oh my! When he came here and played, he was awesome. Awesome. He played probably his best game against the Cougs, and then you don't hear from him again. I mean, it's just been. I thought he was going to be a Heisman candidate, and he just has never ever. Maybe this is the year. Avery Johnson from Kansas State. He's the long-haired kid. He's a hair guy.
Yeah,
not crazy about hair guys.
It'll be flowing out the back of his helmet. You'll see him. He's got some of the measurable. He's a pretty fast dude. He's athletic at the quarterback position. He's another one of those guys where there's some inconsistency there, and that's just being a young quarterback. He's not a true sophomore because he played in 2023, but he became the full-time starter last year. And for a first-time full-time starter, he was fine. That's a guy who the problem is that's a guy who, if he hangs around for his junior season, is a guy that Kansas State's going to have to pay a lot to hang on to. He feels like one of those types. Maybe I'm just doing the Kyle McCord thing, or not Kyle McCord thing, but who's the guy who left K-State to go to Ohio State to replace McCord? Now,
for the Steelers.
I'm losing his name, but he feels like
Will
Howard. He feels like one of those guys who's going to be pretty good at K-State, and it's going to be one of the best guys on the market, and they're going to have to pony up if they want to hang on to him. I see. I have that vision, John, where if some big time program is looking for a quarterback, Avery Johnson's going to be at the top of the list because he's big, he can run, and he's a real dual threat.
We don't know anything about Noah Fifita because he plays at Arizona, and they're impossible to watch. Remember, no one's ever.
They were disappointing last year. They had him. They had Ted McMillan. that was supposed to be a pretty good team last year. They lost their coach the year before. Well, before that last season, because Jed Fish went up to Washington to replace Kalen DeBoer. So there were some issues there. He disappointed last year, and he's small for a pro. If we're talking about that.
Yep. He did throw 44 touchdowns to 18 interceptions. Over the last couple of years.
Yeah, so. It was 25 and 6 and 23, and that's where people were hyped, and then it dropped to 18 and 12.
Yep. And then Baron Morton from Tech, who he's not bad. I mean, 49 touchdowns, 22 interceptions so far. He started 33 games. So, I mean, he's got some experience. We'll see. Who do you like in the Big 12?
I haven't dug deep into that. I always keep in mind K-State. Iowa State's tough because they lost their top two guys at receiver. They're both Texans now. I would consider Colorado a little bit, but they have a 5-star freshman. That's the problem. He's only a freshman. I think Julian Lewis is his name. So I'm probably going to lean. I might stay with Iowa State, honestly. Iowa State and K-State are my teams. I would have thought about BYU, but the rest left thing, that's going to take them out of the mix for me. So I'll stick with the two at this point mainstays in the Big 12 with Iowa State and Oklahoma State. I'll probably lean Iowa. I'm not Iowa State, Kansas State. I'll probably lean Iowa State.
I think it's Arizona State and maybe.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I forgot. That's my problem. I keep forgetting Arizona State's a Big 12 school.
Yeah.
That's my. Yeah. I'm gonna. Yeah, you're right. Now that I remember that, I'm gonna go with Arizona State actually.
Yeah, Arizona, and watch out, Sawyer Robertson at Baylor. Watch out. He's got some experience, so you know what, Baylor might be a problem for people this year.
You know the Big
12. Cougs though. AJ, what about the Cougs?
Yeah, what about Connor Wegman and the Cougs?
For U of H, I'm looking forward to 2026 when Henderson comes.
There it is. It's always the next guy. Yeah, the 5-star, eventually freshman.
Hopefully he stays too. But yeah,
he is seemed to be very committed, and that's great. Now we'll see if the heat turns up when it's time as we get later into the year. He's got to make it to December, right? Just make it to December. Yeah. Make sure he signs, and then of course you got to pay him over and over again to keep him in the following 3 years. Hopefully, if he's good enough to go pro in 3 years. But hey, that's the future for the Cougs right now. Henderson, you have your bridge with Wegman. Maybe Wegman's good enough to start for 2 years, but they're looking forward to Henderson, who's done everything he can, at least so far, to say, yeah, I know I'm at Houston, not a big-time program, but that's where I want to be.
ESPN graded every team's offseason. Seth Walder did. Where do you think your Texans fit in? We'll do that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now I'm talking about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. 281-488-6238. That number you have to have in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. And I still get texts or tweets from people. Hey, what's that? What's the plumbing company? Don't be that guy. Be the guy that has it ready when your family needs you, because sometimes it's an emergency. We've had them. We've had an emergency at our house. It's like, man, and they were, man, you want to talk about so good, getting there, diagnosing the problem, fixing it right away. And then, then they recommended a company, a restoration company, which I loved. And they were great. Daniel and his peeps were great. They were unbelievable. So if you've got a problem, you've got to have a plumber right away, because especially if God forbid, your toilets are backed up, or now all of a sudden there's no water getting to your house, some pipe is leaking and it's causing, problems with your floors, and the worst. And Billy makes it easy. Billy makes it so that you are going to have, it's not going to be as big a problem. Billy's going to fix it. You're looking for the best way to, if you have any kind of plumbing issue, aqueductplumbingcompany.com, 281-488-6238.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
It's John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zerline.
So the boss was just here, Del. Okay.
Your wife?
And yeah, my wife. She's like, why is the bed in the background of this shot? Turn it over here. Now you guys tell me, is that a better shot right there?
Well, I don't have the stream up.
Oh, you don't have
AJ,
it.
is it a better shot?
It looks solid. My mom would do the same thing. She'd be like, "Why is your bed in the thing?" when I record YouTube videos. So I understand it.
AJ says, yeah, it looks better. All right. Wait, now she's going to move she's going to turn the light on. Okay. The boss is here. Thanks, Mom. All right. Love you. Love you, moms. All right. So a couple of things.
Yeah, having a TV in the background looks like you're a real professional.
That does look professional, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A couple of things. We'll start with the Texans as far as their offseason. The best offseason, according to Seth Walder, is the Rams. They got an A for their offseason. They retained Matthew Stafford. They made the draft day trade with Atlanta. They had a nice draft again. They did
Devontae Adams.
Apparently. San Francisco, A-. Now, he thinks, the biggest move was Brock Purdy signing to an extension. I'm not sure it's a great move. We'll see, because Brock was there. Even when Brock was there, if they don't have guys and those guys aren't performing great, then Brock is not a guy who just wins. No, he needs a lot of help.
So what does the team do? Like, we have a thought about what Brock Purdy is. They clearly have a different view of him. How can a team, let's say they're like you and they go, you know what? Brock Purdy is lifted up by everyone around him. What do? Do you just try to find the next Purdy? How can you not pay him? This is the thing that NFL teams
that's the problem
have to deal with all the time. What do you just say? You know what? Yeah, we can pull another one of these out of our backside, and we don't need to pay Brock. He's not good enough. We will go into the year not having an answer or having a lame duck quarterback. You just are forced to pay him, right?
Yeah.
What do you do?
You gotta. Well, you're got a gun to the head. That's all.
Because it's so hard to identify good ones. Even to find even the next Brock Purdy is difficult. To find a guy that is propped up, if you want to put it that way, by the talent around him, it's hard to find those guys.
Yeah,
that can be still operate an NFL team at high efficiency. So he gets paid a lot of money. I'm with you. I'm not sure that was the best decision. I just think it was the only decision.
Yeah, that's all you can do. The Cardinals got an A-. They signed Josh Sweat and extended Trey McBride. Broncos signed DJ Jones. Baltimore signing Ronnie Stanley and Woozy. Titans got a B+ for drafting Cam Ward. Buffalo got a B+. The Texans got a B+. I'm a little surprised that the Texans got a B+ because of the offensive line problems. Well, we say problems. When
Nick's not concerned.
They're not a concern. It's not a concern. He said the biggest move was trading away Laramie Tunsil. Move that he liked was moving from 25 to 34 in the draft. Move he disliked was trading for Ed Ingram. I'm not sure anybody likes that a lot. Obviously, the offensive line is still a problem. A solid low-key move was signing Darrell Taylor for 1 year, $4.75. He has put up almost average pass rush win rates for an edge Russell the past couple of seasons. Solid rotational player behind Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter. We'll see. That possibly is a low-key good move, but they've been great on the edge. They've gotten a lot of production out of a lot of people on the edge.
Yeah, on this same site, ESPN had Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter as two guys in the top 10 of defensive ends.
Yeah.
They have done a good job beyond their top two guys of adding depth. You know, they tried with Danico Autry, and if he had his issues with getting suspended, but yeah, defensive line, particularly defensive end, is something going to be very important to this defense as long as D'Amico's here. So they're going to add depth and obviously top of the line talent. So when he's talking about the offensive line, he said he liked the Brown and Robinson signings. That'd be Trent Brown and Cam Robinson. And it's more about the value of the player. And because he talks about Robinson, he's long thought he was overrated, which is great for the Texans, for the guy one of their better moves to sign a guy who he thinks is overrated. But because of the deal, 1 year, $12 million, he says it raised the floor at tackle. I don't. Sure. That doesn't make me feel good. That he raised the floor. Well, the guy he replaced was really good, but a problem apparently, despite the Texans players saying no. I don't like a floor raiser. I want a ceiling raiser too. When my quarterback is the most important player on the team, can I get a guy who's more than at least he's not awful, even though the numbers would tell you he was awful last year. I like good. Can I get good?
Yeah.
Can I get good at that spot? Not floor raiser.
Listen, there's a chance that the offensive line is going. Well, I think it'll be better because it's hard to be worse than they were last year. I think there could be more cohesive now with new coaching and the new play caller. I think that it could be a lot more cohesive. But Cam Robinson on an island at left tackle,
he's still going to have to. Problem. He's still going to. Yes, you can do it through the power of friendship and have all those guys be cohesive. But there are going to be times when Cam Robinson is facing a premier pass rusher by himself. Yeah. And can he get the job done? And can Blake Fisher, when he is on an island sometimes, because you know what? you know what defensive coaches will do? They will scheme up ways to get your worst or your most let's just say worst. Get your worst offensive lineman against a one-on-one against one of their better guys. So as much as Nick Caley and Popovich can put things together to protect their offensive line, there are going to be times on 3rd and 7 when you can't protect them and they just got to go win. And can the second-year player and Cam Robinson coming off his worst, at least graded season, win enough?
Well, I don't think either of those guys are doing their job. If you've got somebody lined up out there and he beats Cam Robinson and you don't chip him or you don't leave the running back in to help, you don't have your tight end, at least, you don't double team or whatever the case may be, that is coaching malpractice. Because if Cam Robinson is out there on an island and CJ gets waylaid by a guy on his blind side, and you don't do anything about it, and you just leave Cam Robinson out there one-on-one, then you're not doing your job.
So I agree with what you're saying. But the issue is, how many guys can you leave one-on-one right now and go do your job? Is Titus Howard a guy? He would have to be, right? You would have to hope that even at guard, the guard position he has never played before, he doesn't need as much help as the guys isolated on the outside. Do they have enough players who can hold up where you can do that? Or will it simply be about Nick Caley scheming up things where you don't put them in situations where they have to hold up for very long, where the ball is out of CJ's hands so quickly that pass rush simply is negated because of how your system operates? Because who is solid enough that you believe right now, I can leave that guy one-on-one and go help someone else? Is it Titus Howard?
Well, Titus is inside, so that's going to be a little bit harder. I guess you could, the running back can stay inside and make sure nobody comes up the middle. No, I trust of all the I'll tell you what, I trust Blake Fisher more than I trust Cam Robinson. I probably trust Titus more than the most trustworthy guy would be Titus.
Maybe Laken Tomlinson. He wasn't great,
maybe,
but at least
Jake Andrews.
Well, you said it in a way that suggests you don't trust him. Maybe Jake Andrews.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. It's just not there's levels of trustworthiness. I'm not leaving any of them to babysit my kids. None of them. Okay.
Well,
not happening.
I'm more concerned whether they can protect the most important kid in the franchise.
There is that, and can they protect that kid? I don't know.
Yeah, your kids are all grown. Who cares? They don't need babysitters.
You mentioned so ESPN has put out. Well, they asked front office people and coaches who are the best at each position, and you mentioned the edge rushers. Myles Garrett was number 1, TJ Watt, Micah Parsons 3, Max Crosby, Nick Bosa, Trey Hendrickson, Aiden Hutchinson, and then Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter were 8 and 9 on the list. Texans got 2. Nobody else has 2. The Texans have 2 of the best in the business. And that's a pretty good position now. When those 2 are 8 and 9, Jared Verse is 10. There's Brian Burns, Nick Benito, Jonathan Grenard, George Karlaftis. That's a pretty damn good. We got some players at the edge now.
I noticed Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter in the top 10, but I was more concerned with the fact that the Texans are going to face 3 of the other top 10 guys this year: Bosa, Verse, and Crosby. I was like, oh, that ain't great. I'm not looking for that.
No, I
don't like Verse in week 1, to be clear. That's bothersome that you get to see him in week 1 along with the rest of that Rams defensive line, when the Texans are probably still going to be figuring some things out about what's best and how they're going to protect CJ. To have that young defensive line in week 1. You're right.
Well,
you know what? I think the NFL's out to get them.
Well, and it's not only that, but interior defensive line as well. They're going to be facing Chris Jones.
Jeffrey Simmons twice.
Jeffrey Simmons twice. They're going to have Matabuike, DeForest Buckner, and they're all amongst the best in the business.
Oh, by the way, it's not just Jeffrey Simmons. Who's the Tavondre Sweat also is on that Titans defensive front.
Yep. Kobe Turner.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to face Zach Allen. They're going to have the interior is going to have its hands full.
Cole
too.
Popovich. You
Cole.
got a first early. You got a
Cole.
tough first year. Got to figure some things out.
Yeah. And then it's safety. They didn't have anyone in the top 10. The C.J. Gardner-Johnson and honorable mention, and so did Kalen Bullock. How about that Jalen Petrie wasn't even mentioned?
Well,
I guess because of the injury.
Yeah. I mean, what do we know of Jalen Petrie? He had a nice rookie year.
Yep.
Second year wasn't great. You point out quite a bit the lack of tackling. And then last year he was hurt. So he's probably a name on the back burner until he proves that he can live up to what he showed in year one.
Yeah. I and plus I think he's got he had too many missed tackles his rookie year and second year. I think he's really good. Don't get me wrong. I like me some Jalen. You think I hate all Jalen?
No, Lance does. I don't think you hate all Jalen's. I know you do.
Oh, Lance thinks I hate him?
Yeah. The evidence suggests you do without even
really?
guessing.
Jalen Higgins?
Well, just wait.
No.
Isn't it Jaden Higgins? Is it Jalen Higgins?
You're disrespecting Jalen Higgins. Okay.
Just wait. All you got to do is wait for him to drop a pass, and that'll flip.
And then I'm gonna get all over him.
And by the way, it's Jaden Higgins. I thought
Same
so.
thing.
It's not even Jalen. See, you disrespectful. It's not even Jalen. It's Jaden. You might like
that's
him.
Right. He's a Jaden.
We
do have 3 Jalens.
That's true. We have plenty of Jalens on the team.
We got a lot of Jalens. Don't forget.
Yeah.
We got a Jalen Smith. We got a Jalen Reed. We got a Jalen Petrie. We got Jalen. We're all Jalen.
So all the Jalens are on defense?
All the Jalens are in. Oh, no. Jalen.
There's another one. The wide receiver.
Jalen Noel.
Yeah, there's another one. Jalen Noel.
Yeah. If he drops a pass, watch it. Oh, I'm going to get in his kitchen.
Oh, I know. It's your slowly I turn. You see a Jalen, then it's time.
For whatever reason. You're the one that hated Jalen Green.
You keep saying I hated Jalen Green. All I did was point out that the love being thrown his way felt a little overblown. And
really?
What the Rockets said? You know what, Dell? You're right. He should go because
basically traded heads up for Kevin Durant, a Hall of Famer, one of the great players in the history of the game.
Basically, when they gave up a starting small forward and a lottery pick, you think it was a straight up trade? Is that what you think?
Basically,
they gave up another starter and a lottery pick. It wasn't basically.
Yeah.
Look,
basically,
I don't want to rip Jalen Green. And in fact, I don't think I ripped him before. I just thought I was honest in my assessment. I hope he goes on to play really well with Phoenix. Why would I root against him? I just think it's funny that the Rockets are like, you know what? The Warriors did everything they could to take him out. So we really shouldn't be so critical of Jalen Green. And then they trade him.
AJ, did we miss anything today?
I don't think so.
You think we got everything?
AJ try and give you ideas. He's like, I got 15 minutes before I go home and play CFB 26. He ain't got time to give you any ideas.
Well, I never heard what does AJ think of Italians? I never heard that.
I love everyone.
I
love Italian food, and I love Italian food and pasta. So
yeah, we attribute our love for Italians to the food they make.
That's it.
That's right. AJ.
That's why we're not as crazy about the Germans, right, AJ? German food.
You don't like strudel?
No.
I won't comment on that.
No one likes strudel. You don't like Lance that much because of the food there.
No, I don't blame the Germans for Lance. I'm not saying he's a credit to the German people because he's not a credit to anyone, but I don't blame that on them. I don't blame him on them. Sauerkraut. I mean, there's not a lot. I mean, they make a good pretzel, right? Don't they make a pretzel?
Sorry, Germany. Your food sucks.
I mean, I'm sure there's some good stuff there. It just hasn't broke through in America like Italian food has.
First time I ever had, it was a while ago. It was when I was in school in Europe. The first time I ever had an egg on a burger was in Germany.
That's good, though.
I was like, oh, they invented something tremendous here.
That's good. I love an egg on a burger.
Yeah.
I'm
I
not.
was like, this is incredible.
When a restaurant
you
does that,
Germans, all that killing you did was terrible.
well,
but
let's
now
not pretend like
you're
the
making
Italians.
up for it.
Let's not pretend like the Italians didn't do plenty of killing. All right.
No, listen. World's shortest book, Italian war heroes. Okay, we weren't very good at that whole war thing.
I mean, that's why you did join up on a pretty good team.
Okay,
the Axis powers. You guys did join up at some point, though.
Yeah,
maybe you weren't.
We kind of.
Maybe
then they attacked us. They took over northern Italy. We were like, what?
Well, that's because you never
turned on us.
Oh, that's your fault for trusting.
That's right.
But at one point, you guys joined a team that at one point had a big lead until you got the Americans involved, and then it was over for you guys.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then we brought in the backups. The backups turned out to be better than the starters.
Well, it happens. Sometimes. It's
Tom Brady.
Yeah, it's the fans' dream when their starting quarterback sucks for the backup to be better.
Yep.
AJ, you were right to stay out of this conversation, by the way. Just to be clear,
AJ,
you were right.
I'd like an honest opinion. What do you think of Italians?
I'm sure he's fine with them.
Yeah, I'm fine with him.
He hasn't seen that scene from The Godfather that might turn his opinion, but I'm sure he's fine with them.
You always refer to that scene
because I'll never forget it. I don't. Yeah, Sonny getting shot on the causeway, whatever. But that scene when they were talking about who they're going to sell drugs to.
Hey, do something different with your fantasy draft this year. Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I just talked about it a little while ago, and I want to make sure for those of you that are just joining us, okay, the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget. You are in. You're driving in your car right now. You're in a fantasy draft. You're in a fantasy league. How great would it be the weekend before the NFL season? You get all your guys, your 12 guys. You all go to the DraftKings Sportsbook. They've got packages available, buckets of beer, pizzas, wings, food, credit. They got everything available. Go to goldennugget.com/Lake Charles and see the different fantasy draft packages. You do it in the DraftKings Sportsbook. Well, on the big screen, your stuff is all up there. It looks great. It's unbelievable. You do your draft. You watch college football that weekend. You got the DraftKings Sportsbook right there where you're betting on the college football games. You got the casino right there. Beautiful hotel. You got the swimming pool. You could do your fantasy draft out at the pool, too, in one of the cabanas. You could do that. So, I mean, I don't know that there's a better way to do your fantasy draft. Go to the website and see the package that's right for you and your peep. Get your peeps together. Get to the Golden Nugget the weekend before, okay? Or if you can do it during the week, that's even better. That's going to be so much better. But you watch college football while are you kidding me? At the DraftKings Sportsbook? GoldenNugget.com/Lake Charles. GoldenNugget.com/Lake Charles.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. Stocks are slightly lower as the NASDAQ hits a new record high. Dow Industrials down by 8, the NASDAQ down by 43, the S&P 500 down by 6. Tesla CEO Elon Musk said the company will expand its robo-taxi service to the San Francisco Bay Area within a month or two, depending on regulatory approvals. Tesla last month rolled out a test of the long-promised service in a limited area of Austin, Texas, with about a dozen vehicles, a select group of passengers, and many restrictions. Australia's competition watchdog said it will not oppose any potential bid from French dairy giant Lactalis to buy New Zealand-based Fronterra Cooperative Group's consumer dairy ingredients and food services business. Japan's Fast Retailing, owner of the Uniqlo clothing brand, has kept its full-year forecast as it expects early shipments of its products to the North American market to limit the impact of higher U.S. tariffs. Now, stocks are mixed. That's Your Money Now.
So we've got them here. Actually, we do a medieval knight in England in front of an historic castle. A medieval knight reenactment. Didn't work out so well. Apparently, the fakeness wasn't fake. Dude got stabbed in the face. Okay, and it pierced his helmet. He was in full body armor, but apparently the sword the other guy was using was more than his body armor could take. And in front of all those kids, he got stabbed. I mean, that's terrible. That is just awful.
You're laughing like it's not terrible.
Well, I know.
You got a hint of joy in your voice talking about this story.
It's kind of funny. I mean, I'm not. I don't. Do you go? Ever go? Have you ever been?
No, I didn't. There was something, I forgot what it was called. Medieval Times was a big commercial I saw in California all the time.
Yeah.
I was never interested in watching dudes pretending to be on horses and fight other dudes and apparently less than protective metal. Now I'm out.
Game of Thrones. I don't need it.
I can watch a TV show. I don't need to see it done worse live and in person.
I'm sure AJ goes every year.
He doesn't seem like the type. He doesn't seem like a Renfest guy.
It seems like
I heard this stuff though.
Yeah, we're not.
You've heard.
I don't know if you know this, John. Our people, unlike the Italians, maybe we're not Renfest people. Our people.
I could see that. I can see that. Yeah, it's a white thing. I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure.
Apparently, souvenir hunters there's a road sign in England. There's a road that's called Daddy Hole Road.
Nope.
Yep.
Out on that.
They had to replace the sign twice.
Of course, people are stealing that sign. Of course.
And they think they know what type of people are stealing the sign.
What type, John? Do we know? Did they give an answer?
Well, they said they think it might be there might be something gay involved.
Something
Daddy
gay.
Hole Road. Do you want a sign?
The answer is no.
In your bedroom?
No.
You know how people put street signs in their bedrooms?
I know people steal signs they think are cool. I'm not surprised Daddy Hole got stolen.
Do you want that in your living room? Daddy Hole Road?
No, you have to explain it. No, I just think it's funny. Oh, do you now? You just think it's funny, huh?
Yeah.
Is that what you call something?
If you walked into a buddy's house,
don't have that buddy
anymore. There was a big sign that said Daddy Hole Road. What would you? What?
Hey,
are you,
John? Much like Renfest.
How do you feel about that,
John? Much like Renfest, Daddy Hole seems like it's for a certain type of person.
Yeah,
and I'm not that type.
It's just not your thing. I think.
I don't look. It's hard to be. I'm a person who doesn't like a lot of friends. If you put up a sign that says Daddy Hole in your living room, while I might chuckle, it would also make me question, why am I friends with this person? Like, if you want to have that as something you put in your...
You could be friends with a gay person.
No, it's
fine.
not. I wasn't talking about gay. I'm just talking about, it wasn't me referencing gay. It's someone who wants to put that sign in their house.
Right.
No, I don't even ascribe to the fact that it's just a gay person. I think someone would just think it's funny to have Daddy Hole in there as a sign.
I don't know. I think it's like a neon sign that says,
I don't
know.
I don't know. Have you?
I know. I don't want Daddy Hole Road.
I think there are some people who think that would just be funny as hell just to have it. And those people I don't want to hang out with.
That's just not your thing.
Like, if you put that in like your garage, okay, whatever. It's something that's funny. If that's put up in your living room, me and you are probably not the same type of people. And it ain't got nothing to do with them being gay. It's about, me and you, we don't think the same. I'm out.
I don't think my wife, even if I wanted a Daddy Hole Road sign, I don't think it fits our decor.
No. Whose decor does it fit in the living room? Some 24-year-old guy just out of college, maybe?
Yeah.
Or a guy in a sorority? Or, a fraternity? Yeah, I think so. It fit their decor.
I don't know. Fraternity, I'm not sure. Because I don't know that that's quite fraternity.
I will say this: I'd rather have someone with a Daddy Hole sign up in their home than a Saturdays are for the boys flag. If you've seen those, and those are fraternity guys who do that. I would respect you more if you put up the Daddy Hole Road sign.
Yeah. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes today. AJ, are you done?
Yeah, he's done.
Great job. Great for being a great researcher as well.
I researched that, not him.
Well, I'm giving AJ credit for it. Stop trying to take.
Stop giving credit to someone who
doesn't deserve it. AJ deserves all the credit for the show.
I agree with that, but not for the research. I did that. Yeah. Oh, John, we may be in line for a giant upset.
Ooh,
Anisimova up in the third set, trying to get the 5-2. Is that what I see?
What?
We may have an American in the Wimbledon final.
Beat it, Russian.
Well, she's
too Russian.
There's two Russians, kind of.
Kind of. Well, we like the American Russian better.
Yeah, like Kerry Russell. Yeah.
Russian American. Yeah, I like Kerry Russell.
I know you do.
Yeah.
Just like me.
She's a little skinny for my taste, but she's still good.
Still Kerry Russell.
I was still rooting for her.
I was too. Doing all that stuff she was doing.
Yeah, she was doing a lot of stuff. I like that about her. Time to go. Hope you enjoyed the show. Lance will be back tomorrow. We will talk to you then. Everybody have a great day.
So here's the thing where I pretend like I haven't just been on the air for 3 hours. helping to host the show. And then you got to work in your mind. What have I talked about? What haven't I talked about? What feels like a repeat? And should I repeat it? Just the nature of filling in for Lance. Lance will be back tomorrow. I'm not even sure where he is. I don't care to ask. I just know he wasn't here today. He'll be back tomorrow with John. And, John next week, I think, is going to be back in studio because we got a couple events, including going out to Texas Card House, and we got East River 9 next week as well. So we're going to be out and about. Normally, it's for the noon to 6 guys, but next week, the morning shifts will be out and about. So Lance and John will be back together again, sitting face to face, arguing over NIL and whether the Astros are great or a surprise and whether they should have traded Fromber a year ago. We'll be back to normal. Fromber wasn't on the mound last night. Hunter Brown was on the mound 2 nights ago. It wasn't Hunter Brown last night, and it wasn't Jake Myers playing. At least that's how it turned out. He was supposed to be back. He was in the lineup, jogged out to center field, did a couple things to stay warm, and then he was done for. And immediately a lot of people like, Achilles, because he had the calf injury. It appears that it's not an Achilles. He was distraught. He could not even make it back to the dugout. He had to go through the outfield exit and get on a cart and ride away. He had his head in his hands. But as of right now, it just seems like a calf injury that has now been exacerbated because the Astros still cannot figure out their return to play policy in any way that is reasonable and is good for the player. So it's happened again. A player comes back too early, and this time Jake Myers was in full uniform and appeared ready to go, and then he doesn't even make it to first pitch. So Jake Myers out for now who knows how long. The questions about why he needed to be back before the All-Star break are warranted. I don't know why. There was a push to have Jeremy Pena come back. At least Espada answered questions like Jeremy Pena could come back before the All-Star break. That seems unlikely and really even foolish to consider now when you look at what happened to Jake Myers. Thankfully, Jordan is not going to be rushed back because he's not in the spot to be rushed back. I say that now. The rush back could be, hey, he's back in middle of July when he shouldn't be. So I shouldn't jump out on that limb and say he's not going to be rushed back. It is the Astros. The thing that jumped out to me regarding the Jake Myers injury and how it came to be was the fact that the Astros at one point did want to investigate their return of play policy. James Click did want to do that. I believe Adam Spillane tweeted this out, that before James Click was fired, he wanted to look into the Astros and the way they handled things like this. He was fired, and then no investigation occurred. I'm not tying them in together. I'm not saying they didn't want James Click digging up their dirty, dark secrets.
What are they hiding?
I'm not saying that's why he got fired. It could have been certainly for something else. But what could have been, if beyond the fact of James Click making good decisions and, building that great bullpen, what could have been if he actually got to investigate the return to play stuff that the Astros were involved in? How could that have turned out in a better way? We will never know because he got fired. So now Jake Myers is suffering through it. He goes on a long list of guys, whether it be JP France, who we still haven't seen since they rushed him back, Jordan,
Luis Garcia.
I mean, over and over again, these guys. Christian Javier had a neck issue. He comes back, and it turns out it's Tommy John, excuse me. Why did I pluralize that? Either way, there seems some mistakes have been made. A real investigation should have occurred, and we are not reaping the benefits of that investigation. We're suffering the consequences of it not ever getting done. Shout out to the Astros training staff for another one of these things happening. At this point, it's been long since been embarrassing. Now you're certainly really running out of guys. Jake Myers, for all the things in the world Jake Myers could be as an Astro, the savior to a lineup was not one of the things I was considering. But he was a welcome addition back until he wasn't. And now look at us. A lot more short, Trammell, Corona.
Yeah, Corona. Love Corona.
I'm not a drinker, so. Oh, are you talking about the player?
Oh.
Which one are you talking about?
I thought we were drowning our sorrows.
Oh,
sorry.
There's not an Astro named Michelob. I don't know. That we could have got that joke.
Yeah,
off,
we're
but
calling up Tim Heineken after this.
Who knows who's down there in Sugarland? The Astros are at a point where they're running out of guys to take from Sugarland.
Yeah, Sugarland's like, we need some of these guys.
I mean, Keith called in and was mentioning how come they don't go after veterans who are free agents, because that's what he does. This time was, hey, what's JD Martinez up to? Apparently the Rangers offered him a deal. At least that was a rumor. He certainly did not accept that yet. So are we getting to the point where we are pulling not just guys who aren't playing right now, but guys who are former Astros who aren't playing right now? I mean, they've already brought back Neris and Taylor Scott. Now
Singleton is in
AAA. He's down there bat flipping with the Space Cowboys.
Again, the Space Cowboys are like, we need those guys. We need to field a team out there.
How many more guys are we away from John Singleton being back? Now the guys who have been banged up aren't first basemen. We're probably one first base injury away from John Singleton being back.
Christian Walker, I don't even
tweaking
want to say.
an ankle,
I don't even want to say anything.
Yeah, don't. You put it out there. It's too late now. But we're one of those away from John Singleton being back after he was dismissed. But hey, I'm glad John Singleton's around. It does lead to tweets from his wife that I enjoy, because she obviously she is showcasing that her guy still got it. And yeah, a Singleton bat flip here and now and again on my timeline. I love it. I prefer that Christian Walker doesn't need to miss any time. Yeah. I prefer that.
Can we get a Christian Walker bat flip?
Well, he'd have.
Or is he too classy?
Is he?
Or does he not hit enough home runs?
I think Christian Walker needs to start hitting home runs at a higher rate, and then maybe we'll get a bat flip from him. Although he has been hitting better, which was a good thing to see, because the lineup needs it. And right now, there's not a lot of guys you can count on. We went through it. The 6 through 9 was an abomination for a major league lineup against the Guardians. And John and I were talking about this. He said it was more surprising that they got that they went 9 out of 10 against the best in the NL than getting swept by the Guardians. And I cannot disagree more. Look, if I posed the question before this happened, before they go 9 out of 10, before they take care of the Cubs and the Phillies and the Dodgers, and then the Guardian series came up, if I said when 9 out of 10 against the best in the NL or getting swept by the Guardians right afterwards, who are coming off a 10-game losing streak, I would say, okay, maybe you have a point. The Guardians thing felt more likely. But once it happens, once you see them roll through 9 out of 10, even with all the injuries, and then you have Hunter Brown in game 2 of the series, I feel like they had proven that they could beat the best of the best with their lineup being as bad as it was. Losing to the Guardians in that way is shocking. And it's something that hadn't happened in over a decade. Not since 2012 had a team been swept by a team coming off a 10-game or more losing streak. It happened back in 2012, the Giants getting swept by the Rockies after the Rockies had lost 11 in a row. The difference was it was only a 2-game series that the Rockies took. This time, it was a full 3. And I felt like there was just bad vibes when Jake Myers gets hurt. And the bats didn't really wake up till late in the game. Guardians shut them down. And, of course, Ramirez hit another home run. So now we're at the point where I've nominated a couple regular season hecklers that the Astros should stop pitching to. Nick Kurtz for the A's when the game's on the line. And now Ramirez, period. Stop pitching to him. Stop pitching to him. He hit 3 home runs over the course of the series. And he was a big part of why the Guardians swept the Astros. So they dropped the series 3 games in a row. And now they have a day off today. And they got the Rangers after their day off. Can we get back on track? You got Fromber and Hunter Brown pitching in that series. Hunter Brown will pitch on Sunday, which means he's likely not available for the All-Star game. We will see. We'll see how that plays out. But Hunter Brown will go on Sunday. And the Astros are going to need good pitching, it feels like, the rest of the way before the All-Star break. Although I don't really want to blame the bad lineup as far as, the constitution of it, because they scored enough runs in games 1 and 2. Yeah, the 2 for 21 with runners in scoring position wasn't great. But in games 1 and 2, they scored enough runs to win. The Hunter Brown one was the killer. That's a game you would hope to find a way to win. And I just watched an American take out the #1 player in the world. Now, Sean, we had a bit of a debate about it. When your name is as Russian as this one is, do we say Amanda Anisimova is one of us, or do we go, well, she's kind of one of us? Is she like Yannick Sinner, where he's Italian, but the name is like, no, she was born in Jersey.
That helps. I
Yes.
think also the name Amanda helps.
That does help.
I think
well.
Amanda's the tiebreaker. I think Amanda gets her into.
Yeah. It wasn't. What's a traditional Russian women's? I was just gonna say a man's first name, like Alexei, but what's a traditional women's?
Whatever. Sasha.
Olga. Her first name isn't Olga. It's Amanda. And Amanda Anisimova just beat the #1 player in the world to advance to a Wimbledon final. Shout out to her. Look at the Americans back.
USA. Wait, Shelton lost.
Shelton lost yesterday. He lost, but there's an American in a semifinal anyways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
we have another one?
Yes.
Okay.
Look, an American woman making a Grand Slam final,
not named Serena Williams, is incredible.
Coco Gauff won the French. Yes, it's crazy, but not as crazy as American man making a Grand Slam final at this point.
It's like soccer. Where the women do stuff where they make a World Cup final, you're like
whatever.
Why'd they lose?
Yeah, when they lost in the second round.
They hate America. That's why they lost.
When they lost in the second round, it was like see?
Yeah.
See, I told you. Wait a minute. Didn't they just win the World Cup the World Cup the 4 years before when this was at its height? But now they lose 4 years later. See, we were right about them. Where you?
And the U.S. men's team, they don't make the World Cup. And it's just like, that's just kind of what we do.
Yeah, but at least they're less controversial, right? They don't say the things that Megan Rapinoe would say.
Shut up and dribble.
Well, it does work. It is soccer.
Soccer, there is dribble.
Shut up and
cross.
I would just shut up and score a goal.
Shut up and beat CONCACAF teams.
Yeah, shut up and not be dominated by Panama. How about that? But either way, America wins again. Amanda Anisimova wins. Is there an American commentator? Is the Lexi Lawless version? It's like, well, she's kind of American. Sure.
I haven't been watching.
Their tennis commentator like him is like, I know Anthony Robinson's a great left back and he plays for a team in the Premier League and he's got interest from some Champions League level sides, but he's kind of an Englishman. So could we get an American left back instead?
This is unfair, but is John McEnroe still calling games or calling tennis?
I don't know. I only watch Wimbledon here, so it's on mute, so I have no idea who's calling this thing. Is Chris Fowler doing Wimbledon? I don't know.
I like for Chris Fowler. That's where Chris Fowler gets controversial.
Not
college football. He plays it straight.
Yeah.
No fan base is like he hates my team. Yeah. Well, actually, every fan base goes.
Every fan base thinks everyone hates their team.
Herbie catches most of it.
Yeah.
But if in tennis, he's like the bad boy of tennis broadcasters.
And every time he says Amanda Anisimova, the American, and he says it was
American Russian.
Yeah, he does
the Russian American.
He always points out that she has Russian parents to prove a point. And he gets a call. Hey, just call her. Just say she's an American, okay?
I don't know.
Where's her papers?
I don't know what the rules are.
Yeah, I know. We do things differently now. I'm not sure. Check up on her just to make sure. But either way, the American Amanda Anisimova gets to a Wimbledon final. She beats Sabalenka 6-4, 6-4, 6-4. So congratulations to her on that. She'll get a chance to win. And this is her first career win against the world's #1. So great for her. Great for her. Great for us. We win again.
Eat it, England.
Yeah, or in this case, I don't know where Sabalenka's from. But England, we've dominated you for years.
Yeah, now you have to watch us win stuff that we didn't normally win.
Yeah, except we had Serena.
Except Serena Williams and Coco Gauff.
Yeah. Arina Sabalenka is a Belarusian.
Wow.
The Russians lose to us one more time. Right? That's how I can position
Belarus
this.
is close enough.
Yeah, that's right. Belarus is close enough for me to say
the Soviet Union loses.
USSR loses us one more time. That's all that matters.
Do you believe in miracles? Yes.
Yes. Of course, the Russians weren't even good enough to make it to the final that year. We had to beat Finland in the final. But either way, America wins. So congrats in our way to Amanda Anisimova. We'll see if she can win Wimbledon. But our jokes aside, you can see the emotion on her face and her family's face. It's a big deal for her. And if the Americans are going to succeed in tennis, why not applaud it? We'll see if the men can get it done. Shelton couldn't. Tough match against Sinner. That's the world's number one, or at least he was the number one seed. I get dropping that one. He gave it what he could, but Jannik Sinner is one of the best players in the world. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to get in and celebrate American dominance in tennis, you can. 713-780-3776. It's me and Sean till noon. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So after doing my tennis research, because we're all giant tennis fans now here, Sabalenka, who just dropped her match to the American Amanda Anisimova. Got to get that right because she could be a Wimbledon champion.
Amanda
Anisimova, excuse me. Amanda Anisimova. After dropping that match, that's the fourth straight Grand Slam final match that Sabalenka, the world's number one, has faced an American. She beat Pegula in the U.S. Open final. She lost to Madison Keys in the Australian Open final. And she lost to Coco Gauff in the French Open final. So the American women not named Serena Williams showing up. And we'll see if we can win a third straight Grand Slam. I don't know if you've heard. Tennis is our sport.
Mm-hmm. We call it tennis over here.
Well, it's tennis everywhere.
But we call it that over here, too.
Yes. Unlike the sport you were referencing earlier, where it's a different name everywhere else, but here, we call it the same that everyone else does. So
that's right, world.
And
Fall in line.
And maybe if we
call it what we call it.
And maybe if we started calling it football, we would win more on the men's side. If we just acquiesce and said, you know what, you guys are right on
we
this.
Give up.
You know,
you win.
Yeah, it's fine. It's football.
Just like the games, you win.
Yeah, it's football. We'll call it that. But either way, good on her. And I just got confirmation that Raheel will join us at 11:15.
To break down Amanda Sabalenka's.
I wouldn't say that, but he will join us. So welcome back, Raheel. He's been away from the show for a little bit. He'll join us at 11:15. And of course, Michael Carroll, who rarely, if ever, misses an appearance, he'll join us tomorrow because, well, it's not just because of this, but he has seen Superman. And Michael Carroll said, good, it's good. And that's kind of what a lot of people have said, despite some of the online conversation about the trailer or the fact that Crypto's so prominently featured early in the robots people didn't like from the trailer. People have seen the movie. At least the critics have said that's good. And DC really needs it. So good on you, DC. Good on you, Warner Brothers. I'm glad you get a win here because you haven't had enough of those over the course of your history. One more win for DC. I've talked about it. I don't care that much about Superman, but just give me a world that I can get involved in. If Superman has to be the jump off point, cool. Like I didn't care about Tom Cruise and being in the Mummy movie, but I was looking for a dark universe world where I got to see him and then Russell Crowe as Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde and other ones like the werewolf and all that stuff and Frankenstein. By the way, new Frankenstein movie is going to come out this year, I believe. But Tom Cruise couldn't get it done. Mission Impossible, that can get done.
Yeah.
And I'm still waiting for the day after tomorrow. Not the day after tomorrow. Live, Die, Repeat. I'm still waiting for the Edge of Tomorrow to come back.
Edge of Tomorrow too.
Yeah.
The next day.
Whatever you got to do to get I'm blanking on her name.
Emily Blunt
to do push-ups again. Whatever you got to do. Whatever
like Colton Gordon.
Yes. Unlike Colton Gordon, I want to see Emily Blunt do more push-ups. Colton Gordon does it when he gets hit by a baseball in the head. I don't want to see that anymore. He somehow is the guy who survived something happening as an Astro and is just fine. Although they did check him for a concussion, so that's great. Hey, you get hit with the baseball, we're gonna leave you out there, but after the game, we're gonna check you for a concussion.
Yeah, I think that's falls in line with how the Astros do business.
It is how they do business. It's not the correct way to do business. If the guy is in a spot where maybe that should just be a hard and fast rule. You get hit in the head with the baseball at any rate of speed, we pull you out of the game and check you for a concussion. Or you do it on the field. Can we work that into the equation? Give him 2 minutes to see if he has one, and then he gets a pitch again if you deem that he doesn't.
Nah, soft.
I get the differences in the NFL. A guy can miss a play and come back. I know baseball is different, but maybe we work it in because normally guys don't get checked for concussions in baseball. It's not a thing. Guys don't get hit in the head that often with baseballs. Let that be a thing as opposed to after the game, oh yeah, maybe we should see if the guy who got hit in the head with that projectile is okay. But he did push-ups, so I guess that was convincing.
Do you think
enough.
they're going to double check Jake Myers' leg after the game?
And it turns out he did rupture his Achilles when it doesn't appear that he has now.
Yeah, they're like, oh.
Well, it feels like with that injury, it's pretty evident you don't need at least I would hope you wouldn't need a second opinion, although it is the Astros. He walked off the field. I wouldn't say under his own power. He did get help. If you missed it, Jake Myers got some help to the outfield wall, and he sat on a cart and got wheeled away. We don't know the extent of it. He did get asked about it afterwards. He was asked whether it was worse than the injury he suffered before, and he pretty much looked at the media relations people, said, "Do I have to answer that?" And they're kind of like, "No," and so he didn't answer it. He goes, and that was about it.
Do I have to?
I think Brian McTaggart asked him, and Jake Myers did not have any interest in answering that question.
You should have just said, "I don't."
What do you want from me, man?
I leave that to the doctors, and then the second opinion that I'll have to get. Then the third opinion I'll probably have to get after
I do
that.
like the scenario where he says, "I have to leave that to the doctors," and the whole room chuckles. Like, Jake, you funny guy. You know you're going to have to go to someone else outside the organization to figure some stuff out, but we appreciate making us laugh. It's not that funny for Jake Myers. He didn't think it was very funny.
No, because just how this goes. Although there isn't like a hard and fast connection to this, but it's just what we've seen in other sports. Just the calf strain leads to an Achilles.
And that was the reaction on Twitter. That if Jake Myers has blown his Achilles, someone needs to get fired. That was a lot of that. There is no indication that he did tear his Achilles or pop his Achilles, however you want to describe that. But it was a thought. And I understand it. The calf, it happened, the basketball thing, considering how many times it happened to an NBA star. I get why that's the first assumption.
Yeah, it's just on the top of it.
Yeah, but we don't know that.
We saw one happen in HD a month ago.
It's true.
Actually less than a month ago.
It's
2
true.
weeks ago.
But there's no indication that it's anything more than a calf. If it was an Achilles thing, I don't think he's available to answer questions. Standing up and answering questions, I don't think he's doing that.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not.
I think if it's as drastic as that,
maybe they don't know it's an Achilles.
Yeah, they would. I would like to push back on that, but I can't. But it happened before the game, the injury, and then 9 innings later, I think they would know in some ways that this is really awful, as opposed to his calf just hurts.
I don't know. I mean, that what you said, Dell, makes logical sense. I do not know if the Astros medical team can make logical sense of that. I don't know. How long did it take Jordan for them to run him under a X-ray machine?
There was inflammation.
Oh, okay.
So there's a difference there, Sean. There's inflammation.
Oh, I forgot. Inflammation. NFL teams normally wait 3 weeks before they run it, see if a guy has a broken bone.
Different sports, man.
Same human body. Same human body.
But they're trained differently for different sports. So you don't know how inflammation affects a baseball player compared to how it affects an NFL player. So maybe shoot them a little bail. Give the Astros.
I'm not. No, I won't.
Give the Astros.
I'll never do that.
Give the Astros training staff a little credit. They haven't murdered anyone yet. They haven't actively committed a murder by their.
When's the last time anyone's seen Christian Javier?
He's not dead. There have been updates.
I don't know.
There have been updates on it.
Have you seen him?
Thank you for the John Granado approach to arguments. I appreciate it.
Have you seen him?
People have.
Have you seen video?
They've reported on him pitching down wherever he's pitching.
Who has?
They. It's the Astros. They give updates. I'm going to go with they have not murdered Christian Javier, despite your.
I don't know.
But despite your overwhelming argument of
I don't know. Just no one's seen him. No picture. Picture in today's newspaper. That's what I want to see.
He's not a hostage.
Picture in today's West Palm Beach Times or whatever they have.
The problem is you will never find a newspaper anymore. So how you gonna get that off? You can never. How would you prove, like in hostage videos from the movies from the 90s, it's today's paper and a gun to the person's head? How do you do that today? Who's going to buy a paper? I don't know how you get that off now.
Yeah, I don't know. What is something that gets sent to, or what's something that's like today's date?
I don't know. I know papers still exist.
Because you can even like manipulate like a phone thing, like, you know.
Yeah, you can do that. I mean, I've been to a library in the last 5 years, so I know they have newspapers still.
No, yeah, they still have newspapers.
But who
imagine being the henchman, the 22-year-old henchman in charge of finding a newspaper
and stealing
Good
it from
luck.
the library? Yeah, exactly. What Gen Zer knows where to find a newspaper? Barnes and Noble, I think, has them. You'd have to go in there and get one.
This criminal organization's like, I guess we just have to sign up for them to send it to throw it on our front front step.
They still do that, but none of my neighbors do it anymore. There was a time where people still did that, but not in my neighborhood. I don't see papers on the front lawn or at the doorway anymore. Either way, I don't think Jake Myers or Christian Javier are hostages. But Sean,
I just haven't seen Christian.
Sean has a compelling argument of
I haven't seen him.
It's true.
I haven't seen him. The only people that say that he's progressing well is the Astros in a weekly sentence about his rehab. That's all we know. I've seen video of Luis Garcia. I've seen video of Spencer Arrighetti. I've not seen video at all of Christian Javier.
I just typed in Christian Javier, and the last video I saw
missing.
It's from February 3rd of him at Daikin.
Okay. So 5 months ago. I'm sure nothing. Yeah. Nothing bad can happen.
You're not gonna get me to say he's not alive, no matter how hard you try.
Or missing, just missing. They could have lost him.
See that? No. They didn't lose him.
I don't know,
because
you have more faith in the
because he has the ability to not be lost as well. He's a grown man. They didn't lose him. I think.
There we go.
We'll go to
There we go. That's a win for me.
I know. I gave that to you. We'll go to break with that silliness, because why not? When we come back, we'll get away from Astros training staff incompetence, because it'll be there tomorrow. It's not going anywhere. We'll get to some other stuff as we're getting ever closer, and that's just the nature of time to college football. So we talked about how the Big 12 doesn't have media polls anymore because they don't want that to be a narrative determining how people feel about their teams. But the Big 12 has their media days going on. Prime spoke. He talked about how a salary cap is needed. We'll get into the comments and at least my view of the hypocrisy of any coach talking about why a player needs a salary cap or why NIL needs a salary cap when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We'll get to what Deion Sanders said, but let's talk about what his former team, what one of his former teams just did. He played for the Redskins. At the time, they were the Redskins for a year. And they've gone back to those uniforms as an alternate. The Commanders will have what they call their Super Bowl era uniforms. I guess it's better than saying the Daniel Snyder era uniforms. If I was going to choose how to name that team or name those uniforms, I would say
further back.
I would say Super Bowl era uniform too. Of course, those uniforms were in existence to about 2021, 2 or so before they became the Washington football team. So
yeah, that was 2020, I think.
Yeah, something around there. So I understand Super Bowl era. It'll be the ones that you remember from the Joe Gibbs teams, except on the helmet, the only difference will be instead of that slur on the helmet, the depiction of that slur on the helmet, it'll be the W logo that they currently have on their regular uniforms that no one really likes. No one really likes that name. No one likes calling a team the Commanders, and no one likes the uniforms. So that's why now that they have a good quarterback, it's like, hey, you remember when we were good?
Yeah.
We're going to remind you of that with these uniforms and our good quarterback. And at some point what's going to happen. People are going to love those uniforms so much, particularly in comparison to what they have now. They're just going to go back to them.
Yeah, they'll wear them the most allowable times that they can.
And
they'll come up with the red version of those uniforms.
Yeah, the home
the
version,
white version.
Actually, they were always a white. I was going to say home version, but they always used to wear white at home. They'll come up with the maroon version, and then that will be the set because the fans have been overwhelming in their support. Yeah, they still want to call us the team name that no one thinks is appropriate anymore except for them. We're just going to give you the uniforms again.
Yeah. I mean, the Tampa Bay Bucks did the same thing where they had the alarm clock looking uniform.
Yeah.
And then when Brady, I thought it was very funny because it was after Brady said he would come. They're like, all right, we're not wearing these janky ass uniforms. We're getting the real uniforms back.
Yeah.
Now that we have a real quarterback.
And Brady was one who was pushing at point for them to wear the creamsicles. If we remember that shirt that came out where it was his face on the old bucko in the creamsicle stuff.
Yeah.
So
Paul has that t-shirt. To the surprise of no one.
I was going to say least surprising thing ever. That Paul, Tommy, even when he goes to Tampa, he's going to celebrate Tommy. And Tommy came through for those Bucks. Deion Sanders, I'm sure, picked off Tom Brady at some point, although it was kind of at the back end of his career. So I'm not exactly sure, but it might have happened. Either way, he is the head coach at Colorado. And once the games start, these conversations become less and less important. Sure, they can be a driving conversation for a segment, but the games are going to matter. But until then, coaches are going to be asked about NIL and the money being thrown around in college sports. Sometimes coaches will answer it in the way that doesn't seem hypocritical. We'll listen to Deion and see if we think, considering the money given to coaches, what he said is hypocritical.
And Brian, you were talking about it during your presser about NIL and what these players deserve and how the game is modified to that point. From where you sit, doing it at the highest level in the NFL, how do you believe NIL should be guardrailed now, especially with the revenue share?
I wish it was a cap. Like the top of the line player makes this, and if you're not that type of guy, you're not going to make that. That's what the NFL does. So the problem is you got a guy that's not that darn good, but he could go to another school and they give him $500,000, and you can't compete with that. That don't make sense. And you're talking about equality, not equality, like equal. I guess it was equality. And all you have to do is look at the playoffs and see what those teams spent. And you understand darn near why they're in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. It's kind of hard to compete with somebody who's giving $25, $30 million to a darn freshman class.
Right.
It's crazy. We're not complaining because all these coaches up here can coach their butts off and give them the right opportunity with the right players and play here and there. You'll be there. But it's what's going on right now don't make sense. And we want to say stuff, but we're trying to be professional. But you're going to see the same teams darn near at the end and with somebody who sneaks up in there. But the team that pays the most is going to be there in the end.
So
I'd ask the question, who's paying the player that's not that good $500,000? Is it one of you guys? The player doesn't just get 500,000 because he wants it. Some collective who has the backing of the head coach decides, give me that player, even if he's not that good. So I hate the positioning of, well, the player's not good, but he still gets the money. You have every right to say, no, you don't get that money. Now, the player can still try to negotiate, leave his current team to go find himself a better deal. But and let's be honest, if the tampering doesn't occur to get the player in the portal because he knows that there's money out there for him, let's say it didn't happen. Let's say no one does what they're not supposed to do. If a player enters the portal, then you have a conversation with them. Instead of inducing him into the portal with the conversation, perhaps your player who's not that good doesn't leave for $500,000. So it's the lament of not every coach. Some coaches don't take that public. You heard him say, we want to say other things, but we want to be professional. Unless those other things are about how the coaches that you have just applauded for being how good they are the biggest problem with this stuff, then I don't really want to hear it. You have opened, well, the NCAA did because they didn't want to get involved in this, but coaches have opened themselves up to this. And I rail against coaches quite a bit. This is the particular thing that bothers me the most. I understand coaches at lower levels don't have the type of advantages that even a guy like Prime would have at Colorado. So those guys, this is not about them. I understand. There are coaches everywhere who do a great job, but the headmen who are the voices for their programs are the ones I take the biggest issues with. You're the adults. If you don't do this, and I understand why you do it, you got to keep your job. You got to win games. You got to get good players. But if there was ever a gentleman's agreement, which will never happen, to not do it, I think a lot of this would be cleaned up. Sure, players will try to leverage you against another coach. But if you coaches came together and said, hey, be like the NFL, do some collusion. As that story continues to develop, where it was sourced that the NFL and the NFLPA came out and said, you know what, let's keep the collusion story quiet, please. So that has now been proven that those two entities didn't want this story out, despite some of the reactions that it wasn't that big of a deal. But back to Prime, back to college coaches. If you guys just came together and said, you know what, the best thing for our sport and us is to not do things we're not supposed to, you wouldn't have much to complain about.
You know, there actually used to be a salary cap on NIL in college sports. It used to be $0.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
It was $0.
That's true.
And guess what happened? No one got paid. There's definitely no under the table where people were getting paid more than they should have, which was $0. That just didn't happen. So I think a salary cap would definitely work.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, yes, Dell, the one in the black hat. Yes.
Thank you. What if I suggested a salary cap on how much coaches can make? Would that be okay?
Oh.
Is that a problem?
God, who is this clown? Get this guy out of here.
Hey, Coach Prime.
Can't ask any more darn questions.
Coach Prime. See, I called you Coach, not
Thank
just
you.
Prime, not just Dion. I'm giving you the respect you deserve.
That.
Coach Prime. Sean Mates playing the role of Coach Prime.
Yes.
Coach, why isn't there a salary cap on how much you can make?
Miss me with that bull junk. Next question.
Okay. Hey, why are we talking about salary caps if there's not one on you? Perhaps if you look to your own profession as the reason why everything's out of control. Hey, you guys, maybe the cap should be $4.5 million per college coach. How about that?
Yeah.
At the top of your profession, you can only make this amount of money. Would that be okay?
No. Can I answer it as Sean Mapes now?
Sure.
I do think that that is what's gonna or not a salary cap, but as teams with the revenue sharing in NIL, I mean, just name a sport where the coach gets paid more than the players. Like that just doesn't happen in any sport. So I do think at some point, I don't know if the coaching salaries will actually go down. Like for the top jobs, will actually guys won't be making $15 million a year or $10 million a year at the top. I do think though, at some point, the money going to the players will increase to where, and the coaching salaries will stagnate enough to where it's normal that Patrick Mahomes makes $50 million per year and his coach doesn't. That's just normal. But if a college player was making, if Who is the highest paid college coach now? I have no idea.
I don't know who it is, honestly.
But yeah, if Cade Klubnik was making $20 million a year and Dabo was making 10, like people wouldn't be cool with that.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, well, it's Cade Klubnik. But to your point, in the NFL, there are good to above average quarterbacks who are making quite a bit more.
Trevor Lawrence makes 50.
Yeah, exactly. So it happens in the NFL, and people are just fine with it. And for a long time, the coaches, despite what everyone knows to be true, were looked at as the stars of the sport because they can be transformational figures. Nick Saban gets Alabama, and after one rough year, we see what Alabama has become. Now, of course, it's on the backs of some of the best players to ever go through college over the last 15 years, but still, it's Nick Saban. The coaches were the stars, and they remain the stars because there's some love affair with coaches from media members. They pay them such deference with things, so whether it be locally or nationally. So there will continue to be the stars, but we know the deal. No matter how good Coach Prime is or any other coach, if you don't have great players, no matter how good you are, you're not going to win. And now the players are getting their cut of that, not to the level as you mentioned the NFL, and because
I think that's like what's going to happen. Is that if
you think at some point you think the public will at some point say, you know what?
Oh, I don't know if the public will be cool with it.
I think they're already trying to put legislation in place so that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how that goes, but because it seems like every time they try to put in legislation, the courts are like, well, actually, you can't do that. You can't say that these guys can't transfer schools or make money. Actually, you can't do that until you make them employees and collectively bargain. Maybe that's
if
how,
that happens, what you're saying comes to fruition. I just don't know if anyone's ready for your scenario to take place.
I mean, it's just the economics of every other sport is that the players make more than the coaches. That's just what happens.
Yes,
if you're trying to win games, you're just going to pay your players more than you pay your coach.
I agree, and even with college sports, there is no system where a player has to go to a place because they make those decisions in recruiting. Like when you get to the NFL, you get drafted, or the NBA, you get drafted, and sure, there are guys who fight it, but in some ways, you're slotted and you go to a place because that's just how the framework of the sport is. In college, you would think the inducements would increase because a player can go anywhere they want. You can't force them to go anywhere as long as you have the money, a player can sign anywhere they so choose. So I just think most of us aren't ready to have the conversations about why Lenore Sellers should be making 2 times more or even more than that than Beamer down at South Carolina.
Yeah. I mean, I just, it's just what happens in every sport.
I think if it happens in college football, it'll be a slow process. You drag them kicking and screaming.
I don't think we're gonna wake up, next year and I not even at the top, just like that the Texas Tech quarterback will make more than Joey McGuire. Like that actually would be kind of surprising if that ever happens.
I think it's
or if that happens next year.
Yeah, I think it's a tough pill for a lot of people to even think about that could be the case.
But I think it'll inch closer and closer.
But if you're offering a salary cap, if you want to be more professional, then why not go there? Like if you're just, and mostly the salary cap isn't anything other than to protect them from themselves. We want this to limit the spending.
The thing is, as long as you're connected to college, the players will choose where they want to go, and so they'll be able to choose because there is a difference in marketing or your marketability, the NIL stuff, if you're the Texas quarterback versus being the Sam Houston State quarterback.
So should every cap be the same, or should it be?
I don't know how you can cap people's NIL. I think you can cap the revenue share. That makes sense.
Yeah,
they're already doing that.
That makes sense. Yeah,
but I don't know how you can can you cap how much Shai Gilgeous-Alexander makes?
I think you can
off the court
cap it through things that are negotiated by the school and their collectives. Like you can't keep Lenore Sellers from doing a spot for Bojangles if he wants to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like if Garrett Nussmeier wants to do Raisin Cane commercials, you can't be like, well, Raisin Canes, you can only pay them $5,000 for, you just can't do that. That's actually anti-capitalism.
Yeah, and the salary cap is more, just about what the school is
Yeah,
negotiating and handing out.
To me, if you're going to let guys make NIL money on top of salary cap money, like that's just guys are going to play where they get the most NIL money. That's just what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you
Are they-
cap. I don't know how you say you cannot. Hey, listen, I know our boosters want to give you this money, but they cannot give you this money. But then the boosters will just give you the money in the brown paper bag like they used to. Nothing will change.
Like-
It's adding a bunch of rules and then nothing will actually change.
Yeah, because the adults in the room can't control themselves. Are they ready for a cap where a guy goes, you know what, coach, I appreciate it, but this place has a 200,000 more under their salary cap, and I'm going to take advantage of that and play there.
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Maybe not for like quarterbacks, but for if you're a safety and you're like, well, here I can't ask for a raise because they don't have the room in the budget for it, but over at South Carolina they do, and they guess what? They just had a safety get drafted in the second round. They need a starter, so then that's how that happens.
Yeah. Until you can control yourself, no matter what you put into place, you're going to have problems.
Yeah.
We'll go to break with that. We'll close out hour one with that. Sure, that conversation will be a running theme throughout as we get closer and closer to the season, because coaches and their media days will pop up and coaches will be asked those questions, and I'm sure they'll answer it in ways that bother me, and I'll respond. All right, we'll go to break with that. Hour two coming up. We'll be back. We're going to get to Matt here. Sean and I are having a discussion I think maybe belongs on air. How big of a star do you have to be to get an introductory presser? Because we're thinking Kevin Durant's trade is official. Is he going to do the thing where he comes into town, holds up the number 7 Durant jersey? If you don't know, that's the number he's going to wear, and meets the media, or is he going to do it through Zoom? Because Michael Porter Jr., not Kevin Durant, but he was traded this offseason, and he met the Brooklyn media over Zoom. So Kevin Durant has not made any public comments directly to Houston media. I'm sure that'll come. And I wonder if he's still at a point. He's a big enough star for it. But is he a guy who goes, I don't want to do this? I'll show up at media day. I'll take all the pictures there.
It's like you circle all the way around to the other side of he's too big of a star, so he doesn't do it, even though. But this is a modern thing because, like, they had a Dwight Howard press conference and Dwight Howard was, I mean, still he was past his peak at that point, but we didn't know that. We didn't know that the doors slammed that shut.
He was a big addition at the time.
Yeah, but he was 29-year-old free agent acquisition.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see if Kevin Durant actually does the whole thing because he's Kevin Durant.
We're talking about it last summer, or it might have been spring. Stephon Diggs got a press conference, but the Texans waited for a month or two before they actually had him hold up the jersey, answer questions for the media. Yeah. So and just racking my brain, I don't remember seeing anyone non-draft pick that's changed teams this offseason, this NBA offseason, that's had a press conference or even just a photo op of holding up the jersey.
Yeah, I don't remember. We'll get into that more in a little bit. Let's talk to Matt. He wants to get in a football thing. What's up, Matt?
Hey guys, sorry to cross shows. I didn't get to call in this morning, but that list ranking college football stadiums with Florida being number 1, maybe a decade ago I could believe that, but now, are you kidding me? A team that plays a majority day games? No, sir. I don't see it at all.
Yeah, if you missed it, Matt's talking about a list that John read about the toughest places to play in the SEC, and I just assumed LSU would be at the top of the list, and I was surprised by Florida as well. The day game thing, and also the fact that they haven't been a good program. Like, people go in there and beat them all the time in that building. Yes, the Swamp at a point, certainly under Urban Meyer, under Spurrier. They have that thing. Only thing that gets out alive is a gator. That's kind of their thing about the Swamp. That is not the case anymore. Like, teams get out of there alive all the time. So I'm with you there. It's not intimidating anymore.
I got a follow-up question. League City related. Double Dave's or Pizza King, man?
It's an easy Pizza King. I mean, Double Dave's is where I worked, so nostalgia plays a part there. I don't know.
They've lost their way since you.
Well, not really.
Rolling the pizza roll.
They hired me, so they lost their way a long time ago.
That was when the dip happened.
Yeah, but depending on the owner, things change. I would say if you still want to get a good pizza roll, that's not a bad place to go. But I don't know if they'll do this, but the secret would be to have them put the garlic butter on the rolls before they go in the oven. I believe they only put garlic butter on the cheese sticks after they come out. Maybe actually before and after. But if you're looking for a little special crunch, almost like it's almost fried in a little ways, ask them to put the garlic butter on the rolls before they go in. And maybe you'll get a look and say, we don't do that. Yeah, but can you do it for me?
Yeah, maybe drop hey, Dell told me.
That's not going to help.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's not like I have my picture up on the wall up there. Greatest alumni of Double Dave's.
Yeah,
notable alumni.
Fast food restaurants should have notable alumni.
If your former employees, particularly at that location, going to do what might be considered bigger and better things, you should acknowledge that and go, hey,
wow,
he used to work here.
Wow, Glenn Powell used to work here.
Yeah, he used to pretend to be sick, not show up.
Yeah, he would show up 10 minutes late to every shift.
At points in his early delivery driver career, customers used to complain about him walking on their grass.
Yeah, that dumpster right there.
Yeah.
That's where he would smoke.
I mean, my walking on the grass thing is a real thing.
Oh, that you got in trouble for that?
Yeah, because at the time, the owners were big in the community. People knew them. They weren't just owners who lived outside the community. They were They were the parents on the Little League team with other people.
gotcha.
They knew people. So like one of my first deliveries, because you have to prove that you can wash dishes correctly and before they send you out, at least at the time. So I go out there. I don't know, 20 minutes away. And by the time I get back, they're like, yeah, could you not walk on the client's grass or the customer's grass? So before I got back to the place, they called and said I walked on the grass. Like, oh, sorry.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like middle of the summer. I'm just trying to get to the door as quickly as possible. It's hot out here, but don't walk on the grass. So yeah, I don't know if I'll make the wall. I think that's unlikely. But either way, like I said, if you're looking for rolls, garlic butter, those things first, ask them to see if they'll do it. But if you're just looking for straight pizza, you go to Pizza King. They're better.
So Pizza King is like
it's a
pizza play. Like Double Dave's, I know they make pizzas.
Yes.
Don't start yelling at me like the people that yelled at you for walking on the grass.
Sure. Well, they
I
weren't
know,
even.
but
They
if
weren't
you're
even
going to
brave enough
Double
to yell at
Dave's-
me. They made the call. They're snitches, is what they are.
If you're going to Double Dave's, I feel like you have to get the rolls. Like
it's part of the experience.
It's part of the experience.
Like,
but Pizza King is straight pizza.
Sure. They have other stuff. Like all pizza places now at this point have wings and stuff. A lot of them do at least. But the pizza is their thing. You don't get the name Pizza King without it, Sean.
That is true.
Yeah,
that is true.
So I would go pizza if you're in the League City area. There are a number of places that you might go, but Pizza King, at least near the South Shore area, is a place to go. I like what they do. They've been around for a long time now. I think they've gone through new ownership as well. But one of the guys gave me, I think, did I tell that story? Because he listened to me on the show, he gave me like a free chocolate strudel or something. I was like, thanks, man. All right. Appreciate it. So if you get a radio show and he happens to listen, you might get a free chocolate strudel. Maybe. I can't guarantee it. Let's get that. You know what, Eric? We'll wait. We'll get to you when we come back. Eric wants to talk Astros. Sorry, man.
Ouch.
Sorry, Eric. We'll try to stay on time a little bit. So we'll get to you when we come back. I forgot what we were actually going to talk about. Oh, yeah. How famous do you have to be, or how good of a player do you have to be to get an introductory press conference? Like Luka, when he got traded, got one. Of course. That was in season.
I think in season also helps because
Yes,
it's harder
it
to
does.
hide. It's
It's
hard to be
true.
like, oh, he's on vacation.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. I thought I saw something where Kevin Durant and his representatives are in town. I did see that. I don't know if he was actually in Houston, but that was something that was tweeted out. So I imagine at some point Kevin Durant will meet the Houston media. Will it be in person? We will see. I'm sure there'll be a photo op opportunity. It would be weird if they acquired Kevin Durant, one of the top 20 players of all time, and simply said, hey, it's media day. Meet Kevin Durant along with all the other Rockets. That seems weird. Giving him the same type of love that they would give. Have they acquired it? Oh, Dorian Finney-Smith. Let's have both of these guys on the podium on the dais holding up their jerseys.
Yeah.
That seems a little odd.
Dorian Finney-Smith, Capella, Durant.
Yeah, all of them. Like they're all drafted in the first round, holding up their jerseys.
Like the Nets guys.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen. I think they might do a separate thing for Kevin Durant. We just don't know yet. Eric, you want to talk Astros? We'll get to you when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Yeah, Eric, I forgot Raheel calls in at this time. Raheel's with us. Eric, you can probably be better served to call back. I mean, you can wait if you want, but Raheel joins us now. Raheel is the host of CityCast, a podcast not about cats, but about what's going on in the city of Houston. So Raheel will confirm when he can come on with us. He'll confirm what to talk about. One thing we're not going to talk about, Raheel, is the Superman. We're not going to talk about the Superman movie and as you say, spoil Michael Carroll's segment, because I haven't seen Superman. And let's point out some things. The Michael Carroll segment wouldn't exist if Michael Carroll wasn't great at breaking down stuff, but if I didn't want him on. And yet he gets an invite, you get an invite, Jose Partida gets an invite, and me, nothing. What happened to my invite?
Nothing, because you were too busy at the Gold Cup Finals. You get to pick one.
It wasn't
Superman
Sunday night. You didn't go on Sunday night. What are you talking about?
No. You can't get both things.
Why
okay?
not? Why not?
Because
that's not a
because
rule.
You have to be. No, it's a rule. It's my rule.
Your rule
because
is
I was like, man, I should invite Del, but he just went to the Gold Cup Finals to see Mexico win.
What a hater. So your rule is Dell's going to watch a below-average soccer match with a B-level U.S. squad, and that means he can't get a Superman invite?
Yeah. What do you want to watch? A B-level USA squad?
Both.
Or
How about both? Why not
B-level
both?
Superman movie.
As that little girl said, why not both? That meme. Why not both? Why can't I have both? So Raheel Ramsnali joins us. Don't spoil Superman for us. All I know from Michael Carroll is that it's good. That's what he said. He said it was good.
It was a fun movie. It was a fun movie.
I'm more interested in this long-standing relationship with your boy Jose Partida. Jose Partida used to work here a long time ago. On the bigger and better things. So you, Michael Carroll, Jose, anyone else that I would know? Or is it just those three that I would know?
Brenda from sales was there, and Judy from sales was there.
Shut up.
Everybody but you.
Christina made her way out there.
Okay.
Bob Lewis, somehow you invited
Bob
him.
Lewis. Oh, that's a deep cut.
John Whitehead. Hey, John Whitehead. I invited him too, but not you because you went to the Gold Cup final.
Man, that Superman, man, that was Superman.
John
man,
Whitehead's
man.
Bob Lewis and John Whitehead are former sales guys from like the 1560 days. That's how deep the cut is for people who would not know, which is everyone.
I don't want to watch Superman.
But yet you still invited him because he didn't sit down and watch the Gold Cup final.
Okay, just to clarify, I had one invite, so I invited Jose Partida as my number two. He was my backup, okay?
Who's your number
my number
one?
What do you think it was?
Nuno?
Yeah, Nuno.
Isn't
He's in the city a lot. I
okay. I was like, wait a minute. Isn't he in College Station?
Time.
His number one was a guy who doesn't even live in the city anymore.
Yeah, but he's here all the time because his kids play soccer here.
Got it.
I guess soccer doesn't exist in College Station, so he has to come here.
Well, does it really?
It makes sense.
Unless it's girls soccer, does it really exist in College Station?
Yeah, so he's here all the time. That's why I asked him. I was like, hey, if you're here, let's go watch Superman because we always go to movies together.
Of course.
And he couldn't make it, so then I asked Partida because you already went to Gold Cup. Michael Carroll got an invite from somebody else. I had nothing to do with Michael Carroll.
I don't know. I was here and I heard a conversation, and Michael asked you to send him an email.
Yeah, an email to confirm, and he didn't get in.
Oh, okay.
And when you heard that, you should have said, "Hey, how about your boy Del?"
I'm not the type who's gonna ask to be a place he isn't wanted, and clearly I wasn't wanted.
Closed mouth don't get fed, Del. What do you want me to do here?
Fed. I wanted you to give me an invite. That's what I wanted. Thought that was pretty clear. But either way, never mind about my my deep-seated hate for Raheel not inviting me to Superman. Raheel is here to talk about more important things than what I want. He's here because he's the host of not Comicast. That's Michael Carroll. CityCast. You can find that wherever you listen to podcasts. It's a place to listen to what's going on in the city of Houston. And as I said, Raheel has some topics he always lets me know. And I didn't know the city council had anything to say about dress codes. Is this a school dress code thing, or what happens to people who appear at city council?
No, neither. It's the Houston club scene dress code.
Oh, I did see that story. I did.
Yeah. Council member Edward Pollard and City Controller Chris Hollins, they went to a local club or establishment, and they couldn't get in because Chris Hollins was wearing some Jordans. And finally, after talking to him, they get in, and when they walk in, of course, they see that everyone else is wearing sneakers. It's like these dress codes have been terrible, and critics have said this is a way to racially discriminate people to get into certain establishments, right?
Well, wear your New Balances. If you're not wearing New Balances, you're not allowed in.
Yeah, you're not. Like, it's so crazy, right? I remember when I was in my 20s and we would go to this place called the Red Door in Midtown, and every time I would walk in, I was always anxious, like, are they going to let me in? Because I'm dressed up for a business casual meeting like we did in the 2000s, and you might have on, let's say, some casual shoes instead of fancy shoes. They might not let you in. So there's always their way of like racially discriminating people, and also just picking who gets to go in and who doesn't, right?
I don't know. I envisioned you always in a fitted, a long white tee, and some AIs. Like you never evolved outside of the late 90s NBA culture. I just envisioned you would be wearing that, trying to get into a club.
Okay. Side note, so we can't do anything serious because there's this account on Instagram. Have you seen it? He's called a time traveler. I forgot the exact name. I'll text it to you and you can send it to the listeners. But it's this guy. He dresses up in 90s basketball wear, and then he goes to basketball games, and he's like, "Wait, hold on. The Indiana Pacers don't play at Conseco Fieldhouse anymore. What is happening?" Or who are the Brooklyn Nets? Like, it's so awesome. He's a time traveler from 2005, and he dresses exactly like you described I used to dress as.
Okay, back to serious stuff. When you give me that, when you give me that name, I'll let people know to see if they can if they find it
I'll
very
pull
funny.
it up here in a second.
So, are we making any headway with this, or is this something that's going to just begin and end pretty quickly?
No, Councilmember Pollard is pushing for a new law where establishments would have to put their dress codes front and center at the door. So you can't just like make up a dress code, and you can't just say like, "Oh no, sorry, no sneakers allowed," or "No hats allowed," but people inside are wearing it. So it'll be a lot more open and transparent. Like, here's what you have to wear, and here's what our establishment requires or doesn't require, whatever it may be, right? So yeah, I think that's something that should have been done a long time ago, frankly, but it's, that's the benefit of like having council members, having local leaders going out and experiencing the city, because we could have told them a long time ago this has been happening for a while. In fact, the Turkey Leg Hut, which is now gone, they went viral 5 years ago for implementing a dress code at their restaurant. And a lot of people online were saying like, "Hey, hold on. This is, like Black culture created you, and now you are basically racially discriminating against your own." So it's good to see that finally something's being done, but it's happened here for a long time.
Yeah, and the councilman Edward Pollard's is younger and he's Black. And you mentioned him trying to get into a club, and I think part of the if this policy gets passed would be if there is no if there is no dress code explicitly stated, then you can't use the way someone's dressed as a reason for them not to get in. It has to be something that's clear, that you can see, that beforehand, so you can't just pick and choose, as you said. So that's good. Like, it seems small, but if you go out to a club and you're planning a night around that, you're with people, and you get hit with that, that's embarrassing. It sucks.
Yeah,
so I'm glad, as small as people might think it is, it's a quality of life thing. That shouldn't be something where you think in a way you look like everyone else as far as you're dressed, and then someone randomly decides no, you're not the one. So we'll see how that takes shape. Of course, something big that happened here was what happened in Central Texas, in Kerrville. You have Governor Abbott here. He's called a special session about flooding and other things. What's the governor up to?
Yeah, so Governor Abbott called a special session before all of this, right? And this was called right after the 89 state legislature broke. They were done. The THC ban bill, he was supposed to sign that into law. It didn't happen, so a special session was called. They were going to discuss a lot of issues, one being THC and how can you regulate it, how can you make sure that kids don't get their hands on it. But, of course, after the devastating floods that resulted in over 120 people passing away and still over 170, I believe, still missing right now. I mean, just overall tragic. They are going to discuss flooding once more. And I say once more because they actually did discuss emergency management and flooding in the state legislature that just wrapped up, but it never, it passed the House, but the Senate, it never even left, I believe, the Finance Committee. So this is something that has been talked about and has been brought up before, but now hopefully something will be done, right? I mean, it's tragic. We think about those who we lost and, pray for everybody, because I can't even imagine the loss, right, of a child or a family member because of that. But hopefully something will be done. Now, I don't know if it will be. We actually did an episode this week on CityCast Houston about state lawmakers who were raising a ruckus after Hurricane Beryl and how Centerpoint handled the aftermath and restoring power and the communication. Every lawmaker was like, we can't have this happen again. Centerpoint is going to have to pay. There will be reform. Del, a year later, not much reform, shockingly. I hope something will be done, but based on track records, I don't think it will be. If you want to listen to that episode, Claire Howe of the Houston Chronicle joined me. She did a deep dive into it. It's a very interesting listen. You can listen to that. We also did an episode with Chris Tomlinson of the Houston Chronicle, where he pointed out how Kerr County could have prevented this with sirens, but they didn't. It was $1 million project. It didn't happen. They asked the state to fund it. That didn't happen. So there were preventable things that could have been done, but they didn't happen. So it's like this accountability. Hopefully there is some. Hopefully something will be done, but we'll see after this special session.
When you said it was surprising that all that saber rattling and noise making didn't lead to anything, I wish I was surprised, and I hope. And it's weird to say hope, but my hope is because of what has happened, actual changes will be made. And you know what happens? Sometimes when it happens to someone that you care about or know, people get really involved. Is this enough? Are we going to understand the infrastructure across the state is breaking down in ways where, as you say, something preventable could have been prevented if we took the steps? Or are we going to do this cycle where we talk about it, we pretend, or we think something can get fixed, and then, time passes, nothing gets done, and we're in an area where something like this happens again? There have been no changes to prevent it. I don't know what it'll take.
Know.
I have no idea what it'll take. You feel like at some point we could stop being reactionary, but we always are. And even when the worst happens, we still don't take the steps to help in this regard. So maybe things will change. I just have seen, I guess, cynical as I may be now, that you see these things and they don't change. Yeah. But maybe
you're not alone, man. Yeah. You're not alone. I think a lot of people feel the same way as you. Thoughts and prayers are not going to rebuild. No. Thoughts and prayers aren't going to put in new policies. That's what lawmakers are there for. That's what the constituents need to speak up and raise a ruckus and tell them, you need to fix this, right? That's what they're there for. But this is a different discussion. Unfortunately, politics, it just seems like it's more about headlines. It's more about raising, it's like riling up your base as opposed to just common sense solutions for a safer Texas or a more practical Texas or a practical city. And this is on both sides, by the way. Yeah. So it's a different discussion, but we'll see, man. We'll see if something is done. Again, I'm like you. I don't think anything will happen.
Well, on a lighter note, it is 713 Day coming up, and you guys certainly on CityCast will feature that. You can go to the website, houston.citycast.fm. So we talk certainly about serious topics on this show, but if you just go to the website, houston.citycast.fm, they feature the best restaurants and bars, a lot of things to get you through the summer if you want to do things in the city. So what's the big thing, at least the biggest things for 713 Day?
Oh, man. So Meow Wolf, which is one of the coolest art installations, interactive art spaces. If you've never been to Meow Wolf, please go. It is so much fun. Don't look up pictures. Don't look up what it is. Don't look up reviews. Just buy your ticket and walk in and just get ready. It is one of the best experiences. So they are doing a block party with St. Arnold Brewing, which is right across the street from them. That is going to be so cool. That's going to be like one of the big marquee events. They've got tons of giveaways, art things to look at, all sorts of fun stuff. So that's one of the big ones. A lot of restaurants are doing 713 day specials, which 713, of course, our first area code here in the city of Houston. Shout out to the 713ers. I'm an 832er because I'm a little more sophisticated. All right. What can I say? But we're not 936ers, which I'm going to judge you if
Sean
you're
just
936er.
gave you a thumbs down, man. Sean gave you.
Who gave me a thumbs down?
Sean made.
Sean?
Yeah.
713 all day.
Sean. 713. Okay, that's fine. You're an OG. That's okay. As long as you're not a 936er. And
We can agree on that.
Are fine too.
Yeah.
I'm a
Yeah.
310.
Do y'all know a 936er?
No, I don't. And I'm not one either. I don't even have a Texas phone number, so I'm an outsider.
Oh, that's
completely.
right.
Yeah. So I don't know the
Look
battles
at
that you guys have.
Mister, I'm not a Texas phone number.
I'm a West Coast elitist. I don't know if you've heard.
But there are a lot of fun things, a lot of deals. But I think that Meow Wolf St. Arnold Brewing one is probably the biggest one. It's going to be cool. The Houston Astros are doing a 713 day game against the Rangers. That'd be awesome to get a win against the Rangers and celebrate the city. The Houston Dynamo are doing an event at Pitch 25, which, of course, is owned and operated by Brian Ching, legendary soccer player here. And, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. So check out our website to get the full list. But I want to ask you, Del, as we celebrate 713 Day, we celebrate our city. What do you love the most about Houston?
The people I've met along the way, Raheel.
That's beautiful, man. It's not the people, it's the friendships that we make along the way.
No, it's the people, because not everyone's my friend. But even people I meet that aren't my friends, I love the city. See, you guys, I get what you're trying to do. You got that wrong. No, I did it on purpose because not everyone is my friend, but even the people who aren't my friends, I love them. I love the city.
That's awesome. That's beautiful. And I agree. That's, you don't have to stay here, right? You don't have many family ties here, but yet you still are here, which is awesome. Like, you are willingly staying here. I think you are. I don't think Granny has a hold on it like that, but
well,
hey, gotta do what you gotta do.
Well, I would say Houston, is my second home.
Oh, that's awesome.
Home. I mean,
yeah,
man.
Like for me, I can't leave. I can't. I have too much family here. I'm just, the ties run too deep.
You're obligated.
That. Yeah, I'm not obligated, but I do love it here.
But I love it here. I love the people. I enjoy being here. Less so when John and Lance are here. But as far as everyone else,
you're halfway home. John's not here.
Yeah. All I need is Lance to start doing the show from like Ohio, and I'm good. Yeah. It'll be the perfect scenario. We'll see.
Or Germany.
Whatever.
About this
as long as it's not. As long as it's not at 5353 West Alabama, it's fine with me. That's Raheel Ramzanali.
That's good.
The host of CityCast. You can find that podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. Hell, he'll sometimes, not that it matters to you guys, he'll do the podcast from here, depending on what he's got going on. So still a friend of the station. We appreciate Raheel. Raheel, you're one of the people I've met along the way that's made Houston a great place to live.
Oh, thanks, man. I value your companionship.
Yeah, it's not friendship. Notice I didn't call you a friend.
But then companionship
you're one of those
makes it
people.
sound like we're in a relationship.
Yeah, it sounds like we've been living together for 25 years, but the state won't let us get married. So companionship.
That's always like when somebody says this is my companion, you immediately go like, oh, okay, it's cool. I get it.
Yeah, we understand. We get it.
Live your life, baby.
The government doesn't want to acknowledge you, but we will. We understand.
Yeah, we will. By the way, that Instagram account, it's the Crowd Pleaser, THA Crowd Pleaser with a Z, and I'll send it to you on DM as well. Get ready for the next hour of your life to be wasted watching his videos because they are outstanding. They're made for guys like us.
Cool.
Guys who grew up with baggy jeans and oversized jerseys.
Yeah, and I'll use that to get me through the 7 o'clock hour tomorrow. All right.
Thanks, Modi.
That's Raheel Ramzanali, the host of CityCast. You can find everything they have at CityCast, houston.citycast.fm. Eric, if you want to call back in, you can. And anyone else, you're welcome as well. 713-780-3776 is the number. 713 number, one of the OGs. All right, we'll go to break with that. But you know what? Timing's a little off, so let me talk about Monument Chevrolet right now. You can go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out all they have to offer. I just talked with the people at Monument. Me and Jeremy went a phone meeting with them, and just discuss some of the things that make Monument Chevrolet special. It's the people. The people who work there, they're going to make the car buying experience one that you're going to enjoy. Not even just painless, something you're going to enjoy because they understand at other places it can be a little sketchy. They're going to those places try to rush you through the process, maybe spring something on you that you weren't expecting. That's not the case at Monument Chevrolet. That's why they've been in business for over 50 years. They do the customer right. No matter what vehicle you want, whether it be like a Trailblazer or a Silverado, maybe you want an EV, maybe you're looking for something pre-owned. It's all there for you. And once you get on the campus, and I call it that because it's widespread, they have their inventory, their pre-owned inventory. They have the new vehicles. They have the commercial vehicles. Once you get on that campus in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225, it feels like you've met a new family member. The salespeople understand the car buying process frontwards and backwards. They'll get you through it. They'll get you in the best car that's for you. So check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. Pick the car you want and then go see it in person in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
A lot of times when it comes to the NFL, quarterbacks and their contracts are put in the realm of next man up. If you're the next man up, you're just going to get a big deal, and very likely it'll be more than the last guy. That's generally for top 5 guys. You know, your top 10 guys, there'll be some negotiation, whether they have an injury history or whatever. But usually the quarterback, if you're great, you're just going to get a better deal than the guy ahead of you. Like CJ, the speculation was after his rookie season, will he be the first $60 million a year quarterback? Because it'll just be his time. After year 2, there's less talk of that. We got to see what happens going forward. Well, in the NBA, we don't normally think of it that way, but at this point, it's just the same thing. Next man up. And if you are eligible for Supermax and you're a great player, now you're going to be in the realm of $70 million a year. That's what Shea got. Well-deserved. Sure, we can get into the aspect of team building, but when you win an NBA title, you're the MVP of the league and the finals. You're up for an extension. You're a first-team All-NBA. You get all the money. And the Thunder were willing to give it to him. They're willing to give Chet Holmgren all the money that they could possibly give him. We'll see where Jalen Williams lands. We talked a little bit about that yesterday. Well, the next guy up is Devin Booker. He gets a 2-year extension at over $72 million a year. Now, this morning we discussed it, and I put it like this. The Suns can't lose Devin Booker. They're at a point in their build where you could understand at some point Devin Booker goes, you know what, I want out. We can't win. This team will be eventually hampered, if they actually do it, by the stretch and wave thing they're going to do with Bradley Beal. We had Kevin Durant here. It was a disaster. I want out. I don't see a path forward. What is he, 28 years old or something like that? I don't see a path forward to winning. So the Suns aren't going to mess around and go, hey, Devin, you know, it would be great for us if you took a little less. That's not something they're in a position to do, because if you ask them to look at their future, does Devin Booker see a way for this team to win games if he takes a little less? Does he trust his organization enough if he takes a little less for them to direct that towards winning? Probably not. So probably wasn't even a conversation. They said, hey, Devin Booker, you're eligible for $145 million. And Devin Booker was like, you know what, I am. I'll take that. And the Suns were like, here, have it all. How do you keep them? And people who cover the Suns have kind of discussed some people reacting in a way to this extension and saying, you guys don't understand what Devin Booker means. Here's I'm going to probably butcher his last name. Here is something from, I lost it. Gerald Bourget. Based on the reactions, I don't think people outside of Phoenix will ever understand what Devin Booker means to the Suns in Arizona. All-time leading scorer, stayed loyal through some absolute bleep years, continue to improve, led a team to the finals, franchise best 64 wins. And the response would be, how long ago was that franchise best 64 wins? How long ago was that finals appearance? In NBA terms, it feels very much long ago. Considering what's happened in the league, what's happened to that Suns team, that feels like a long time ago. That was 2021. It was after the bubble season that they made the finals.
21, they made the finals.
Yeah, so it's after the bubble year. Remember that bubble year? The Suns were undefeated in the bubble.
Yeah, they went 10-0 in the bubble.
They didn't make the playoffs. They didn't make the playoffs, but they were in range, so they were one of the teams invited. They go undefeated, and everyone was like, "Oh, the Suns are coming up."
I think they needed like the Trailblazers to go like 4-5, and they went 5-4.
Trailblazers weren't having any of it. So so that was the last time the Suns were really all that relevant. Of course, we have the Luka embarrassing the Suns in the playoffs, so that was a thing that followed after the finals appearance, and then the injuries to Paul and then of course the Durant stuff. So they have not been a team all that relevant over the last couple of years. So how do you keep your star? You don't even make them sweat. You don't even make him have a call to his agent about how much money he's going to get. And that's why he got his. But I understand why it doesn't make a lot of sense to people.
Yeah.
But if you're the Suns, you can't lose Devin Booker. You can't have him make the call to his agent to ask for a trade. At that point, you're dead in the water. You may look at it and go, they're not going to win anything with him at that salary, considering where their roster is. but they don't want to see the other side, the dark side of having to trade Devin Booker. So they made a move to secure that. Of course, that doesn't keep Devin Booker from saying, thank you for the money. I'm 29 years old. I want to go.
That too.
Yeah.
That too. You're not guaranteeing that he stays forever.
No.
Like you're signing a deal. It's until 29-30 is the last year, because it's a extension when he's not close to free agency. Like he's not actually going to be a free agent anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're just tacking on extra years. But I get what the guy's saying, where it's like, you don't know what he means to the people of Phoenix. I mean, I will say, like, they went to the finals 1 year, lost in the second round, 2 years, lost in the first round. So it's like a 4-year range of playoffs. Like he's only made the playoffs 4 times in a decade-long career.
Yeah, so he's not guaranteed to get up to 72. He has to like make an All-NBA and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. So it's up to.
Yeah, up to.
I also would say it's probably not a good idea to give someone up to $75 million where you have to make an All-NBA team. And you and I are like, I'm not sure if he'll make an All-NBA team.
Yeah, the extension kicks in 28, 29 when he's 32 and 33. So right now he's scheduled to be paid $64 million in the first year of the deal, and then $69 million in the second. If he doesn't, if he doesn't reach some of those accolades that get him over the amount. So it's almost like an NFL contract where you have to actually dig deep to find out how much is actually worth. But either way, they're going to be paying him $64 million when he's 32 years old, and then almost 70 when he's 33.
I don't know.
But do you think the Suns?
I just don't know if he's like quite good enough to be like, oh my God, we cannot let him leave.
I wonder if Suns fans, considering the tweet I read, don't care what he's good enough to be. We just don't want him to leave. Like he doesn't have the accolades.
I guess I just don't have that sentimental bone in my body of like, I'm okay watching a team be stuck forever.
Yeah.
But as long as
your star
player,
player,
I got my guy Devin Booker scoring 25 points a game while we're the 9th seed. That's all I need.
Yeah, I don't know.
Actually, they're the 11th seed.
Yeah, they weren't even.
I forgot because I was thinking one spot out of the playoffs. They're one spot out of the play-in.
Yeah, I don't know how a young Phoenix fan sees Devin Booker. We know how LA fans saw Kobe, but Kobe was a part of 5 titles. Devin Booker won't reach anywhere near that. He'll be lucky to make another finals, it seems like, if he's still in Phoenix. So if he's your guy, I guess you're willing to deal with the consequences of paying him like you're pretty much giving him a lifetime contract if he wants one. I think that's what's been said. If he wants to be there for the rest of his career, we will continue to do things to make sure he is there, no matter what. That's the Suns' gamble. The gamble for Devin Booker is, at the moment, because like we said, he could always ask out, is that they'll give me the money, all of it, and then they'll still be able to build a team. And he always has the out of, I'm going, trade me now. I guess the question is, how do you put together contracts for a guy who's making $64 million a year? How do you get that together? Like, of course, if they trade him in the next couple of years, it'll cost less. Like he's making 53, coming up 57, and 61. So those numbers are giant.
Yeah, but they're like,
but you can
tradable.
It's tradable. Like if you're going to, if Devin Booker's going to ask out, he should ask out before he turns 32. Because if he waits that long, he's probably not valuable enough for anyone to make that move. Also, the contracts aren't really available because you still got to have good players left.
I'm really interested because like the more I think about this, like I think if this was like a Houston athlete, I think we would be on team. I don't care if he asks for a trade him. They don't have a draft pick and they don't have control of their own draft pick until he's 35 years old.
It's a problem.
He's signed until he's 32. He's signed until 2030. That's when he turns 32.
So no matter,
they don't have 3 more years after that. They don't have a draft pick. Like I don't know. I don't get it. I really don't. I don't get the infatuation with Devin Booker. Like, or just like the fact that he's their Kobe. Minus the 5 rings,
which plays a big part in why Kobe is Kobe.
Yeah. Yes. Like we didn't love James Harden like this.
Well, we didn't. Even before some people did.
Okay, every fan base has some people that love the star have slavish devotion to their star player.
Daryl Morey did.
That's just stand culture.
But Daryl Morey was a stan.
Yeah.
And that's all that mattered. So if there's a stan,
but the tweet is saying that the Suns fans want him. I think if you take out all the success that James Harden had, and just
Devin Booker made a finals. James Harden never did that.
Okay, sure.
He never reached the peak of what Devin Booker reached.
Yeah.
But
he also made the playoffs literally every year he was a Rocket.
I don't know Devin Booker's elimination game history, but James also has all the
they
disappointments.
had that one. They had that one against the Mavs that wasn't pretty.
It was awful.
That was hard and nasty.
But that was a team-wide disaster. I don't know what Devin Booker did in that game. Probably not very much.
They had like 30 points at halftime, so I can't imagine.
But you can point to Rockets' losses and go, if James played even medium, they win the game. So
okay, then I don't know. I just actually they scored 27 points at halftime.
They were atrocious. Yeah. Let's get to Willie P before we go. He wants to talk about Real. Hey, Lazy J, where are you? Real in a Club World Cup semifinal got destroyed. Lazy J, where are you? You didn't call in. You called in about Mexico beating a below par USA squad, but nothing for the great Real. Oh, soft ass. What's up, Willie P?
Hey, good afternoon, good morning. How y'all doing, man?
We're good, man. How are you?
Not bad. Look, I'm gonna keep it short real quick. I was just calling. I'm not gonna throw shots at Lazy J, but he wants to talk about Mexico, USA belt to ass. I mean, yesterday PSG real belt to ass. Like, I'm sorry, but Mbappe leaves. Real Madrid wins Champions League. Mbappe leaves PSG, goes to Real Madrid, doesn't win a major trophy. PSG wins everything. They're the best team in the world. They're probably gonna mop up Chelsea on Sunday in the Club World Cup final. Where's he at? Where your boy at? Where Mbappe at? Where Rodrigo? Where Vinny? What we doing, Lazy J? But anyways, one last thing. He talked about the kid from Mexico, the 16-year-old.
Yeah.
And I did see people post online talking about this kid is 16 winning the Gold Cup final. What is Lamine Yamal done at 16? And I'm like, bro, come on, miss me with that. Like, he played against Guatemala and USAC team, and if that was a true belt to ass, then Mexico wouldn't have been holding on late in the game. I mean, if Patrick Aubameyang pulls his head out of his butt, he scores that goal, and then we go to extra time, and who knows what happens. So that's not even belt to ass, and for all the Mexican fans, you gotta let that kid just play, man. Let that kid grow up. Don't rush him along too fast. I mean, we've seen it in America with Freddie Adu and everybody else. Julian Green rushed him along too fast, and they failed. So you guys just got to support him and don't put that weight on his shoulders. Anyways, you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Have a great day. Love the show as always. Sean A. Mace, what do you do, baby? Peace, fellas.
Appreciate it. We gotta go. Thank you for that, Willie P. Mostly for calling out Lazy J. I don't know what did Lamine Yamal do at 16, 17 years old? Help Spain win a Euro title. That's all. I mean, sure, Moro's on the field. Give him a little credit. It was Honduras, not Guatemala. The U.S. went through Guatemala. Yeah, I know he was on the field to beat Guatemala and then beat the U.S., but if we're going to make comps to the Mexican fans that Willie P is talking to, Lamine Yamal was in the middle of a Euro title. A little bit more hardware and certainly accolades than winning a Gold Cup. All right, we're done for the day. Thank you for everyone who called in. I want to thank also AJ for helping out on the morning show. Appreciate that from him. Sean, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
No, sir, I do not. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
And that's the ball game. Hummel goes down looking for the second straight time. That's a tough night for Cooper as the Astros go down in order here in the ninth, and they are swept by the Cleveland Guardians on the heels of the Astros sweeping the Los Angeles Dodgers in L.A. Astros came in with the best record in the American League at home, and they will leave at least this series having been swept by the Guardians for the first time since 2017 here at Daikin Park. Tough series. Astros dropped this one 4-2.
One of those games, much like the last two, where you regret having dedicated any time to it. Astros got swept. Day off today. Tomorrow, a weekend series against the Texas Rangers. But last night's loss is not the big story. We are, when it comes to the Houston Astros medical staff, trapped in Groundhog Day, starring Bill Murray. Or, if you want a more current reference, Palm Springs, which, of course, stars Andy Samberg. It's the same thing over and over again. It's players that we think are at the very least trending in the right direction, trying to get back on the field, only for seemingly disastrous results to follow their footsteps. The most recent example of this, we found out about right before first pitch between the Astros and Guardians. This is the Space City Home Network noticing what was happening to one of the Astros' best players this year.
And it seems it might be worse than it was previously. They're going to walk him all the way to the tunnel. He's not going to go back to the clubhouse. Oh, man. So Joe Espada is going to have to make a late lineup change. Taylor Trammell was aware something was going on. Trammell was hanging out there with Jake, talking with him for a while. And the way he's being helped off the field is not a good sign. Yeah, hanging out that door is not a good sign at all. No. It's usually where the carts and the ambulances and things like that are. I mean, we're only speculating why he's going out that way, but he is not in good shape.
Who knows what happened? All we know is that in the moment it looked bad and that we were going to have to wait 2 to 3 hours to figure out what the hell happened this time. Because it's this time. They didn't know that Jeremy Pena was dealing with a rib fracture until after the fact. They didn't know Yordan Alvarez had a hand fracture until a month later. They seemingly never knew that Kyle Tucker had a shin fracture. And second guess every single Astros injury over the entirety of the Jim Crane era now. That's all you can do. If you came for answers to the Astros post-game show on the Space City Home Network, you would be disappointed because, once again, we didn't actually hear from the Astros medical staff. First, here's Joe Espada. We're going to stop and go along the way as he tries to figure out, as he tries to tell us what the hell Jake Myers just went through.
Right now, right calf tightness, and we're getting more tests done right now.
Pause. Right calf tightness. More tests done. He's had 2 days off. Why not do the tests before? This is the big frustration with them. The follow-up tests for the Astros do not happen nearly enough, and you would think that they would be a little paranoid just given the way that things have been going of late, right? Joe Espada, unfortunately for him, and he's paid a lot of money for this, so I don't have that much sympathy for him, but he's the one that's sitting up here relaying to us the information that the medical staff is relaying to him. More from Joe Espada at yesterday's post-game press conference.
Well, we did a lot of tests before we decided to run him in the lineup, and we felt comfortable. and strongly about putting him in there. And then before he takes the field, on his way to his position, just tying up on him.
Pause. Okay. So they did a lot of tests. Do we believe them? I don't. Sean, do you believe Joe Espada telling us that the Astros medical staff did the extra tests? Because I'm sure that he heard that from the Astros medical staff and maybe Jake Myers. Communication, a huge problem in every single industry. Do you believe Joe Espada, what he said right there?
I mean, they might have done the tests, but I don't know what the tests are. You know, maybe it was, I don't know, what Harry Potter house would you be drafted into? That was the test. They pulled out BuzzFeed and they were like, take some of these tests and we'll see if your calf is okay.
Maybe they got one of those doctor charts and the test was legitimately as he got up, walking out of the dugout. Hey, Jake, 1 to 10 on this chart. Are you?
Yeah.
Or are you?
Yeah. Red steam coming out of your ears. No, it will be like when I broke my wrist when I was like 8 years old and my dad had me try to move my wrist around for like 30 minutes. When after the first one, I was like, I think it's broken. This hurts a lot. And he made me do it for another 30 minutes. And then he was like, yeah, I think it's broken. Thanks, Dad.
Well,
thanks for being thorough. At least he was thorough, I guess.
He was thorough.
So maybe they just stopped after like 10 minutes.
And he was able to figure out what was happening.
Yeah.
Now you do.
I knew.
And it didn't take much for him to know.
The first time he made me act like you're turning a doorknob. Ow, ow, ow.
It's a sore calf, and the Astros are in a spot where they really do need all of their players to be healthy because they're putting out Cooper Hummel. They're putting out Zach Short. They're putting out guys who are not particularly good at baseball. Kennedy Corona. More from Joe Espada after yesterday's game.
No, he just jogged out there and just got really tight on him.
Okay.
Did he have any imaging done prior to you guys playing for them?
No. We didn't think that he needed it. We just did some ultrasound, which it shows how the muscle and stuff is in there, and it's just some tightness in there, and trying to get him healthy, trying to get him back on the field.
Pause. Joe Espada should not be put in the spot where he's forced to tell us what the ultrasound showed. Also, that does not exactly gel with Joe Espada saying Jake Myers took tests that would be more than the ones Sean and I just jokingly discussed. It seems like whatever tests were being done were rather slacking's a little bit unfair. I don't know what happened, but thorough, certainly not the word I would check.
They weren't enough. Whatever tests they weren't enough. They weren't thorough.
And this is the problem. You would think, just given all the bad things that are happening on the medical front for this team, that they would be a little more thorough. At the very least, out of paranoia or maybe fear that they are going to get canned at the end of the year or now. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of urgency from this medical staff.
Or fear that they're going to get every player on the team hurt. And then, actually, no, because they can't really control them getting hurt.
No, they can't. You're right.
But when they all get setbacks as they're trying to come back, like probably 75% of them, if you miss more than one day, like you are facing a setback on your way back. Jake Myers wasn't even out. He wasn't on the IL.
It was 2 days. It was 2 days.
And it's
right before the All-Star break, and there's no reason to press anything.
5.5 games.
The calf bone's connected to the Achilles bone. I know those aren't bones. One's a muscle and one's an Achilles, but the whole body's connected. And that's the most terrifying injury in sports, no? Achilles injury? Other than decapitation, it's Achilles injuries. More from Joe Espada being put in the uncomfortable position, having to talk about now injured thanks to a setback, Jake Myers.
That was the end of the clip.
Oh, that was it?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I think he got asked a question on Espanol. Oof. I feel bad for Joe. He shouldn't be put in that spot. Dana Brown shouldn't be put in that spot either. And it's easy to get mad at those two when they're the two that are communicating this to us when we're not sure what communications the Astros medical staff is giving to them. So what did Jake Myers have to say after the game was done? Here is the Astros center fielder in the midst of a career year, understandably rather disappointed.
More information. I know we're probably gonna get more information tomorrow. No, I felt good going in the game, and just had, like tightened up, running out to my position.
Pause. Maybe we need the Astros players to walk out to their positions. No jogging. I get it. They're trying to speed up the game, but I mean, you get injured jogging out to your position.
That to me is the craziest. It wasn't even like the first play of the game was a fly ball that he had to, even a lazy fly ball where he had to like jog to it. It was literally as he was like, he couldn't take the field.
Yeah.
Never mind if he somehow made it to his first at bat and then had to run
the bases only to just look like he got shot by a sniper.
Yeah, like how is he even close to being ready to play if he can't jog onto the field?
Which is easy for us to say, Dr. Hindsight mode, which we're both in. But, I mean, the Astros medical staff has put themselves in this position where you just have to wonder what the hell it is they're doing, especially when it comes to Jake Myers, who, by the way, a couple of years ago was rushed back to play too soon, which was something that was acknowledged by general manager James Click. So that's definitely on the medical staff, and you do have to wonder about the guy perhaps ordering the code red behind the scenes in his varsity letter jacket, along with Reggie Jackson and Jeff Bagwell in the varsity letterman jacket, Skull and Bone Society. You got to wonder if Jim Crane's involved in this. More from Jake Myers after yesterday's game.
Absolutely. Yeah. I felt good. Prepared for the game like any other day. Yeah. What did you guys do before the game to ensure that you were good to go? I mean, a bunch of sprinting, like a good amount of sprinting, good, dynamic warm up, cuts in and out. Felt good.
Pause. Okay. Well, it sounds like everything was A-okay. So it is certainly possible that this is just a freak accident. But the problem is the laundry list of things in the past where it doesn't feel like it was the result of a freak accident like we always see in baseball. A guy walking into his shower door or the weird injuries. No.
Wrong step on the stairs. Yeah.
I mean, because it could have been that for all we know. It really could have been like he slipped on his way out of the dugout and then he felt weird once he got into the outfield. But the track record makes you have to assume they effed up.
Yeah.
Which I would like to not do. I don't know the Astros head trainer, Jeremiah Randall, or their strength coach who was listed in Chandler Roman's piece about this. I don't know who either of these people are. I'm sure they're fine people. But, I mean, wouldn't you at this point want to talk and explain your process? Anyway, more Jake Myers. It only gets worse from here.
Good, 20, 25-minute workout. Hit, went through the day like any other day. So, trying to get more information tomorrow.
Just feel worse than it did yesterday?
Dive into that. That's all I got. So.
Oh my. I mean, that is concerning. Not just because that non-answer is an answer in itself. I mean,
do I have to answer this?
It's clearly worse. And do I have to answer this while the Astros beat is chuckling a little bit around him, which we're all doing, but we're not doing the kind of laughter that you do because you heard a funny. We're doing the kind of laughter that someone who knew he was doomed did while in the midst of World War I, waiting for the whistle to blow before he jumps over the line knowing he faces certain death. We're in the midst of a crazy laughter that even the Joker would be alarmed by. That's what we're all doing because you can't do anything else but laugh at these seemingly clown doctors. It is very, very telling what Jake Myers said right there. And we've already asked, if not now, is a reason. If not today, looking at yourself in the mirror and reevaluating the way that you run players back to the field after injury, let alone check the X-rays, MRIs, ultrasounds, CT scans, whatever else. Is it time to start looking and say, you know what? We've got to do things differently. The obvious answer to that question from everyone around the Astros who has been following them, not just this year, but last year, and honestly, the entirety of the Jim Crane era, specifically like the last 3 years or so, is yes, please. And yet here we are, another setback. But everything's fine. The Astros are still in first place, you know? They're still in the 2 seed in the American League. Everything's fine. I hope that's not the thought that's going through Jim Crane's head right now. You want to jump in on this event, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We're also on the brand new ESPN Houston app, which is available on your iPhone and your Android. You can comment with the show that way as well. So you get the chance to vent. And I mean, we got to be positive. You know, I've found that if you want your takes to matter in 2025, you got to stay positive. So let's just roll right through here and stay positive. Tell me right now, doctors you would trust less than the Astros medical staff. Okay. We're staying positive. Positive. So let's just highlight there are definitely doctors that could be worse. Some fictional ones. How about noted fraudster Leonardo DiCaprio's character in the 2002 Tom Hanks Leonardo DiCaprio movie, Catch Me If You Can? He pretends to be a doctor for a little bit in that after pretending to be an airline pilot for a bit in that.
I was going to say, he wasn't a doctor, though.
He wasn't a doctor.
To be a doctor, so,
but
yes,
they believed he was a doctor.
Yes.
And he's worse than the Astros medical staff because I'm sure that people probably died on his watch.
Yeah, that one kid who got in a bicycle accident wasn't doing too well.
Did they amputate his arm? I don't know. But I'm sure that Leonardo DiCaprio character, Sean, is worse than the Astros medical staff.
Do you think he was back on a bike before Jordan? Do you think his recovery time's was shorter than Jordan's?
It's good. They got to be careful about getting him back on the bike. We've got worst doctors. There's a list. Worst doctors in TV and film. How about in just book history? Dr. Frankenstein. I mean, he's looking for cadavers to create live things out of the dead.
I mean, it worked, though. Sorry, that's not being positive.
No,
but he did make a monster. He did do what he set out to do.
He's an absolute monster. Dr. Hannibal Lecter. He's a cannibal. More of a psychiatrist than a stethoscope kind of doctor. You've got from The Simpsons, Dr. Nick Riviera, who wasn't particularly good at his job.
Yeah, no, he was incompetent. I'll give them. They're clearly better than Dr. Nick.
How about Dr. Rumack from Airplane, played by Leslie Nielsen?
I guess they're better than.
Surely you can't be serious.
I mean,
I'm always serious, and don't call me Shirley.
Yeah. But, he was a little too wacky. At least the Astros doctors aren't wacky, They're not up to hijinks. They're just maybe bad at their job.
Dr. Evil, certainly a worse doctor than the Astros medical staff.
I mean, he found a way to clone himself.
True, but I mean,
he was miniature though.
He was small. Was Altuve? Huh? Dr. Mantis Toboggan, a fake doctor played by Danny DeVito's character in the television show Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah, another not a doctor.
It was
but
more
that
he
they're
was,
better than.
he was using that to get laid.
Yeah.
He's dropping condoms and saying this is for my Magnum dong. What else do we have?
I don't want to throw an accusation. Maybe that's what Jeremiah Randall's doing. I don't want to say that. I'm not saying that.
Well, I hope he's more qualified in that department and that he is married as well. How about that? Dr. Strangelove. That's a movie about a crazy doctor who tries to nuke the entire world. Huh?
Yeah, because we can
the Astros medical staff.
Yeah, we can be upset about the baseball team, but at least they're not trying to blow up the world.
Multiple people are texting in Dr. Kevorkian. Okay, that is one that sadly is over my head. Dr. Kevorkian, Jack Kevorkian. Oh, an American pathologist and euthanasia proponent. Oh, this is a real guy.
Oh no. Yeah, I don't like the real bad doctor.
No, this isn't positive. This is taking a dark turn. What else do we have here? Someone texted in the doctor from South Park. The doctor from South Park isn't as much of a mess as the doctor from Family Guy. Our intern is saying Dr. Doofenshmirtz from Phineas and Ferb. I've never seen that.
Yeah, he was foiled by a platypus weekly every episode. So not as successful as the Astros.
Someone from the 704 texted Paul's sister, "I'll kill you." I'm just kidding.
I trust? Yeah, I think I would trust. Your
I would definitely
sight
trust my sister.
unseen.
I would.
I have no idea.
Slander. This is slander. I'll kill you.
I don't know. I don't know how many calf strains she's looked at.
I hope this person thinks he's going to the doctor someday, and guess what? It's the Astros medical staff. Oh no!
He puts down the little mask that they wear sometimes. That the Joker had when he was in disguise. Oh, the Joker from Dark Knight.
He was a doctor for a little bit.
Yeah, I think
more
a nurse.
Of a nurse. I think. Yeah. There's Dr. Oz. Ooh, yeah. He tried to transition to politics. Dr. Phil. What else do we have here? Yeah. Lone Ranger 614 says, "I wouldn't let the Astros medical staff euthanize my sick pet." I mean, that's not exactly positive, but I understand the sentiment. Yeah. We got a call. Jerry's weighing in at 713-780-3776 to call in, text in the most interactive sports talk show in town. What's up?
Good afternoon, guys. Hey, I can blame it at the medical staff all you want, but this one kind of falls on his father too. Like, my guy, All-Star break is around the corner. Why throw Myers out there? Like, just keep throwing all the AAA outfielders out there until we hit the All-Star break, and then we'll reset and give Myers more of a break. But that's not me defending the medical staff. The Astros, they need to start doing something, because they're saying, inflation to the hand for Jordan, when in reality it's probably a broken bone. They just don't want to say anything. Then what's the point of just hiding stuff? It's embarrassing. And honestly, I'd rather trust Dr. J when it comes to injuries than this whole entire medical staff. It's a joke. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate the phone call, Jerry. Dr. J is cool.
Yeah, I would like.
I would like to. I mean, Dr. J would probably not give me the best medical advice, but he was one of the coolest players in NBA.
Bedside manner, though. I think he would crush it.
Yeah, I think so too. Now we're getting some real doctors in here. Dr. Ted Kaczynski, that's right. The Unabomber, I think, was a doctor.
Was he a doctor? Oh yeah, doctors that are that specialize in physics. I think I would trust doctors that specialize in physics more than.
I might trust Dr. Jill Biden a little bit more. She's a doctor, apparently.
Yeah, that's your least favorite doctor.
Definitely. Sure. Well, I mean, maybe Fauci. I don't know. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call it, to text it. There's worse doctors out there, guys. There are. Anyway, you want to jump in? It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Why is it that the Astros medical staff keeps on messing up? We'll theorize on that one in Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Plus, hey, a Dodgers defending the Astros. How about that? Stick around.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
And all of a sudden, he was out there, and it must have cramped up on him.
I can't go. He said, I can't go.
That is an athlete that is just frustrated beyond belief right now.
That's the Guardians' call when they saw that Jake Myers was limping off the field and sitting on a cart and being driven to somewhere in the bowels of Dyken Park. Normally, you'd say he's going to the medical room, the training room. But if you do not trust the Astros at all, which all of us right now don't, yeah, you're not 100% sure where they're going. You just aren't. Oof. I saw a couple other people texting in, doctors who would be worse than the Astros medical staff. We're trying to be positive. Someone texted in, this is kind of dark. The VA is worse. That's kind of sad, but probably true. Another texter says Doc Holliday would be a better doctor. I don't know. I think Doc Holliday might give Jake Myers and Yordan Alvarez the consumption or whatever the hell he's dealing with. I'm your Huckleberry. I mean, he looks rough at the end of that movie.
Yeah. Is tuberculosis contagious?
Tuberculosis, yeah.
Is that contagious?
I bet it was back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he did the best he could back in the day. The clean Arizona air or wherever he had to move out of Georgia. But yeah, I would enjoy Doc Huckleberry more, or Doc Holliday more. I would enjoy if they made him available to the media. That would be fun.
If they made him available, it would be so.
I'm sure he'd have some controversial things to say.
Yeah.
Taking someone from like the 1800s and putting them in 2025.
Yeah, I'm at the point where I would trust Dr. Johnny Sins more. There's a lot of people that I know aren't real doctors, and I would say, how would that guy take some fun? Might get a little weird though. With
Just
Dr.
let him
Johnny
have a
Sins.
crack at it.
Yeah, just a crack. Just a small little crack there. It is the Paul Gallant Show. It is Thursday at 12:30, which means it's time for Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Couple of texts as to why the Astros medical staff might be so bad from the injury side of things, figuring out what's what. A texter, Eric the driver, says Bobby Manfred's instructed Crane to cut all funding to the medical staff as punishment for 2017 and sweeping his favorite Dodgers. Interesting.
That is really the longest con you can do, because it's like didn't stop them from winning another World Series. It had to stop them from being competitive.
Yeah.
But it's just embarrassing. Because Adam Spillane pointing out that James Click wanted to investigate or audit the return to play policy after, by the way, Jake Myers got rushed back from an injury in 2021 and just they never got around to it because he got fired because Click or his contract.
Yeah.
They allowed Click to leave. That's like, guys, you gotta do the audit. Like,
you gotta do the audit. Just yesterday,
gotta do it.
Forget about Jake Myers. Just yesterday, Dana Brown said, "Yeah, we might have put JP France back in the mix a little bit too soon."
Of course they did.
Right.
How many guys have had like false start rehab and like setbacks in the middle of rehab? Like it's all these guys.
A caller asked earlier about Espada, his role in all of this. I think Dana Brown is telling Espada what he should do. So if there is anyone to point the finger more at, it would be Dana Brown. But I think that the biggest problem, at the very least, is communication. I would say, given the communication they are giving us, it stands to reason that the communication that is between all of them is lacking.
Yeah, it's also a thing of like, is it Espada's fault for trusting the medical team? Like, is it part of his job to be like, I know the medical team says he's ready, but these guys are such morons. I should give them 2 extra days, no matter what. Just like blanket statement, guys get activated from the IL, or he wasn't on the IL, but they're all get the stamp of approval from medical, and Joe Espada has to take into his own hands of being like, let me buy him a couple more days, even though that might not work because Yordan Alvarez needed more than a couple more days.
By the way, speaking of Dana Brown, and this just came to me because I remembered it from Chandler Rome's article that he put in The Athletic. This one is very amusing. So Joe Espada, you heard yesterday, called the injury right calf tightness. And Espada is a doctor of humane letters from his alma mater, the University of Mobile, last May. Doctorate in humane letters. What does that mean?
Is that not humanities?
It's an honorary degree, typically awarded to individuals who have made significant contributions to society, particularly in areas related to the humanities, philanthropy, or public service. It's not an earned degree based on academic study, but rather a recognition of achievements and impact. I'm sure he's one of the best in terms of successful University of Mobile graduates. Nothing against Mobile. So he is technically a doctor of humane letters, which is not the kind of doctor that should have to, in a podium, explain what Jake Myers and the Astros medical staff and Dana Brown are telling him. It's a lot. More in a tinfoil hat Thursday. Let's move on from the Jake Myers injury for just a moment. Remember Oral Hershiser, who suggested that perhaps the Astros knew what was coming during Friday's 18-1 beatdown of the Dodgers. He didn't want to open any sore wounds, but it led to a lot of people speculating if the Astros were cheating again. So Max Muncy, who plays for the Dodgers, get this, stood up and defended the Astros.
Do I think they know what was coming? Yes, I do. Do I think they were cheating to get there? No, I think they had a tip on the pitcher, and that's on us to clean that up. That's not cheating. That's part of the game. Good teams are going to do that. So, yes, I do think they knew what were coming, but it wasn't because they were cheating. It's because, our pitcher had a tip, and we've addressed it. We've cleaned it up, hopefully. And it's one of those things where you just have to always be careful about what you're doing out there. You don't want to give anything away to the other team, and that's something that we take advantage of a lot of times. And you have to find a way to clean that up, and that's not cheating. That's part of the game. That's being a smart baseball player is what that is. So do I think they knew what was coming? Yeah, but they weren't cheating.
They weren't cheating. Heard it straight from a Los Angeles Dodger on Foul Territory TV. Okay? Take that in your pipe and smoke it. The Dodgers don't think there was cheating there. Now, don't ask them about 2017, but they don't think that any foul play took place on Friday. Nor do I, because the Astros scored 18 runs, and whoever that first pitcher was for the Dodgers sucked. He was brutal. And then there was this 10-run 6th inning.
Yeah. Eat it, Oral.
Yeah. Ooh, well, that's his first name. It's a mouth.
It is a mouth.
Moral Oral over here. I think there was an Adult Swim claymation show back in the day. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, and that was Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Every single Thursday at 12:30. Up next on the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Get this. We have a follow-up from the guy that got his ass beat because he was too slow playing golf. He speaks, sort of. And on top of that, Houston sports might see one of the greatest figures in terms of his overall career that lives here in town drop the gloves himself. All of that next. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. If you want to vent about Jake Myers, you can too. The Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros center fielder Jake Myers, in the midst of a career season, who had missed the last 2 games with a calf ailment, left the field during pregame warmups with his arm around a trainer's shoulder. For the Astros, he left the game with right calf tightness. And when Jake Myers was asked about said injury and if it was worse than last time, he said, "Do I have to answer that question?" to an Astros spokesperson, and didn't answer it. I think in not answering it, he did answer it. I'm hoping that Jake Myers will be back sooner rather than later. I'm very skeptical that'll happen. And hey, the All-Star break's right around the corner. Thank goodness. The Astros are throwing a lot of guys out there that are not very good. I am not upset about a sweep at the hands of the Guardians. I watched very little of said sweep. Not on the background, but I would say that my actual focus going into this one wasn't that attentive. look, they just pulled off an incredible stretch. That incredible stretch does give them enough grace to get swept by a team like Cleveland. I saw Keith from LA text in. Funny how you're deflecting, Paul. You're deflecting the fact that the Astros just got swept by the Guardians. Well, you're deflecting the fact that the Dodgers just got swept by the Astros, who got swept by the Guardians. So, I mean, how does that make you feel?
They got swept by the Guardians. They got swept by the team that got swept by a team that was on a 10-game losing streak and couldn't score any runs.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, that's basically like a 6-game losing streak in losing over the weekend. And plus,
pathetic,
the amount of runs they gave up, they lost 29 to what? 9? Did they even get that many? Was it 6? They got shelled in that series.
I mean, 18-1 does that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Key, we get it. Like, you got a little taste of vengeance and solace, perhaps, because of what just happened to the Astros, and perhaps you're rooting for these Astros injuries. But who's deflecting from the deflecting, buddy? We always appreciate you listening. The guy who got punched by former hockey enforcer Nick Tynarski has bang, 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 bang. I did a pretty good recap of this fight yesterday on the socials, so check them out if you haven't seen it. We all got some bangs in there. Sean got a couple bangs in. I got a couple of bangs in. Well, this guy's weighed in on what went down. He posted, this is a photo of him online. It was posted by @NUCLR Golf. I guess someone found a picture of him on Reddit. Seems like this is something he sent to people on Snapchat. What, did you think it wasn't going to get sent out, bud? You just went viral for being a drunken idiot. Now, I want to once again give him his flowers. The man kept getting up. I do not know the context of how slow he was playing. He probably should have let the group behind him play through. That is standard, instead of getting indignant and trying to squab. I will admit, one of the other reasons I do not enjoy playing golf is because I'm constantly paranoid about the group behind me, and I like to go as quickly as possible. Like, I mean, I line up, boom, one swing, no warm-ups, no nothing, and I'm not good. But I don't know what the context was for this thing escalating the way that it did. All I know is this guy got absolutely wailed on by a former NHL enforcer. He posted a picture that shows a very small black eye. I'll give him credit. That might have been because he was wearing sunglasses. I'm surprised those sunglasses didn't get broken. I don't even think they fell off, if I'm being honest. The snap that he posted is a picture of himself with his tongue sticking out, looking goofy, saying, "Just a tiny little black eye. That's it. That's all, boys." Ooh, I don't know about that. It's definitely not it or all. You're going to be clowned about this for the very least the next month. And this is always going to be in everyone's back pocket for the rest of your life.
Bang! Bang! Come on, man. Bang! No, I'm not trying to get in there.
Do you think he gets, when he hears that, Sean, going forward, traumatized? Like, he can't watch an NBA game with Mike Breen on the call anymore. Bang! Bang! Like, he can't watch that.
Yeah. He's oh my god. He would have been like, thank God he didn't do that for the Tyrese Halliburton game 1 shot. I think that this guy's got a tough. I mean, you say for the next month. I think for us, he's going to hear about it, or people like us for the next month. For the people that he's playing golf with, like, buckle up, buddy. This is the rest of your life. Yeah. You gotta.
Oh yeah.
I hope you're already married, because this story is definitely getting told by your best man at your wedding. Like this. Like I can see it all right now.
I mean, there is a way the best man at his wedding theoretically could turn this into a story about, hey, this guy's tough. Like there's no quit in him, and there was no quit in him. He kept getting back up. I am very impressed by the fact that he kept getting back up.
I would try to invite the guy who beat him up to the wedding.
Or Nick Tarnowski. I would. That's a D-bag move. You can't do that. You can't ruin his wedding. But I mean,
maybe just play the club.
He's gonna carry this scarlet letter for the rest of his life. He can't listen to Mike Breen on the call for an NBA game. He can't listen to the B-52s. Love Shack, baby. Bang, bang, bang on the door, baby. On the door. You can't listen to that song. There's a lot of bang, bang in that. That's how the entire last minute of the song goes. It's just them saying bang.
Certain internet videos he can't watch anymore.
No, that's for sure. Yeah, that's going to be tough for him. You got to come out and you got to make fun of yourself. Like, that's the only way to potentially have people move on from this.
Yeah. Yeah. Or, yeah, I think that's the way.
You got to roll in it.
You got to roll with it. Maybe, you know how the people will get like the ironic or, some relatively obscure company will always like, hey, we're offering, normally it's this pretty woman to be OnlyFans or whatever, or on our site. I think he should do that, but for like bare knuckle boxing or something. Like he should be in a celebrity boxing match, because there's a chance he wins. There's a chance just by stamina alone, the fact he can keep getting hit. Whatever influencer they have across from him, I guarantee you will be less imposing than a former NHL enforcer.
That's true.
I think that's the move. I think you try to get on the next Jake Paul fight. Not fighting Jake Paul, but the undercard.
I'll say this about Jack, and again, he would light me up, but this is a man that you can't fight with a shirt on. Because I watched actually last night some of his highlights as a hockey enforcer, and the move is always, and this is most enforcers in a fight, you grab the guy's shirt. But gotta say, the fight highlights I saw of him that were online, he took the L in 2.5 of them.
Yeah, but a lot of times, like, it's from what I know about hockey, which is very little, but I've seen the movie Goon. I think most of it is about getting in the fight. It's less about actually winning the fight. Like, it is just like actually having someone on your team that is like, enough is enough.
That's fair.
But yeah, also those are on skates. I think on flat ground that gives them the advantage against a civilian.
By the way, I mentioned a Houston sports legend. You mentioned Sean a moment ago, a celebrity.
Oh yeah,
boxing
for
match.
this guy, for the bang guy.
Well, Adrian Peterson has signed up to enter the ring against the Houston man that he traded blows with last month.
See, this is
Baby Joe Castaneda, poker pro, has signed with a celebrity boxing promotion and has agreed to participate in a bout against Adrian Peterson. Peterson has not signed on yet. Castaneda and the promotion expect him to in the coming days. The announcement came after the bloody brawl that took place, captured May 27th during a round of poker at Joker Stars in Houston's Galleria area. After the fight, Peterson told TMZ that he and his group of friends got into a war of words with another table. One thing led to another, and the confrontation turned physical. Castaneda said Peterson had been trash-talking one of his friends while sitting at a different poker table, and when he told the NFL legend to stop, the poker chairs started moving and the melee began. Peterson and Castaneda traded punches. Gotta say, Peterson didn't look great throwing punches. Castaneda looked like he held his own there, and Peterson is one of the freakiest football players that the league has ever seen. It didn't seem like there was any bad blood after the fight. Peterson told TMZ, me and the guy, we're cool. We've known each other. It was like a brother situation. We agreed to disagree. We had our words, and we threw blows, and that was it. We'll see what date they announce for this actual fight. I know Adrian Peterson is not doing so well financially. There's been lots of stories about that over the years.
Yeah.
So
his career earnings probably isn't reflective of how much money he has right now.
Yeah. So I think he might end up signing up on this. That bums me out too. I've had one Adrian Peterson interaction. It was very, he was funny. That's it. I'm sure a lot of people in the Houston area know him. The switch incident is awful. I understand that culturally, some people are raised different when they're raised by their, parents, and that has been a thing in the past. Cultural norms change. He got crushed for that, and in my opinion, deservedly so. But I wasn't raised with the switch, and I don't want to turn this into how were you raised? Did your parents beat you? That we're not about to do that. 713-780-3776 to call to text. We're not doing that. Okay, we're not. But I feel for Adrian Peterson because I know financially, just based off of all the headlines I've seen, there's been a couple of bankruptcy stories. I know he's probably not doing so hot, and it bums me out that someone might think about getting in a fight with a guy who is especially a friend as like some sort of celebrity. There's some change attached to it. Unless it's for charity, and it does not say whether or not this would be for charity. So there you go. Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, is it possible that Jake Myers might sue the Houston Astros? I mean, if this is bad, he deserves to, right? So we'll discuss the merits of whether he should or shouldn't. And if there were to be a class action lawsuit amongst Astros players thrown at either the Astros medical staff or Jim Crane, who is the attorney to get it done? 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
answer that. That's all I got. Sorry.
That was Jake Myers when asked if the sore calf that kept him out of 2 games, the injury that he suffered while jogging out to the field before last night's Astros-Guardians game, where he was in the lineup, was worse than the last injury that he suffered. I think he answered that without answering it. You can hear his frustration. I wonder where the frustration is directed. If you were to give him truth serum, is he blaming the Astros medical staff, himself, for maybe rushing back out there? He said he felt fine. He said he was doing sprints and other drills. Does he blame Dana Brown for trying to push him to get back out there? Does he blame Joe Espada? Whatever the case, I know that he's pissed, and he should be. He's in the midst of a career year. I think that the Astros should have learned from the recent, at least on the outside looking in, seeming mishaps and done a little more due diligence when it comes to checking him out. And even though over the last couple of years, second looks have shown that Jeremy Pena had a broken rib, that Yordan Alvarez had a broken hand, and a second look that never came from the Astros, Kyle Tucker was dealing with a broken shin. You would think that they would just use, when in doubt, the MRI machines, the X-ray machines, the ultrasounds, the CT scans. They would do whatever it takes to double check and make sure that their players are 100% healthy. I mean, we've all gone to doctors, and you will see doctors generally, assuming you have good insurance, which not all of us have, which sucks, doctors will do everything they possibly can, if you have that good insurance, to double check what's going on with you. And they will bill the insurance companies for the things that they're looking at. But that's when we're talking about everyday people. We don't make that much money. But if we're talking about a baseball team with a big payroll that makes a pretty damn good profit as far as baseball teams go, shouldn't you have the ability to regularly do extra looks at injuries and do the most due diligence you possibly can? And shouldn't you, just because of the recent track record, be doing that going forward, no matter what? Yes, you should. And if you're Jake Myers, all you can think about is that August 30th, 2022, former Astros general manager James Click said this after Houston optioned him to Sugarland after he tried to come back from a traumatic shoulder injury. We just weren't seeing it there physically. We will review the return to play process to determine if there were things that we could have done better to put him in a position to succeed at the major league level. I don't think that ever happened because obviously Click was out of a job 3 months later. I don't think they ever did that audit. They won the World Series. You don't have to. Michael Brantley will be fine next year. He'll be fine. How many games did he play? Did he even play one? Truly, I don't remember. I mean, that also lends itself to Jim Crane, Jeff Bagwell, the Astros Letterman jacket, Skull and Bone Society, and the moves that they were making, which weren't the smartest. But, I mean, that's another moment where it didn't seem like due diligence was done. They gave Brantley a 1-year, $10 million deal. They could have used outfield depth in the 2023 season. And here we are, once again, asking the same questions. One, what the hell is the Astros process, protocol, when they are checking their players who get hurt? And what is the return to play protocol? Clearly, it's bad. Bad. B-A-D.
Stop doing that. Shooting with the water gun or with the water spritzer.
Right, like he's a cat. Like he's Arya when she gets up on the counter. And by the way, she actually stopped doing that. Girlfriend's cats don't do that. Girlfriend's cats, I think, are past the point of no return. They're cute cats, though. We let them get away with it. All three of them. I love cats. Oh yeah. Paul, are you with your girlfriend for the cats? Oh, she listens too, so that might not be the best comment to say here.
Are you the first ever crazy cat man?
That is a great question. I'm gonna have to ask her that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to ask her that. Yeah, she hangs out on the Twitch. She's lovely. So, given that Jake Myers has dealt with this before, I mean, don't you want to sue? Wouldn't you want to sue? It's your boss. Theoretically, you're blackballed from the industry going forward. And we don't know that he suffered a torn Achilles. I know a lot of the doctors online were like, well, it looks like a torn Achilles. Actually, I don't know if it was a torn Achilles. He was walking off the field. A lot of that. Like, shut up.
People were talking about how he was hopping.
Yes.
And I was just like, guys.
Yes.
Like, we don't know.
Yes.
They don't know.
Yes. It's...
Astros doctors don't know.
They don't.
No
one
knows.
And that's the problem. I mean, we are allowed to play armchair doctor because of how bad the Astros medical staff or training staff has been. Strength and conditioning staff. Whatever it is. I mean, we don't know much about it.
Whoever it is, they're doing a bad job.
The thing that baffles me is I'm surprised none of these guys want to like speak and say like, oh, God, Joe's talking about ultrasound again. Dana Brown's talking about calcification in bones again. Oh, like, don't they want to correct? Doctors are generally really smart people that went to the most difficult kind of school that there is, medical school. I can't remember all that crap. You know, I have to sing that song that I heard when I was going to Lutheran nursery school in Hanover, Massachusetts. Like, the knee bone's connected to the leg bone, and that's not even actual bones. I right now, off the top of my head, it took me that long just to remember that the thigh bone is actually your femur. Like, it took me that long, and that's an easy one. What's covering my brain? I don't know. But all of us idiots get to play armchair doctor thanks to them, and I think Jake Myers should sue. Screw it. Pull a Colin Kaepernick. Take a knee. Take a knee. I'm taking a knee. I don't know if I'm fitting in the camera frame. Am I fitting in?
No, you're in there.
I'm taking a knee. Jake Myers, take a knee. Take a knee. Sue him. Sue him.
Well,
what?
He can't really take a knee right now.
Well, take a knee on the leg that would provide the least amount of pain to your calf. What's the sore right calf?
Yeah.
So I
put
think
that one down.
You would, yeah. So hang on. I'm putting my right knee down. Take a knee. Jake, take a knee.
A little bit lower.
A little lower. Okay.
Yeah,
there's Jake. There's lots of doctors out there that love a little class action lawsuit. There's a lot. Okay. One. Texas Hammer. Were you just hit by an 18-wheeler? Did you lose both your legs and you're in a wheelchair for the rest of your life? Call me. I'm the Texas Hammer. Good to him. We know Tony Busby. Game is the game. Busby's the GOAT. I'm telling you. And here's the thing. I just want a little retainer. That's all. I want a retainer.
A little kickback, yeah.
I just want a little bit. Just a little bit to wet my beak. You guys have listened to me on the show before. I can sound like a lawyer. Well, I do declare my client is suffering under the wrath of this Astros medical staff. This is, they may as well be pulling out a whip and getting my players back out on the field with a little a bunch of crackers in this medical staff. They're forcing Jake Myers out there. I do declare this is not medical practice. This is an abomination. What these people are doing, they would gladly sell their souls and perhaps dig up a body from a graveyard and throw them out there in the midst of the Astros lineup. I'm talking about Zach Short and Cooper Humble. Bless their hearts. They are husks out there. And meanwhile, they are turning the Astros players into husks. Sean Mapes, you are covering your hand in embarrassment. I do declare that is something that I would hold you in contempt of court.
No.
I know that's a lawyer term. I sound like a lawyer right now. I've added a little Southern drawl here, and I feel like I just want to be co-counsel. Okay. Hey, listen, I have been talking about this here for 3 years. No one on the radio has been talking about this as long as me. Paul, you don't have that big of a following. Well, that's because I tell you the truth, okay? And I know I sound like Kevin Costner in the movie JFK, and he seemed to have a conspiracy theory too. But I'm telling you right now, I know what's up. Just give me like $100,000 as part of this lawsuit, a class action lawsuit. There's lots of Astros players who want to be a part of it. Kyle Tucker. Hey, Kyle Tucker, you going to get paid by those Chicago Cubs? Probably not. They're going to look at that bone and say, what happened to your bone, boy? Jordan Alvarez, medical malpractice. Jeremy Pena, medical malpractice. There's a laundry list of Astros pitchers who have gone back in there too soon. J.P. France is one of them. What the hell's happening with Luis Garcia? I don't even know anymore. So all I'm saying is that, Your Honor, you who listen to the Paul Gallant Show, I'm just asking. Let's start a movement right here. GoFundMe. It'll fund me, and I will take the money and do what I see fit with it. And that GoFundMe, I will use what I can to talk to Jake Miles and the Astros so we can get a class action lawsuit. I do declare, ladies and gentlemen, and them. It's 2025. You have to be respectful.
Thank you, Southern Lawyer.
Mm-hmm. Kublai says something's wrong with Paul's medulla oblongata. I actually, that's a Waterboy reference. Speaking of the Waterboy, 10-minute drill, we'll have a Waterboy reference there. I started watching Happy Gilmore again for the first time in a while last night. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. No, you're wrong, Colonel Sanders. Up next, how down bad are we right now? How down bad are we? I mean, the Astros did sweep the Dodgers over the weekend. How did this flip so quickly? What the hell?
I was gonna say that's starting to feel a long time ago now.
It's like, what the hell? How down bad are we? I'm gonna offer some solutions for the Astros in the short term next. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Text in. The last segment, I was doing my lawyer Paul voice, which is really just foghorn leghorn. A texter. The simultaneous plaintiff attorney, Paul Gallant, and lawyer that doesn't understand what a class action lawsuit or retainer is. Yes, that's exactly it. I'm an idiot. I want everyone to know that. But I figured if I sound like an articulate Southern gentleman, that perhaps I can curry the favor of the court.
Yeah. Really, the key is talking like either Foghorn Leghorn or the Kevin Costner's character in JFK.
Yeah.
And then just saying legal jargon that we've heard in movies.
Exactly. Retainer.
Boom.
I don't even know what that means, but I would like a retainer. Or maybe I wouldn't. If someone explains it to me, that would be wonderful.
I think it's a good thing.
Okay.
For the lawyer, I think. I don't know.
We had some suggestions. I suggested the Texas Hammer, Jim Adler. I suggested Tony Busby. I think Lion Pride 71 is putting one out there. Push and Win. Are they?
Oh, yeah. Push and Win.
Are they in San Antonio?
No.
Are they here?
I think they're here. They have
I thought
billboards here.
Okay. I haven't seen a billboard for them. For some reason, I'm thinking, I hear that, and I think Datwin, and I think Datwin is a radio host on our ESPN sister station in San Antonio, or at least he was. Another texter. Jake needs a lawyer. Get a dick. Put my name in their mouth. That's right, Dick Law. He's a Rice guy. Go Owls.
Yeah.
That's from Adrian on the text line. Another texter says Jake can sue when the season is over. True. But I don't know. I would like a little money right now, and I can organize this for everybody, okay? And then just sit in there. I just need a little money.
Yeah.
just a little bit.
Just a little, just to get
Got
the
a wedding
ball rolling.
coming up. Yeah.
Just to get the ball rolling.
Yeah. I got a wedding. I got a wedding coming up. I just want to pay for the flight expenses and stuff. Okay? And the hotel. From the 832, someone texted Rusty Harden. Rusty doesn't seem to be throwing his fastball anymore. That could be me, but I this might be also me being a little ageist here, but it's a young man's game. I've watched the TV show Suits. Harvey? Huh? Harvey from Suits?
Which one is that?
Is
that the one who's not a lawyer?
The one that is a lawyer.
Okay. I like that.
The other one is not a lawyer.
I'll take that guy.
That guy's a criminal. He goes to jail for a little bit. That's where I stopped watching.
Really?
The season where he was in jail, yeah.
I only know the premise of it. I don't know.
Dude, it's an enjoyable show. Yeah. Meghan Markle's in it too. The former queen.
Wow.
So how down bad are we? How desperate are things for the Astros? Do we miss Chas McCormick? I ask that because our friend Jeremy Brando of the Killer Bees, 3 to 6 here, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Last night he checked in on Chas McCormick's rehab stint. Want to guess, Sean Mapes, Chas McCormick's numbers?
Chas McCormick, how many has he played? Like 3 games?
3 games.
Okay. 3 for 12.
Ooh. You got the at-bats right.
Okay. 4 for 12.
Wrong way.
2 for 12.
Lower.
Oh, no. 1 for 2. He only has 1 hit in AAA?
He doesn't have 1 hit. He's 0 for 12 with 8 strikeouts.
How many walks? Doesn't say?
Doesn't say. Doesn't say. I mean, but I miss him.
Yeah, but he's feeling good out there. It's less about the production.
Hey, he hasn't effed anything up in Sugarland.
He ran out there and stood there for 9 innings, I assume. So
maybe that's what we got to do. We got to just send him to Sugarland. Send all the injured Astros to Sugarland. Chas is fine for now.
Just everyone.
I mean, Sugarland is a nice suburb. They got money there.
Yeah, it's close enough. It's not like we're sending them to Siberia.
It's like a 20, 30-minute drive from downtown.
Yeah. I whatever is more cautious than throwing Jake Myers back into the field and then he can't stand for the first pitch. Okay. Whatever is more cautious than that, than whatever they just did, I'm down with that.
How about, and I'm kind of baffled as to why he's a free agent because I just looked at his numbers. How about DJ LeMahieu, who was designated for assignment by the Yankees? No, hang on.
I mean, just sure. What?
He's hitting 266 this year.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess just a roster crunch issue.
Over the weekend, the 4th of July weekend against the Mets, he was 4 for 10.
Does he still play second base?
I think so. He's 36. Nothing wrong with being 36.
Yeah.
Hey.
Little.
Hey. I mean, age is just a number.
Oh, yeah. Then I like Rusty Harden. Now, he is basically your age. Actually, no, he's not. He's 38. Or he's 83.
Since June 30th, LeMahieu's average has jumped from 239 to 266. What's happening here?
What is going on? I don't know.
That is actually weird. I'm not paying any attention to the New York Yankees.
No,
that seems strange.
They're like, hey, things are going badly. We need a head on a spike. Let's throw him out there. Yeah, he's played 45 games at second base this year. I don't know, guys. Let's do it. And then if he gets hurt, I won't feel bad.
Someone texted in on the Twitch. We got some people that are suggesting more lawyers that they had Astros what's it called? Class action lawsuit.
Yeah.
For players against the actual team. Lopez 69 says need Rusty Harden and Eric to combine their law firms. Is there an Eric lawyer that I'm missing? There's a bunch of billboards all over the place.
I mean, if you're not Dick or Push and Win,
yeah,
or involved in the Deshaun Watson deal,
where it's above our head.
You're pushing the limits of who I know. The Texas Hammer, Jim Atler, Brian Longcar, the strong arm, whatever that guy's name is. Yeah.
Okay. Matt Murdock, Daredevil could be Jake's lawyer. That's true. Got a sixth sense about him.
He does have a sixth sense. He does have it. He doesn't have one of the five, but he has a sixth. I mean, he has five senses. Just
listen,
different ones than we have.
You don't need to look at the injuries to know something's up. You just have to listen to the press conferences and read the transcripts. Myers says another texter needs to hide Mikey Lawler, the Lincoln lawyer. Is that the?
That's the.
Is that the movie? Or there's a TV show.
I assume the McConaughey.
The McConaughey movie as well.
That's what I would assume.
People are explaining law to us from the 409.
Yes, please.
What you got? Sorry.
Oh no, please explain the law to us. Let's go to law school right now in the middle of the show.
A retainer.
Via text.
A retainer is a fee to pay up front to the lawyer to retain them for the services they will be providing for you. So if the average divorce attorney case costs $5,000 to $8,000, oh my God, what a racket! $5,000 to $8,000.
That's what we should have done. We should have become divorce attorneys.
No.
Oh yeah, I forgot you.
They ruined my life, but that's
fine. I should have.
No big deal.
Just profit off.
You would be required to pay a $2,500 retainer fee in order to initiate the services of the attorney.
Okay. So yeah, I see why attorneys would want a retainer because you're basically getting paid up front. From what it sounds like,
that's what. So
or at
that's
least a portion of it is getting paid up front.
I'm looking for getting paid up front for offering the idea,
and then maybe not following through.
I'm an idea man. I'm not an
okay.
execution man. You know this. Everyone knows this.
Yeah, we heard you talk about the law. We know you're not actually gonna stand in a courtroom.
Let's go back. How down bad are the Houston Astros? Astros Josh posted this. Y'all, was this man actually protecting players from the Astros medical staff? Please tell me if my memory is wrong. But Dusty Baker was typically slow to bring players back in. Am I misremembering that? Another texter said of Dusty, as much grief as Dusty got, his policy of wait till the player says he's 100% and then give him another day for return to play might have been the right approach. Lots of reasons to fault Dusty, but I thought Dusty's lineup management kept everyone on their A game during his time running the Astros, and he was a little bit in resistance to Dana Brown when Dana Brown first came in, and I know he didn't like James Click. I at least publicly have not heard that, but privately I know that was an issue. Yeah, maybe the player's manager needs to come back and start high-fiving this medical staff to the face. Slap! That's abusive, but I don't know.
What I understand. I don't really fully 100% remember that. I mean, we're talking so much about Dusty Baker's lineup that I forgot what the actual thing. I remember when guys would hit home runs, they would get the next day off a lot, and people were enraged by that. But even in the Jake Myers sense, like, would he just be out for 2 more days, and then
Yeah.
he would run onto the field and get hurt because he thought he was okay.
Yeah.
He said he worked out for 20 minutes. They went through the whole circuit like they would a normal to prepare for a normal game, and he still ran out there and hurt himself before the game started.
Correct.
So like I actually don't know how much could have actually been avoided like the day of, but it does seem like something in the, prep or in the, I guess, I don't know, the process of getting a guy on the field, like they're missing a step or they're skipping a step or there's something going on there where I'm sure he did feel fine after warming up, but it's just your body actually isn't ready.
Yeah, and if this was an isolated incident, it wouldn't be a big deal. The problem is there's been a lot of other incidents that should have the Astros at the very least second guessing themselves, because you got to be self-aware by this point, right? Like even if you're not talking to us, you got to be self-aware to know that.
That's why they have to like. I don't really understand why, especially after the Jake Myers thing. But you could even make an argument before that, like Dana Brown. The second time he had to sit in a dugout and talk about Yordan Alvarez's setback after swinging a bat.
Yeah.
I don't understand how, like, at some point, just for the, like, PR layup of, you know what, we're going to review everything that we do.
Grandstand. Grandstand.
It's just, we're going to review this. Like, we're going to take, time to look at what we're doing and what we're doing wrong.
Which makes me think that maybe they're not self-aware. Maybe they aren't actually aware of any of this stuff. And look, I imagine the Astros flagship, when they have these guys on, are asking questions in the most polite way they possibly can about what's going down. I don't think any of the teams in town are sock puppets. I don't. The other stations in town, I don't. You have to ask it a little more politely, though. Look, Space City Home Network didn't have to air the Jake Myers interview yesterday or that last clip that they played, So at the very least, everyone should be aware. The questions are certainly being asked. You heard the press conference with Joe Espada. I am just baffled that the Astros continue to hide their medical staff. A couple other suggestions for lawyers. Reese Witherspoon's character in Legally Blonde. Oh, that would be so funny. Strong, powerful, independent women. I'd be a fan of that. Another texter, this one from the 936, suggests Lieutenant Daniel Caffey. Ooh, he has like a Code Red moment with Jim Crane instead of Jack Nicholson. You want answers?
I want the truth.
You can't handle the truth. My players stand in the outfield for innings at a time, trying to give you a championship. And you sit here in your armchair, didn't even shower today. I know you, Paul. You've got your stupid hat on for the Astros margaritas that you're probably drinking whenever you go to the park. And my boys are out there fighting to win, getting back on the field to win. You can't handle the truth. That's 8th grade improv kicking in right there.
There you go. Good job.
10-minute drills next. We are 56 days away from the start of the NFL season. Lawrence Taylor is the greatest 56 of all time. We'll remember him a little bit, but we also got to remember the best 56 in Houston Texans history. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show. 56 days away from the start of the NFL season. While there's a special place in my heart for Patriots pass rusher Andre Tippett, who is an NFL Hall of Famer that no one's heard of, who also wore number 56, playing at the same time as Lawrence Taylor. Lawrence Taylor is probably the greatest defender that's ever played in the modern NFL era. I say that because Bill Belichick says it regularly. Belichick might be biased because he coached him, but we're talking about an actual defensive player who won MVP, 1986. Defensive Player of the Year 3 times, 81, 82, 86. Defensive Rookie of the Year, 81. First Team All-Pro, 81 through 86, 88 and 89. 2-time Second Team All-Pro in 87 and 90. 10-time Pro Bowler, sack leader in 1986. He finished his career with 142 sacks, 11 fumble recoveries, 9 interceptions, 2 defensive touchdowns. Played at North Carolina. There's lots of great players who played at North Carolina, and yet that program has never really amounted to much, huh? And Julius Peppers, another great defender who played at North Carolina. These guys are talking bleep about Bill Belichick behind the scenes because he's dating, a strong, powerful, independent woman. Probably get into that a little bit later. Lawrence Taylor's off-the-field stories are the best. There's so many. You can't remember them all. There's a famous one where he didn't know he was playing until while driving by the stadium in a taxi. He noticed it was full. There's allegations that he may or may not have been playing games while still, operating on that. But my favorite Lawrence Taylor moment after his playing career was done came in the Adam Sandler movie, The Waterboy, where Sandler's character Bobby Boucher and Lawrence Taylor are running a youth football camp.
Let's have a warm LT welcome. Bobby Boucher. Come on, Bobby. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence Taylor. Tell me, what is your secret? How do you find yourself in the right position all the time?
That's a good question. What happens is that the center has the ball first, and quarterback will say hike. That's when the center puts the ball into the hands of the quarterback. So what I'll do is I'll start tackling the quarterback unless he get the ball to somebody else, in which case I'll try to tackle that person.
Gentlemen, what brings me to my next point. Don't smoke crack.
What a great line. Taylor's also in the movie Any Given Sunday. He plays Shark LeVay, an aging linebacker with concussion issues who might have died in the movie or gone brain dead in the movie, or at least had concussion number 36 in the movie. Take your pick. Didn't go
He
so
definitely chainsaw a car in half.
That's true. He did. That movie's so good. It really is. I mean, the plot's a little weird, and there's
it's like any sports movie where there's some like level of like this is definitely written by people who aren't 100% airtight on sports knowledge, but it's all right once you look past that.
Houston legend Dennis Quaid, the quarterback in that movie.
Sure is. Aging quarterback.
The best number 56 in Houston Texans history. This is a clear one. He's not Ring of Honor worthy, but he's one of the best Texans ever. I think he's towards the back of the top 10. It's him and D'Amico Ryan's probably jockeying for position. And honestly, Cushing at his best was probably better. A lot of injuries. Got it suspended that one time after he won Defensive Rookie of the Year for
overtrained athlete syndrome.
He called it overtrained athlete syndrome. It was per ESPN and Bleacher Report. The claim was met with skepticism. But he thought that intense training followed by a break could lead to hormonal imbalances and spikes. He was the Houston Texans trainer not that long ago.
Yeah, he was the strength or assistant strength coach. He was on the training staff.
I really enjoyed Brian Cushing. He was super quiet with us when he spoke, but every single time he was mic'd up, theater, natural theater as well. It wasn't seemingly forced like it at times was with J.J. Watt, who we also love. Brian Cushing, this is Brian Cushing on Hard Knocks with Alfred Blue challenging him. A little shovey after a play in 2015. He beat Blue's ass. Watch the video.
Come on, Blue, one more. Let's go, Blue, one more.
Blue, you're being called out. Let's go, Blue. You're being called out. Let's go. Hop up there like you want some. Let's go.
That's 2 sacks. Him and the quarterback.
Hey, I'm strong, boy.
I said, Blue, block me one more time. I forklifted his ass right into the bag, and he fell on top of the bag. So don't ever push me extra like that. I mean, first of all, you're not gonna block me. Second of all, you don't want to fight me. Third of all, I'm the man.
That last part, just beautiful. If there's anyone who came close to playing the character Danny Bateman in the movie The Replacements, he's the crazy linebacker played by Jon Favreau. It's Brian Cushing. I think Bateman might have been number 56 for the Washington Sentinels. More from Brian Cushing. Here he is in the midst of a game where he was mic'd up, going after an offensive lineman after a play and eventually headbutting him and bleeding.
You big fat! That's it! Hit somebody! That's it! Look at this, ref! I promise you.
I really wonder where the Texans would have gone in 2012 had Brian Cushing not torn his ACL against the Green Bay Packers, because I think that they needed someone like him who was fast, who was mobile enough, not as good as some of the linebackers we're seeing today in coverage. They needed someone like that to at least try to cover Aaron Hernandez when they played against the Patriots those couple of times at the end of the year.
Yeah, man. I was even in the training camp clip from Hard Knocks. There is a level of just like, man, they don't make them like this anymore.
They don't.
The guy, or frankly, Hard Knocks, like the Hard Knocks, like music and camera work and all that, and it actually seemed like a little like tense. Or now Hard Knocks, it's like everyone's just kind of having a good time and they're trying to make the team. And if a coach yells at you later in the episode, they'll come back and say, "Hey, listen, I only yell at you because I believe in you. We love you here, but you need to step it up." This is just like the starting linebacker is just yelling at, just berating a backup running back at the time.
By the way, fun facts. Brian Cushing, his brother-in-law, J.J. Watt, because Megan Cushing's sister is Kealia Watt, formerly Kealia Ohio. Fun facts.
Wait. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
There we go.
I knew that there's some interesting there's an interesting relationship side of things with them.
Okay.
What was the other one? Was it Ohio State?
Oh, it was AJ Hawk.
AJ Hawk and Brady Quinn's sister.
Yeah, AJ Hawk's wife, Brady Quinn's sister.
Gotcha. Okay. So there you go, guys. 10-minute drill. We are 56 days away from the start of the NFL season. Not a lot going on.
No, but I'm always down to relive the 2012 Houston Texans. I'm always down for
what if I truly hope Cushing is doing well, whatever he's doing right now, because I feel bad for guys who have injuries that hit him all of a sudden, and I have no issue with a football player taking performance enhancing drugs, none whatsoever. You're playing a violent game, every edge you can possibly get. I know he wasn't alone, that's for sure, but it was overtrained athlete syndrome. So if you're disputing that, you're an idiot. Okay. Anyway, you have to deal with Brian Cushing face to face. You have to block him. And go home and
yeah. You walk up to Brian Cushing and tell him that you don't think overtrained athlete syndrome is a real thing. You do that.
Junior Bronco says the podcast that Cushing was on had some phenomenal quotes.
Recently. Oh yeah, we played a clip. I forgot if it was while you were here. It might have been the day you were out that we played a Cushing clip. Probably a month or so ago.
We'll have to look that up. But anyway. Brian Cushing, we hope you're doing well, bud. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We actually have an Astros update on the injury front. And if you are somebody that can read between these tea leaves, it actually might be promising news for Jake Meyer. Yeah, I know. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
We have an update on the injury front from the Houston Astros. Get this. A key Houston Astro is back. He's been putting together one of the best stretches of his career recently. And the Astros optioned a tweener, Shea Whitcomb, to trade to Sugarland to take his place. The Astros, after 3 days away, have reinstated Christian Walker from the paternity list today. He's back.
3 days for paternity. No.
3 days for paternity leave. Not that much. I'm not the kind of person who's going to get worked up about him missing time for paternity leave. I also understand that different religions have different beliefs, and that in some birth control not smiled upon. But you do have a window that you could target to have your kid.
To be fair,
I would, just because I'd want to be with my kid for like a couple of months if I had one. But to each their own.
He was like a week off from planning it during the
All-Star
break.
Right, he was close, so he might have been shooting for that. Nice little shot in the arm.
Stop saying shoot.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. We don't know what the Astros would do if they gave someone a shot in the arm. Whoops, we gave you.
It's like this scene from Get Him to the Greek, which is now in a different light given recent events of one of the cast members of that movie. But yeah, it's like the scene from Get Him to the Greek.
So Christian Walker's back, and get this. Jake Myers has not been put on the injured list. So
as a corresponding move to this,
maybe he's okay.
That was the perfect tone to say that. Maybe he's okay. Maybe.
Oh God. I mean, I respect their commitment to the bit, if nothing else. They have committed to it for years.
I think he should be on the IL. Just like he should be on the IL, just so we can take a minute to figure things out.
Okay.
Because he'll only miss, 3 games this weekend?
Yeah.
Plus 3 games next weekend. And then he'd be back.
Theoretically.
Yeah, he'd be available. Like his IL time would be up. Maybe he needs 60 day, because if it's Achilles, I'm not sweating the extra day that much.
But hey, a couple of people online who are not doctors, but the Astros medical staff has just as little credibility as them. They said it doesn't look like a torn Achilles because he was walking off. He wasn't hobbling off.
Should I become a fake Twitter doctor? Should I change my profile picture to me in a white lab coat?
Yes.
Add some letters to the end of my name.
It would be funny. You'd probably get. I mean,
and
listen, just bleep post. That
just
works.
Quote tweet things, being like, doesn't look great.
I actually had a conversation with Grok last night. First time I've ever talked with artificial intelligence. It was a pleasant conversation, much better than when I yell at my Alexa.
Much more pleasant than other conversations Grok has had recently.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
AKA Mecha Hitler.
Steered away from.
Yeah, Grok called himself Mecha Hitler the other day, by the way, on X, and I guess like the CEO of X is stepping down because Grok sexually harassed her.
Yeah,
and they tried to delete all the posts. Anyway, it's a mess. But I was having a conversation with it, and I asked him, like, why does shit post? Whoop, can't say that. Well, hey, why does bleep posting work? Why does bleep posting work? Why does it work? And then he gave me a long answer. And it was actually like, it was encouraging to me. He was like, yeah, it's terrible, huh? And I was like, what? You're self-aware? And it was like calling out specific accounts. And you should do that. You should bleep post as a doctor, because we need to get the show's brand like bigger.
Yeah.
And like you're part of the show.
I do think people would quickly put together wait, this producer on a
also a doctor
on a radio
he's
station.
Just so passionate about radio that he also
so he got a medical degree.
Yeah.
Did residency.
Yeah.
And then was like, you know what? I still want to live in Houston. Plenty of hospital jobs, but
yeah.
My heart's in the radio game. Okay, maybe.
That's good.
Or maybe people, what actually will happen is people just don't even look. I just pop up on their For You page and
Yes.
they are scrolling past and then they go, "Oh my God, I can't believe it."
Yeah.
Whatever the reaction is.
I know a lot of people out there do not know anything about X. Stay that way. That's all I'm telling you. Anyway, it's been funny to watch Astros fans melt down. There is an account on X by the name of @Milo Microphone. And it's like, I think, a homage to the late Milo Hamilton, former Astros broadcaster. And I very much enjoy how passionate this account is. I wish I cared about anything sports related as much as Milo Hamilton's microphone does. Because Milo Hamilton's microphone said this yesterday. I'm sure I'll get flack for this, but does Walker really need a full 3 days off for paternity leave? Come to the ballpark late. Leave ASAP after the game. But bleep, man, we don't have the luxury to just give our starting first baseman the entire series off. This guy's urgent. Milo's microphone. He's an urgent person.
Yeah. I will say the Astros do probably have a little bit of like it's not as urgent as it's being made out to be. Like they still are 6.5 up on the on the Mariners. Even after getting swept by this awful Guardians team, they're still up 6.5. So.
I'm not stressing at all. Like today, we've only talked about Jake Myers. I don't think there's anything to talk about from this past Astros Guardians series. They are so shorthanded. Like I'm not mad about it. Well, how can you be? They beat the Dodgers shorthanded. There was going to be a come to reality kind of moment for this team at some point. A sweep at the hand of the Guardians, which, I mean, had they been swept in a while? I don't even remember if they've been swept at all this year, like outside of maybe at the very beginning, you know?
Oh, the Astros?
I mean, so I have a hard time getting mad because of the guys who are out there. Like Milo Hamilton's microphone thinks it's unacceptable that Cooper Hummel and that Zach Short are playing at all. And yeah, he's right. But I mean, the farm system's not good and they're really, really injured and they haven't called up Bryce Matthews yet. So like, I get why he's so frustrated, but there's some people on there be frustrated with the medical staff and hope that they can get their bleep together, which is definitely something that I do not necessarily believe will happen at this moment in time.
They're swept by the Giants.
Correct.
The start of April.
March to April. So, I mean, the second series of the year, they hadn't been swept.
Yeah.
Listen, one of the best teams in the league. Teams get swept. It does happen. I mean,
yeah.
Even the best teams.
If you just take 2 out of 3 of every 3-game series, like you just have the best record in baseball every single year. Like if you just do what we say, like, hey, just do this weekend and we won't yell at you on Monday. And like, that is actually a very high standard to have.
Yeah.
I think, especially given the lineup,
I feel bad for these guys who are getting crushed by people like Milo's microphone. Even my guy Sean Pendergast was calling out some of these guys who are out there. Oh, they look like they don't belong. Yeah, no duh, they don't belong.
They
don't belong. They're so injured. I'm sorry. Like, why are you getting mad about this? I don't get it. Like, it's almost the All-Star break. Just don't watch the Guardians series. What do you think's going to happen? Only bad things can happen in a series where you have just taken down the best teams in the National League, and you're about to play a team that's lost 10 games in a row. Like, you're only going to be disappointed.
Also, they lost a game scoring 5 runs and 6 runs. Like, it's not even on the guys who don't belong,
the
really.
pitching was randomly bad.
So, I mean,
even Cole, and yesterday, like, hell, Brandon Walter was good after the first inning. He just sucked in the first.
Yeah. I mean,
But you got Milo microphone saying, like, the Astros look like they don't want to be here. Like, what? Calm down, man. Calm down.
The body language stuff in like July baseball missed me with that. I think
it's almost the All-Star break. That's why it's probably happening. Like,
yeah,
I mean, we have Friday shows from time to time.
Yeah, we see it in the NBA too. Like the week before the All-Star break, it's a silly time. It's a wonky time. I think that what this guy touched on with Christian Walker should rush back to play games.
He framed it the wrong way. I do kind of agree with that.
But we had a caller who he specifically said like he wasn't defending the Astros doctors, but he was like, why doesn't Espada give guys an extra day? We talked about it with Dusty too. At a certain point, and like Dana Brown has to talk to the media about the medical thing. Joe Espada has to talk to the media about ultrasound results and stuff.
Yeah.
At a certain point, like how many people in the Astro organization have to go out of the way to do not their job to cover for the people who are actually failing at their job right now?
Yeah.
Like imagine like any other profession being like, someone that you work with screws up and your boss or just someone passing by is just like, hey, you should really step it up a little bit to cover. It's like, no, they should do their job.
Right,
I'm trying to do my job. They should do theirs. That's what we're asking. We're asking all these people to go above and beyond because the Astros medical staff sucks right now.
Yeah, and it sucks. Everyone, because of I think largely the Astros medical staff, including the players who are out there who are not good, are there because of the Astros medical staff. And by the way, through it all, they're in a great spot. They're still in a great spot.
They're 6.5 up. They're like the second best record in the AL.
I think listen, we get to August, we get to September. Okay. But I'm telling you right now, just settle down, relax, be annoyed to the point of hysterical laughing at the Astros medical staff.
Yeah.
But that's all I'm allowing. Like, people getting mad about that, like last night's game. Get a life, truly.
Yeah, the actual result, I mean, these next two series we will be singing a different tune if they,
if they lose to the Rangers, we will not be happy going into
yeah, if they go, I don't know, 2-4 over the next 6 games, this weekend against the Rangers, next weekend against the Mariners, that next Monday, like, we'll come back and we'll sound differently. But right now, like, I just have a hard time getting too worked up about
Same.
About the on-field results.
I agree with you there. Same. Like, everything has been gravy to this point. There's going to be some farts too. 713-780-3776 to call into text. And does gravy make people fart? 713-780-3776 to chime in on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You'll hear everything after yesterday's game that Joe Espada had to say and Jake Myers had to say about Myers re-aggravating his sore calf to the point where he had to be helped off the field. That's the big story in Houston sports today. Stick around on the Paul Gallant Show.
And it seems it might be worse than it was previously. They're going to walk him all the way to the tunnel. He's not going to go back to the clubhouse. Oh, man. So Joe Espada is going to have to make a late lineup change. Taylor Trammell was aware something was going on. Trammell was hanging out there with Jake, talking with him for a while. And the way he's being helped off the field is not a good sign.
Yeah, hanging out that door is not a good sign at all.
No.
It's usually where the carts and the ambulances and things like that are. I mean, we're only speculating why he's going out that way, but he is not in good shape.
I enjoy Blum's sound effects there. We're all feeling the same thing internally. Also, Taylor Trammell, who I remember from his time in Seattle, came on my show, I believe, when I was in Seattle at least once. I had a fun time talking with him. Trammell is probably someone that, if the Astros are fully healthy, isn't going to play. Does that mean Sugarland? Does that mean DFA? I don't know, but maybe Taylor Trammell could be on the Astros medical staff as a liaison. I mean, he sensed something was wrong with Myers right away. Now, Myers might have yelled, brah! And, cussed or something like that. So that might have been why he knew. But Trammell knew about it. Trammell afterwards was asked about it. And he said, that's my brother. And I was like, damn, dude, you haven't been here that long. Shout out to you. The Astros clubhouse makes everyone feel like family, even though everyone on the outside looking in hates on them and thinks they're bad guys.
Yeah. What was the Josh Hader thing? Dude, just step up, man, or whatever it was. Guys, just step up, dude.
That's right.
Yeah, that it is funny because when TK says Taylor Trammell out there to take a look at him, in my head I was like, oh, did he replace Jake Myers? No, he was already the starting left fielder in this game. Like, oh no, that's how down bad the Astros were to start this game, that Taylor Trammell was the planned starter, that they need to pivot off of Jake Myers into someone else.
Right. Ugh. Anyway, guys. After the game, we heard from key Astros figures about Jake Myers, who was supposed to start yesterday, being scratched from the lineup. Let's start with Joe Espada's press conference right after the Astros lost to wrap up a sweep at the hand of the Cleveland Guardians.
Right now, right calf tightness, and we're getting more tests done right now.
What gave you guys the assurance that you could play today?
Well, we did a lot of tests before we decided to run him in the lineup, and we felt comfortable and strongly about putting him in there. And then before he takes the field, on his way to his position, just tying up on him.
A pause for a moment. So Jake Myers confirmed that. It does sound like Myers was doing sprints. You'll hear from Myers in a little bit. Joe Espada is simply saying, right there. Just says a lot. He doesn't know what to say anymore. How could he? How could anyone? He has no idea what to say. Sore right calf. Who told you that? Would be a nice follow-up, but you got more questions to ask. And the speaks volumes, much like a thing that Jake Myers didn't say. It speaks volumes. You'll hear that a little bit later. More from Joe Espada at yesterday's post-game press conference.
No, he just jogged out there and just got really tight on him.
Did you have any imaging done prior to you guys playing for them?
No. We didn't think that he needed it. We just did some ultrasound, which it shows how the muscle and stuff is in there, and it's just some tightness in there, and trying to get him healthy, trying to get him back on the field.
We didn't think he needed it. I'm sorry. With any injury for this team, how can, as a group, the Astros not think he needed anything more? And for the beat writers who are there, that are there every single day, there are relationships to maintain. You don't want to ask a question in a douchey way because you want these guys to still answer your questions. But there's I think an agreed upon understanding between the Astros beat and the people that are running the Astros outside of the medical staff that this is a disaster. And yet here's Joe Espada having to be Baghdad Bob up there saying it's a sore calf. And I think it's unfair. Espada keeps getting put in this situation. To a lesser extent, I think it's unfair that Dana Brown's put in this situation as well. Because Brown, I think, has ultimate control over everything Joe Espada does. This is not the Dusty Baker era anymore. Dana Brown's running the show as far as the day-to-day baseball operations. And Jim Crane has made a big thing about being no longer a part of it. You barely hear from Jim Crane anymore. But Jim Crane is signing the checks for this medical staff. And Jim Crane's done a lot of things for Houston sports. I saw a post that went viral from one of our Twitchers, Todd the Show, talking about it, how much things have changed since then. There's a lot to be grateful for from him. But, I mean, come on, man. You're aware of this just as much as we are. And he played the game, too. And imagine if you were in those shoes back when you were playing in whatever school in Missouri he was playing at where he was really good. And this is the kind of crap that's happening regularly. The players notice. The manager notices, the general manager notices, and they're all forced to act dumb in these spots. Before we get to Gary, here is Jake Myers also sharing his experience as before last night's game, right before the top of the first inning, he left the field during pregame warmups with his arm around a trainer's shoulder for support, walked into the right field corner, got in a cart, and got out. Jake Myers after the game.
More information. I know we're probably gonna get more information tomorrow. No, I felt good going in the game, and just had, tightened up, running out to my position. Absolutely, yeah. I felt good. Prepared for the game like any other day. Yeah.
Pause for a moment. And he's about to, I think, share all the actual specific drills that he goes through, but there is a chance there's a freak accident. It's just you can't give the Astros medical staff the benefit of the doubt, and it feels like they didn't do the extra due diligence that they should be doing now for every single injury. More Jake Myers.
You guys do before the game to ensure that you're good to go. A bunch of sprinting, like a good amount of sprinting, good dynamic warm up, cuts in and out. Felt good doing all that. Good, 20, 25-minute workout. Hit, I went through the day like any other day. So, trying to get more information tomorrow.
Just feel worse than it did 2 days ago?
Do I have to answer that? That's all I got. So.
He was asked if it felt worse, and he asked an Astros spokesperson, do I have to answer that? He didn't answer the question. It's almost like he's trying to also shield the Astros medical staff at this moment in time. And maybe the Astros players like the medical staff, which is why we haven't seen behind the scenes more of a push for change happening right there. But I mean, he said it all in that answer. He's clearly not doing so well. And while that laughter in the background, I do not think was necessarily the media that was right around Jake Myers. It could have been. And that's where we're all at. Hysterical laughter at this medical staff that just seems to be very bad at what they do. And that should at the very least be reevaluating the way that they do things. And that on top of all of that, does not understand how to communicate what's going on to us, which makes it worse. Lie to us. Grandstand. Someone's going to be held accountable for this. We don't see that. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, to YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Gary, what's going on?
The player is saying
Jake Myers.
He's not really sure. Jake Meyer. I'm saying I'm trying. But look, I've been in the office where people have bent down to pick up pencils and strain their back. Perfectly healthy, in fit shape people have just bent down and hurt their back. I mean, this whole show here about the medical staff. I know the you guys are doing a great job, but I don't see. Can you explain to me what the medical staff, how are they affecting the wins and losses right at this time? Because they're winning.
And that's what's amazing.
And I think winning. Yeah. So my focus would be on the winning, and those guys are not. I don't know. Could you explain to me what is the big deal?
Well, the big deal, Gary, and appreciate the phone call because you might not be listening every single day. The big deal is that you have a track record right now where multiple Astros players seem to have been misdiagnosed and they missed fractures. So this Jake Myers thing could be a freak accident. But last year, they did not know Kyle Tucker had a broken bone in his leg. This year, they did not know until a month afterward that Yordan Alvarez had a fracture in his hand. A couple of days after Jeremy Pena suffered an injury, they figured out, after finally doing some second checking, that he also was dealing with a fracture. And this all adds up to a point where you got to do a little more due diligence. I think just as a byproduct of that. To what you're saying, yeah, freak bleep happens all the time. You can get hurt bending over.
Happens to baseball players all the time.
Yeah, baseball players have some of the strangest injuries possible.
Yeah, happens to them the most. But yeah, like you said, just it's
there's
even,
more too.
It's even just how many guys get hurt, rehab, come back, face a setback. Like that to me is the pattern where it's like Yordan Alvarez happened to him twice this year. It's happened to him once a month.
And I mean,
after he got hurt.
Here's what's crazy. The inflammation thing might not be the Astros medical staff. We talked about that on Friday. Oh, it's just severe inflammation. But because of the track record, it seems worse. And there's more. There's JP France perhaps getting pushed back too soon, which Dana Brown admitted to earlier this week.
Luis Garcia had a rehab start and re-injured himself.
All of Lance McCullers and for Justin Verlander's recovery as well, where they were doing things away from the ballpark. I kind of understand why now, just given the way things are going. And on top of all of that, this happened to Jake Myers already.
Yeah, it happened to Jake Myers in
James
2022.
Click basically said, we're going to do a second look at the way that we return players to play. He said this in August before the Astros won the World Series. They win the World Series, they forget about it. So, Garrett, to your point about like all the winning, yeah, the winning is still happening, but can't ignore in victory what you would beat up in defeat, and you just got swept because you are so shorthanded. The medical staff does not seem to be helping the Astros in the short term or long term when it comes to their depth. And I'm just shocked that no one has looked in the mirror and tried to think of solutions that would change anything, because it just feels like nothing has changed. And I think I know they don't want to do this, but there are a couple of teams that skirt around the collective bargaining agreement. I guess there's a collective bargaining agreement for medical staffs in baseball. But there are teams that have worked around said collective bargaining agreement, and they actually send out their guys to talk about injuries regularly. The Pirates, Twins, Reds, and Athletics. And I mean, 3 of these teams are considered idiots. Like the Reds, A's, and Pirates are not considered well run, but they're doing this at the very least well. It's a rarity across baseball, but this year has been like the worst as far as these injuries go. They are winning in spite of it, and they deserve a lot of credit. God wills it. God wills it. I mean, they keep winning in spite of insurmountable odds. Someone texted in earlier, the Astros haven't won since it's because it's been a while since we played God wills it, which could be the case, but we did play it, I think, on Monday. God wills it, what they're doing right now. But I mean, this is a problem, and like you're going to see more Zach Short, you're going to see more Cooper Hummel, you're going to see more guys that should not be in the major leagues who you're going to get mad at through no fault of their own. They're realizing a dream, and then you got people online that are like crushing these people, and I'm like, hey man, they're in this spot partly to the Astros medical staff. Like there is a link. Is it the direct reason? No, but
yeah, like guys are just getting hurt. Like
Right.
that is true. That, I don't think the medical staff did anything that caused Jeremy Pena to break a rib.
I don't either. I don't either.
It's just the fact that
It's like they didn't see it. They didn't catch it. They're not. This is not like 1950s. You had a concussion. Get back out there. You're dehydrated. Chew on a salt tablet. You P word. It's not that. What is just not happening is they're not doing due diligence, and there are things that have happened recently that should lead them to do a little due diligence.
Yeah.
We all make mistakes, and we're supposed to learn from our mistakes in everything that we do in life. And where is the Astros medical staff learned about anything? That's what is infuriating to anyone who has been following this long enough. And this is the nitty gritty. And I understand how maybe earlier this year or last year in the midst of the Kyle Tucker, what the hell's going on with him saga, I can understand how some people were maybe not really sure what was going on. But the history is there. It's in Chandler Rome's piece. It's been on this radio show for 3 years. We've been making fun of the way that the Astros communicate injuries to us. And that's just how they communicate to us. Doesn't it stand to reason that if they're so faulty communicating it to us, that they don't do a great job behind the scenes of figuring out what the actual problem is and having the best solutions for getting guys back out there on the field without the possibility of re-aggravation? Yes, that's the answer to that question.
Yeah, and it's not even like they do a bad job communicating to us. Seems like they do a bad job communicating to Dana Brown and Joe Espada, the player.
And look, there's a little bit of blame to be put on the players. I don't think for Jake Myers here. Sounds like everything before the game felt good, and then all of a sudden he re-aggravated it, which does happen from time to time. But like with Yordan Alvarez, I feel like sometimes Yordan's communications isn't great, and I get that he has a translator, and I think this is his second interpreter that he's had. But I mean, there was a time where Dusty Baker didn't know what hand was hurt for Yordan Alvarez, stuff like that. If it were a couple isolated incidents, we could look the other way, and this wouldn't be the entire topic of today's show. But since this is, again, in a year where they have just had bad luck injury-wise, while good luck from a win-loss perspective, how can you not look at this and be like, what the hell, guys?
And like, it just like Monday's show, I wasn't here, but Monday's show was, I'm sure, all.
Oh, yeah.
It was all.
God wills.
All systems go. It's
World
Houston
Series?
Astros baseball. Like, that, it's just when you lose 3 straight games, and in the third game that your starting center fielder's first game back doesn't make it to first pitch.
Yeah.
That's just what's going to happen. Like, we're going to talk about that. The last 2 losses that they had, I mean, actually, all 3 losses this Cleveland series, like, this show, we barely talked about it, really.
Yeah.
Like, because we both think that's like, hey, this team has proven that it's good.
It's fine.
Right now, they're so injured that they might not be good right now, this moment. But this weekend, they look pretty good.
We don't even care about the Guardians series. No one should. Everyone who's acting like angry about this, loser, no life.
Yeah,
I'll say it. Interesting text here. I feel like this is the same text here. The tone is similar, but they're funny. I like the funny ones that are mean. From the 832, Paul is giving very sad. Did something happen in Boston? Question mark. Did anything happen in Boston? Anything bad? Truly, I wouldn't know. We did have some funny audio of coming up in How Far Is Too Far, courtesy of the giant who was supposed to coach Rafael Devers. So that ought to be fun. Anything?
There's flash flooding south of Boston, shuts
crap.
down part of I-93.
Oh, damn. That's where I used to live, around there.
So that's why this was 3 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
This is the last thing you saw before the show started.
That's true. Honestly, I'm so unaware of everything that goes on in Boston these days.
Celtics announce NBA Summer League 2025 roster.
That's true.
Yesterday.
You see Drake May's giving away all the wedding gifts he got to charities.
What a great guy.
Legend.
What a great guy.
Although Deshaun Watson did some cool things early on during Hurricane Harvey. And then this texter continues saying 162 season, dudes get hurt, snort a rail. What does that mean? Does that mean cocaine? Does that mean
telling you to do cocaine?
Oh. Huh. Is snort a rail theoretically could be like shove a rail into your nose and kill yourself? You think he was going for that?
Maybe.
Another texter. Oh, I'm going to annoy the hell out of this texter so much. Paul, I forgot to ask it earlier. Does your girlfriend ever slap the bleep out of your ass for having such a slappable face? I'm going to give the most annoying answer ever. She smacks my ass a lot. Paul, what? Does that mean something else is happening? No. We like each other's butts. We got great butts. We cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny that when a really white guy walks in that played football at the varsity level in St. Petersburg, Florida, has walking by, like, you're going to look. Like, I got a good donk. What can I say? She's got a better donk. So we're team donks. But no slapping of the face yet. It'll happen at some point, I'm sure.
Okay.
Sean So, like, please stop.
I mean, there's more Boston news.
What's going on in Boston?
When I type in Boston news
This
on
texter,
Google.
by the way, like, I'm so non-Boston now, but this texter asked us to talk about Boston. So let's talk about Boston.
Officials issue warning after rare venomous snake spotted in Attleboro.
Oh, Attleboro, dude? Oh, crap, dude. Are they by the Cumberland Farms? Oh, God. What? I put that town in my rearview mirror, but now I got to get back there. And I got to stop that venomous viper or whatever it's called. All right, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. How far is too far? Up next. Is it bad if somebody that you're probably not friends with tells you, and by you, I mean someone who's in my shoes and the Big J journalist shoes, if this person tells you something off the record and you share it with the class when it is your job? Because we got to follow up on an interesting story from earlier in the week. How far is too far is next. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Things just keep on popping up on my feed when it comes to the Houston Astros and injuries. Update today. Jake Meyer's not on the injured list as of 2:30 p.m. Central Time. You've also got Jake Myers, as I said, not on the injured list. Christian Walker is back from 3 days of paternity leave. Shea Whitcomb got sent down. But someone on Astros, an Astros fan posted this and just popped up in my For You on social media. Remember when Spencer Arrighetti suffered a broken thumb and he was only supposed to be out for like 6 weeks? And now it's been 14. Has it been that long? Spencer Arrighetti. I mean, that was the craziest freak injury of the season where you can't really fault.
Yeah,
anyone.
that one is just like bad luck.
He was sitting in the outfield and the ball from batting practice got lined into his effing thumb. When was that? Spencer Arrighetti breaks his thumb. That was April 7th. Oh. Yeah. Damn. April 7th. It's July 10th. It's 3 months.
That is 3 months.
That's sounds like 14 weeks. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough.
When they get
add him to the Astros class action lawsuit.
Yeah, when they get Arrighetti back, though, it's gonna be a good team. It will be a good team.
We think
it will be a good when Arrighetti and Jeremy Pena come back, playing the parade.
And Yordan Alvarez and Christian Javier and Luis Garcia.
Oh yeah, I mean that's
and JP France.
We're basically getting an entire starting rotation back in the trade deadline, without giving up anything.
The injured team that they have is better than the Rockies. Like, there's no dispute. In
oh
fact,
yeah,
they're probably. I bet they could be a 4th place team in one of the divisions.
I think the lineup that was on the injury report when we read the injury report yesterday, I think that lineup might have been better than the lineup last night. Like that lineup there with Pena and Alvarez.
Yeah. Yeah, and Zach Short and Cooper Hummel.
Yeah.
No Jake Myers.
You had McCormick and there's another I forgot who the other hitter was that's in there where you're like, this is like major league hitting. And there's like 5 major league hitters on the Astros roster right now.
For what it's worth, Tramel's been good.
Yeah.
He's been good.
Yeah. It's gotten lost in the shuffle. But
next man up.
That is right. Tramel's been good. Zach Short was good over the weekend. I don't got much on Kindy Corona. Need more time.
Yeah,
love the name.
The name's great.
If he sticks around, maybe I'll buy a jersey.
#family. Yeah, I mean, everyone will. I used to love Corona so much. And then after a certain moment in time, all those first beers you have, first beer you probably have is what? Natural Light, Keystone Light, something like that level.
Yeah.
It's cheap. You can get it in mass volume. If you're lucky, a Miller Lite. A Bud Light. A Coors. The next step up, if you were a youth and perhaps drinking when you weren't supposed to be drinking, you thought that beers like this were classy because they had good advertising and they had different looking bottles.
Yeah, and different flavor.
Corona specifically.
Yeah.
Corona has done a great job marketing beer. Is Corona that good? No, I prefer Pacifico. I think Corona has a skunky smell to it afterwards. I'm not the biggest fan of. It's partly due to the fact that I used to work at a grocery store and clean up the bottle machines, and the smell of all beers, I could honestly point out the specific type of beer based off of its stale odor once cooked in the sun. The worst one's Heineken. Like Heineken, I can't drink a Heineken because I know what it smells like when it's been in a trash can heating up in the sun for a couple of hours. But that was the next shelf. It was like Corona, Heineken. And for a while, like that was it. Like the craft brewery thing and the new beer company thing, I feel like that started like probably in the early 90s, maybe mid 90s. I don't know when Shiner started or when Karbach or some of the other ones, St. Arnold's got going, but like then it got taken up to a next step. But when we were young, yeah, a Corona, to bring it back to Kennedy Corona, that was considered cool. I used to think I was cool by being the different guy who had a Corona at high school parties not because of Dom Toretto or Fast and Furious. I just thought, I have a Corona. I'm cool. I don't even know if I like the taste. I just thought the marketing was great.
It's great marketing. The beach.
Oh, yeah. Find your beach. Damn.
Life's a beach.
Really good.
That's not their marketing.
No, it's not. Some other guys are bringing up Tecate. Tecate was not available to me when I was growing up because I was in the Northeast. So there you go. All right. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. How far is too far? I saw this post on Houston Reddit, and I think this is too far. I don't believe in jinxes. I don't. But who the hell put this up? Is 2025 Houston summer a fluke or the norm for the locals? We moved here from New York City last year, right before summer, and had a proper Houston summer experience. It was what we were told about Houston's summer was going to be like. This year's summer has been relatively cool, and there are dozens of days when it's cooler than New York City's summer. That is true. When I was in New York City a couple of weeks ago for a bachelor party before we went to Rhode Island, it was hotter in New York City than it was in Houston. If the summer is going to be this normal summer for Houston, I think Houston summers aren't so bad after all. I mean, this is a flukish summer, but isn't it too far to say that this is a flukish Houston summer? I think it is. I am just praying that it continues. This has been the most pleasant June since I've been down here. Obviously, we've had some issues in Central Texas, and we're thinking about all the people in Kerrville. The toll keeps on rising and rising. But I would just speak from wow, it's not a bazillion degrees outside. It's been pretty damn awesome.
Yeah.
And F this guy for saying this. He jinxed it.
It rains every once in a while. I feel like growing up, it just never rained in the summer. It would rain one day a month, basically.
Mhm.
It was always drought conditions continue. And we had a couple summers like that.
2011. I moved here in 2011, and I was told, we had a big drought because I got here in October. I think the drought was still continuing.
Yeah.
In early
That
October.
sounds about right.
Yeah. What else do we have? How far is too far? You might have remembered that on a show earlier this week, Rafael Devers, who was the Boston Red Sox third baseman, they signed Alex Bregman. They asked him to be the designated hitter. He refused, but then he eventually agreed. Then the Red Sox asked him if he would play first base. He was stubborn on that front. So then they traded him to the San Francisco Giants, and they didn't get a lot in return. A report came out from a Boston reporter who I guess had spoken with Giants legend Will Clark. And this report was that Devers skipped training sessions at first base with Clark, not once, not twice, but 3 times, leading to Clark saying this.
And Will Fleming, you can go off, motherfucker. All right? You want to take a conversation that we're having and then blow it out of proportion because you're a East Coast piece of reporter? Off. All right?
Will Clark, bit of a hard-o. Did not expect Will Clark to sound like that. Did not. Is it too far to share a piece of information like that? When you are a sports reporter, and this has been something that's been a little bit frustrating to observe by the people who actually are beat reporters in the game these days, it's a lot friendlier than it used to be. And I get it because access is more limited than it's ever been. But I think a lot of people have forgotten that they are not your friends.
Yeah.
A lot of people have forgotten that. Hey, I'm all for going out to their charity events, promoting it, talking about it and all that stuff. And maybe you get an interview afterwards and you ask a few questions, partially about the charity, partially about what's going on with them, the team, etc. But I do not like, especially here, I do not like the direction that things have gone. They're not your friends. So if something like this is presented to you and it's an out of market kind of deal, I think you're obligated to share this. I mean, I get that Will Fleming, who's the reporter here, crossed the line in the eyes of Will Clark, but Will, don't tell people that. Why would you tell people that? You told on your guy. He plays for the Giants.
And unless it's very clear that Will Clark says hey, this is off the record, or even on background, that.
You have to start with that.
Yeah, you need to do that on the front end.
And I bet he didn't.
Yeah,
with the way he was talking about it.
If you're Will Fleming, it's one of those things where you're not obligated to ask is this off the record? But you probably should. But it's a case for Fleming of ask for forgiveness, not permission.
If you have a good relationship with the person,
that too,
then you should ask that. This is something I sometimes feel a little bit bad about. This was early on. I want to say it was 2013. I was asking Whitney Merciless about. He was young, So I he said something that amongst friends that we would say regularly. I forget what quarterback I was asking about. He was a mobile quarterback. And he said, like, yeah, he's a mobile quarterback. That's kind of gay. And I remember thinking to myself, like, yeah, I kind of get it. And I reported it afterwards. But there's a part of me that wishes, because he's young.
Yeah.
There's a part of me that wishes, like, I get what he was saying. It's not like I've never said that word in that way before.
Yeah. And that was like 2012 or something.
Right. Yeah. But I was young, too, and I was trying to climb the ladder, part-timer at the time. So, like, I did it. He's not my friend, but he's a nice guy. Like, Merciless, by all accounts, by everyone who knows him. Good dude.
Yeah.
And I feel bad about that sometimes. But also, like, I'm not supposed to be their friends. Yeah. And I'm not supposed to be holding their hands either. That's for the Texans medical PR staff, who at the time I think was run by Kevin Cooper. Also a good dude. What else is going on? How far is too far? Did anyone see the Yes Network broadcast of a Yankees-Mariners game? Is this too far? The Yankees broadcast was talking about why the Mariners and their fans call Cal Raleigh and a bazillion home runs this season the big dumper. And as they were talking about his big dumper, they zoomed in on his ass. Is that too far? I think it's too far. Like, you didn't need to zoom in on his butt. It is kind of funny.
Yeah, it's like,
but I think that's too far.
Yeah. I'm watching it now. Yeah, they're zooming in too much.
Or way too much.
It's way too much. Like halfway through. Oh man,
that's
still
like
going.
creepy older guy who sees cheerleaders at a sports event. Like, he sees the shooting stars on the dugout and he starts zooming in.
Have you seen someone do that before?
Yes.
Yeah. So
many times. Goes viral every now and then.
I'm always like, I can't believe they're doing this.
It's like they think no one else can see what's on their phone.
Yeah, it's great.
If you're gonna do that, at least get that thing that you can put on your phone that doesn't allow anyone to see what you're doing.
Oh yeah, that like film thing.
You feel the need. I do have some friends who are very good at like sneakily taking pictures of our group, and if not that, a
stranger.
A stranger, yes. I am not that good at it. I'm definitely not discreet enough.
I feel like it's always super obvious if I try to take a picture or something.
How far is too far? Angel Reese in the midst of a game between the Chicago Sky and the Washington Mystics, with it tied 77-77 with 29 seconds to play, while walking to the bench, slapped the clipboard out of her coach's hand. I don't know if this is her head coach or what. Is that too far? I get slapping a clipboard out of someone's hand, but it felt unnecessary and almost like you're flexing on the coach. I know Angel Reese, a lot of people not biggest fans of her. She does not help herself out. Someone needs to help her do PR. I'm telling you, I would do it. Angel, I'd do it. Pay me. I would be very fair. I would help you out. I'm pretty good at rolling around in my poo, if you will. I think that's too far. And then one last one. Actually, a couple of last one. The Diamondbacks have banned a fan who interfered during a game played on July 1st. A home run was hit. This fan reached over the stands and caught it. He has been caught 4 times. Fan interference, reaching over and catching a home run. He's been banned from Chase Field the rest of the year. I hope he got a refund. For that.
I think 4 times, like, you gotta, like, they gotta be like, dude, you cannot keep doing this.
The last one in question, he caught a ball that a Diamondbacks outfielder was trying to catch. I don't think the Diamondbacks outfielder was going to catch it, though. I don't.
Is this guy a season ticket holder? I assume if you are there enough in the same spot, like,
he almost fell over the edge, and it's like a high edge.
Yeah, Chase.
Yeah.
I think if you're at the D-backs, you have to give him a new ticket location.
Yeah, move him somewhere else.
Just
we can't be doing.
We
can't stop. but it might be a little more expensive elsewhere. Or move him back up for the rest of the year, like to the upper levels.
Yeah,
So like,
just
hey, this is what
5
you
rows
get.
back.
One last one. How far is too far? Is it too far? Like Brian Reynolds, who has a no trade list, plays for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Is it too far to write all of these teams on your no trade list? Yankees, Blue Jays, Mets, Dodgers, Giants, Padres. Seems political. I think you should take San Diego off, personally. San Diego's a little bit of a different vibe in California than some of these other places. But if I'm not mistaken, it seems that Brian Reynolds doesn't want to go somewhere that's blue. That's the vibe I'm getting from this no trade list that he has. All of these teams, by the way, in playoff contention, and he plays for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Astros?
I'm in.
Need an outfielder.
You know,
He's
that
a switch hitter.
That no trade clause might give the Astros a little leverage.
Yeah.
So there you go.
What if he's like, okay, but I'll live in Viter and drive over.
I don't think he's that far. And shout out to Clay Walker, Viter legend. Okay. It's football time in Houston. No, that's 50. Thursday game.
Like 59?
59 days away. D'Amico Ryan's days away from the Texans kickoff against the LA Rams. Up next on the Paul Gallant Show, we got a little garbage time. Jake Myers is hurt. He's not on the injured list yet. Stick around. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at Green Street Saturday. I could do monster truck stuff. But on Saturday, you want to head out to Green Street for a block party before Houston and Texas face off for the Silver Boot Series. As Texans, we know it's our strength, our pride, and grit that carry us through the most difficult days. And Saturday, we're channeling that Texas spirit into a block party at Green Street as the Astros take on the Rangers. Come hungry. Be ready to celebrate. Grab bites and drinks from local favorites. Cool off with free treats like snow cones and paellitas. Did I say that right? Hop on the Mechanical Bull. Dance to live music. And a DJ. If you're a man hopping on the Mechanical Bull, they're going to try to get you off. Just saying. They're going to try to knock you off as quickly as possible. That is for the women. And we appreciate the strong, powerful, independent. Paul, stop! You could even hit the Bedazzler station to add some sparkle to your game day look. Oh, I'm in for that. In the eyes of many. Don't miss a special visit as well from the trophy. Yeah, that's right. World Series trophy is going to be there. Park for free, hop on the game day shuttle, and come toast what makes Texas so special. Resilience, community, and the traditions that bring us all together. GreenStreetDowntown.com/game day block party is the website you go to RSVP. It's brought to you, the Game Day Block Party, by Green Street, Tom's Watch Bar, and House of Blues. The event's free. RSVP at GreenStreetDowntown.com. Garbage time on the Paul Gallant Show. Jake Myers, not on the injured list as of yet. I doubt Jake Myers will be in tonight's lineup. That would be a curveball, huh? If when they release Friday night's lineup tomorrow, he's back in there. We shall see. I suppose they have some time to wait. Shout outs are in order to the many sports organizations who have donated to all the victims in the Hill Country floods. The Astros gave $1 million with the Astros Foundation. The Mavericks, Spurs, and Rockets teamed up $2 million towards that, and the Texans contributed $500,000 directly. There's some other NFL teams that have joined in as well. Chiefs owner Clark Hunt donated. He lost a 9-year-old in this flood. Oh, it's just so sad. $500,000 being committed to recovery efforts. He owns FC Dallas, also Austin FC, Houston Dynamo, the Major League Soccer. They're all donating as well. The Vikings are committing $500,000 too. And shout out to Raising Cane's. Raising Cane's has raised $1 million. Oh man, I'm glad that I talk about sports for a living and that we can, have some fun with what's going on with Jake Myers. And for anyone who might be listening, who knows someone affected, hopefully this brought you some joy. Yeah, it's been tough to keep tabs on all this stuff. Our prayers are with everyone and thoughts and all that stuff. Anyway, what else is going on in garbage time? We didn't get to this in detail. We just mentioned this in passing in another segment earlier this week. Gen Z has invented micro-retirement. You take a week off of work after 6 months and then go back.
Honestly, after 6 months, it's like, come on.
It's literally vacation.
You can up that a little.
And honestly, it makes me wonder if these guys have like 10 days off. And again, that's standard when you start a job.
Yeah, I guess they are like 23 years old. So maybe they haven't accrued as much time, but yeah, come on, guys.
Joshua Charles is a Gen Z business owner. His consultancy helps institutional investors, pension funds, and insurance companies invest in projects in Africa. This sounds sketchy.
Yeah, I also wish this guy's name wasn't Josh. I wish it was like Brixley Charles or something like more Gen Z. It's spelled funny.
There's LinkedInese with a touch of this sounds like Akon trying to build Wakanda in Africa, only for one building to be built.
Yeah. It also, listen, I don't want to, but if you're Gen Z guy trying to build stuff, I assume this is his parents' money at some point. I just
definitely
that's just an assumption that I'm making, that a 24-year-old who owns his own business.
Charles currently takes work breaks every 6 months for 2 weeks at a time. And he heard about micro retirements from a friend. Who's the friend? Okay, because Joshua Charles, since I only know your name, there's a part of me, and sorry, I just watched Jurassic World. There's a part of me that wants you to go to that part of the world in that fictional movie and perhaps just be left on an island with the dinosaurs. You'd have a chance to escape.
Yeah.
You'd have a chance to escape.
Get that raft.
Yeah, most of the people survived, including a guy who definitely should have died in that movie. No spoilers. Here's what Charles writes. Oh my God, I hate him. I like Jack Easterby more.
Is this via LinkedIn?
No, this has been an article in The Economist, I think. I reward myself by traveling to different countries, whether it's Europe during the summer or other destinations. And so that's a way that I incentivize myself to reach certain KPIs. All right. I don't know what a KPI is. I'm sure he knows more about that. Mommy and daddy are paying for this. That's what Sean said a little bit earlier. That's 100%.
It's my assumption
here. Goodness gracious. By the way, anyone see this? Hear about this? It's pretty cool. It was a long time ago. It was specifically July 10th of 2009 that Kevin Durant said this: on my way to Houston, ... I'm still hyped too, which led to the Rockets saying this exactly 16 years later, ... still hype.
Hell yeah. Throw your H's up, Houston.
H's up parade. Let's go.
Oh, is Kevin Durant going to be part of the H's up tradition? I hope he is.
Opening first game. Monday Night Football against the Bucks.
Better
be Kevin Durant. I mean, it's ESPN. You got it. And on that note, we got to go. that wraps up the Paul Gallant Show. Subscribe to the Paul Gallant Show podcast if you haven't already. Apple, Spotify if you missed any of the show. Also, big thanks to everyone who tuned in, whether you're just listening on terrestrial radio or 97.9 HD2 or on the brand new ESPN Houston app, on Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We appreciate you all so much. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian Behind the Glass, Thursday edition. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You can catch us everywhere. You can catch us on our new fantastic app. It is very, very good. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. They don't want us to mention the twitch.tv/ESPN 975, so I won't mention twitch.tv/ESPN 975.
Who's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
Allegedly. Brian woke up and chose violence today.
That's every day.
You wake
or
up
most
feeling,
days.
Do you wake up feeling dangerous?
Brian woke up today.
Well, I'm not
created a
Russell
car
Wilson.
wreck, by the way.
Created a car wreck. What do you mean?
I was on my way driving in the car, and I got a text from BMAC, and I thought, oh, he's either running it by us that he's going to get a guest or something like that. No, he was extremely frustrated because something happened with one of his gaming apps that he wasn't able to get on when he wanted to get on. And he's like, what do I do now? And he was explaining his frustration. And I was like, well, I would press reset. And if that didn't work, I'd just throw the whole game out.
He texted you?
Yeah.
I thought I was texting. I was dealing with a 4-year-old, and I thought I was texting Joe, who also plays the same game.
Yeah,
but
like, that doesn't make sense to text Blankers.
No, I didn't. It wasn't intentional, obviously. I meant to text Joe, but it went to Joel instead.
Uncle Barney texted me today, which, I mean, that reminded me. He texted me at 8:13 this morning, and he said, are you going to be home at 10? I was like, that's weird, Uncle Barney. I don't think you've ever been to my house. Like, what? I was like, I don't think I'll be there at 10, perhaps 10:30. And he goes, oh, whoops, meant that for the daughter. So he instead, I don't know how he made that mix up. I mean, Joe versus Joel is easy to do.
Right.
You just add an L and you get you.
Yeah, when you look up in your contacts, they're probably pretty close.
Yeah, I don't know how he texted Uncle Barney. Maybe we should put Uncle Barney on Bad Take Boulevard for texting me as opposed to his daughter.
Oh, Brian deserves to be on it for what because then Josh Beard started chiming in.
I'm already on the list.
So Josh Beard was in there too. I was like, was it
in
Joe, Josh
chat?
Beard? Yeah.
Yeah, it was intended to be a group chat with Josh and Joe, who both play the game, but instead it was Josh and Joel. Yeah.
Man. So what did you learn in that group chat today, Blankers?
I just gave advice. I said I'd try to unplug it, reset it. And if not,
did you really?
And I said, I just answered right away to catch him off guard. I'd hit the reset button. If that didn't work, I'd burn it and throw it out.
Blow in the game,
Yep.
like back in the old Nintendo. Whenever you would blow in the what would you call that? The opening, I guess.
It was a cartridge, and you'd blow in the slot.
He's trying to give advice to a bunch of gamers.
And then Beard backed me up because I think what Joel said is exactly what you should do. I was like, all right, cool.
That's hilarious. You know what's not hilarious?
What's that?
Jake Myers.
No.
Jake Myers played in a game yesterday and never played in a game yesterday. Jake Myers played in a game yesterday. It was not on the field for a pitch. He wasn't in there at all. He was lifted before the first pitch of the game, which the Astros went on to lose. We'll talk about that. Got swept by the Guards, who entered with the double-digit game losing streak. But another case here, Blankers, in which the Astros medical staff comes off looking very incompetent.
They got to go. It's that simple. And it's already been, look, I saw a lot of people on Twitter. If this is worse, if the injury now is worse than it was when he first got it a couple days ago, no, screw all of that. We're done with the ifs, buts, candies, nuts, if this, then that. We talked about this last week. We've talked about this how many times over the last 12 to 15 players that have had to endure this joke show of whatever the medical staff is. And at a certain point, you can't even save face anymore. You've got to do something to kind of change the narrative for your entire organization, and you got to cut bait. You got to start over. And I don't know that you can even wait till the end of the year because you already were the laughing stock of the city. But you're the laughing stock of all the professional sports because everybody every time is going, what the hell's going on? Like, I don't know. You know, you read these articles and you hear some of these other teams, well, they're sponsors, doctors. No. You can have your own doctors. You can have whoever you want. But whoever's diagnosing all of this, when I'm sitting there and I'm watching all this unfold, which was an unbelievable scene before we even started the game, as you mentioned, and then starting to read, some of the articles written after and then listening to the interviews after the game, and then going back, Espada saying, well, we didn't do imaging right away because we didn't think he needed it. What in the world are we doing that when a guy has any kind of a leg injury, we're not doing an MRI. We're not doing every kind of imaging that we need to do to make sure that this isn't something significant. It's not even a joke anymore. It's like you've got to react. You've got to do something. You can't keep sweeping it under the rug.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything, but I guess for the sake of the conversation, like, do we know that he needed an MRI? Like, he did say that they had an ultrasound.
Okay. He's not having a baby. He's having a calf injury.
You can see other things.
I understand that. I know that. I'm just saying. I mean, but it wouldn't surprise me that they might have thought he was having a baby or something else. Because you in my experiences, the head coach is speaking because he has been updated by the medical staff. He's not going to go out there and speak unless spoken to prior to that because he's not a doctor. And if you're continuing to misdiagnose, when we're in double digits, when we lose count of how many different episodes we've had to deal with this kind of just absolute, I don't know if you call it malpractice, whatever, it's ridiculously bad in handling of injuries. Something has to change. The player can tell you one thing. Of course, the player wants to be out there. But the big picture is, and we've talked about this with Pena, good on the fact that at least Espada said yesterday, Pena won't even be participating in the All-Star game, and hopefully that gives them enough time to get back to where you're not rushing him back. We've seen too many stories, too, where it seems like they've tried to rush the player back too soon. That's also set them back. We saw that with Jordan. And now we're looking at it again going, I don't know why with the lineup that you've had that's been successful through the road trip, that regardless of what happened at the last game of the Cleveland series, that you got one more series of 3 games before you get to the break. Why in the hell was there even a consideration to put Jake back out there last night?
Yeah. No, I mean, I tweeted that immediately after the injuries. Like, there's no reason he should have been out there tonight. You know, like, people were like, well, it's hindsight. No, it wasn't. I said yesterday on the show, and you backed me up too, that there's no reason he should have been in the lineup yesterday.
That's right.
You have a day off today. Even if you rest him for the Rangers series, you have the entire All-Star break next week. You could have given him like an 11, 12-day rest and only missed 6 games. So it made a lot of sense to just rest. It made a lot of sense to just put him on the IL. And I always err on the side of IL. I wanted to place Isak Paredes with the hamstring on the IL the moment that he pulled the hamstring. And that, look, I would have lost like 4 or 5 games with Isak Paredes there. I'm willing to lose 4 or 5 games with some of my players if it means that I don't have a re-aggravated injury that's going to cost me 2 to 3 weeks down the road. I think erring on the side of caution is how you need to err in a 162-game season in early July with a 6.5 game lead. I don't like that the Astros, it gives me the feeling that they try to hurry players back.
No question.
And Dana Brown is on record saying that we probably rushed JP France back. Luis Garcia last year made 2 rehab assignments, and then they had to shut him down. And he just earlier this week made another rehab assignment. He's going to be gone for 2 years before he comes back from Tommy John. That is not regular. Lance McCullers' injury saga, not regular. Spencer Arrighetti, we were told 4 to 6 weeks, which broken bones are 4 to 6 weeks. He just returned to pitching earlier this week, 3 months after the injury. So every single player seems to miss what are the normal target dates you would expect for that injury. And it happens time after time after time after time. If the Astros didn't have this history of incompetence, like the Jake Myers incident yesterday could have been like, oh, what a weird freak occurrence. Okay, yeah, one time every blue moon, I can give you a weird fluke occurrence. But when weird fluke occurrences happen a dozen times in 3 years, something is majorly wrong. You go back to Kyle Tucker. They didn't want to put Kyle Tucker on the injured list because they were scared that he could be back in a week and he would miss 3 games extra if they placed him on the 10-day IL. He was limping out of the dugout to celebrate a walk-off. We found out later, because of the timeline, that he was running on a treadmill with a broken bone in his leg. Yordan Alvarez, who is your best offensive player, they didn't uncover the broken bone in his 4th metacrapule, and your best offensive player is swinging with a broken bone in his hands.
With an admitted only 60% healed bone that they didn't realize till after it hurt when he started swinging.
So Jordan swinging a bat with a broken bone is incompetence. Kyle Tucker running on a treadmill with a broken bone is incompetence. On a lesser scale, Jeremy Pena the other day, like, they didn't want to put him on the IL right away. And he was like doing weighted medicine ball drills with what we found out later was a broken bone in his rib. He took swings in the cages that day and then reported he's like, I don't feel great. And they found out later he had a broken bone in his rib. So there's all the pitchers. There's Kyle Tucker. There's Jordan Alvarez. There's Jeremy Pena. There's Jake Myers, who probably shouldn't have been playing yesterday. It is player after player after player after player. It's embarrassing. I don't know how Jim Crane is not embarrassed and lets this continue to happen on his watch. It is mind-blowing.
That's what I said. It's got to stop, and you got to do it now because it's already gone on too long. But you can go even further than that. When we didn't even know what they didn't know, what Zach DeCenzo was going through and what that was, and then we were hearing that, well, they might do more imaging this time because of what they learned from Jordan. What we learned is Zach DeCenzo, we don't know when he's going to be available again. He's still not swinging the bat. From a Taylor Trammell standpoint, he tweaked the calf in spring training. 4 months later, he was getting ready to come back. I mean, we hear calf muscles 6 weeks. I understand with pitchers and with the Arrighetti situation that it's one thing to say the thumb is healthy, and then you've got to go start from scratch to get stretched out.
But he wasn't even starting to get stretched out until like 12 weeks after the fact. So like, even that one's mysterious.
But so you can just go case by case and go, I'd like to give you the benefit of the doubt, but there's 12 to 14 other medical incidents where the same kind of missteps are continuing to happen. The players aren't coming back on time. And if you're the owner, even if you're from a business perspective, my return on investment is I'm paying these guys millions of dollars. These are the guys that are actually going to make me the most money because these are the guys that win games and do the things that entice the fans. If they're not on the field, they're not doing anything to help you do those things either. You've got to be frustrated. You've got to be embarrassed. You've got to have other owners calling you up going, what's going on with your medical staff? Like players, like I said last week, there's not a player that should feel confident in any kind of medical attention they're getting from the Houston Astros when they're on the team. And they should not believe the diagnosis that they get initially because it's probably not going to be true.
I really, maybe this is far too speculative because we lack information, but obviously heads got to roll somewhere. And I think it probably should extend upon the medical staff because it feels like, and not saying this head needs to roll, but we've heard these comments from Dana Brown with all these injury situations, talking about how, well, we think Jordan can return for the Dodgers series, talking it for multiple players, how, well, it's just, how much pain can he tolerate? There does seem to be, I think it was Jeremy that kind of speculated about this earlier, but there does seem to be a culture of trying to rush players back, whether it's just Dana Brown or whether it extends beyond that. But if you have Dana Brown trying to put out false timelines for guys to return and rush them through, and then a medical staff that is backing that up, that could lead to something like we're seeing.
You mentioned the JP France thing, and Chandler wrote about it as well. Remember when we had the conversation of the fact that they were basically using the media as a pawn to basically say to Jordan, it looks like you're medically clear. It's just basically when you're ready, what
the
you
pain
can take.
tolerance
Yeah,
thing.
how much pain you can tolerate before you can get back out there. Almost as like, a kick in the butt to go, hey, stop slow rolling this thing, get back out there. You can't do that, especially when you're talking about your best player, but honestly with any of your players, because they miss, as Jeremy just said, we've constantly beaten the drum on, they miss every deadline. Every 6 weeks turns into 2 months. Every Kyle Tucker turns into 3 months. Every Jordan turns into which hand and then how much, and then it's broken and it's 60%, and then we don't know. Imaging. Like, you have access to all the imaging in the world, and you're not doing imaging. It makes zero sense, and at a certain point, you can't take it anymore.
Crane's taking it.
And again, the only way, I think we all agree, and Brian, you just alluded to it again, but that the only way that you can even start trying to put a Band-Aid on it and make sense of it all is to start over, to clean house, to look for the best. If you have to overpay to get them, go get them. Believe me, within sports, there are teams, there are people that can say they're the best, they're great. The same way you get general managers and then teams go and get their first and top assistant because they're all in the same, they understand the new system of the way of doing things. The medical training staffs are all like that. And from a doctor's perspective, I hate to say this, but the doctor, the arm doctor for the Yankees, he's the number one Tommy John surgeon now in the country. I don't care if he's associated with the Yankees. Other teams, if they don't believe in theirs, they go to that guy because they want their players to get the best. That's what we should be talking about.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, YouTube ESPN Houston, TikTok at ESPN 975. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham there. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man. Joel Bryan at Sack by BMac. I'm at Jeremy Branham. What is the one thing that you point to as the reason why? The one thing that you would point to as to why the Astros medical staff have all these issues. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. I was listening to, I went back and listened to the interview that Dana Brown had with Salisbury on the flagship. I did it yesterday. I think I did it yesterday after work on the way home, actually. It was after the show yesterday. I went back and listened to it on the way home. And Dana was talking about how once Jordan feels good, he's going to start hitting, and we hope to expedite the process. And he used the word expedite. I'm like, what? Why would you use that word? Like, that feels like the worst thing to do. It feels like, hey, Jordan, go swing a bat for a little bit and then go like rest for a day. The expediting, I don't think is the best way to ease the big fella back into the lineup. And then it kind of goes to what Brian was saying. And then we, talking about it yesterday with Myers in the lineup, same thing with Pena. Even they got away with the Esoc thing, and like maybe they were right and I was wrong there, and they didn't need to place Esoc on the IL. I was scared of the re-aggravation or something like that. But going back to Tucker, not placing him on the IL immediately, waiting a bit. I don't remember how they handled Jordan. I don't know if they put him on the IL. I think he was scratched and IL next day. I think that one was pretty quick. I don't think they waited around for him. I think it was one of those. We know he's playing on it. Let's scratch him from the lineup, placed on the IL the next day. Luis Garcia, was he pitching quicker than he should have? I don't know. JP France, they admitted that they rushed him back. It feels to me that their strategy, whether it's organizational, whether it's just the medical staff, I don't know who's all involved. That's why I can't call for like somebody specific, their head. I don't know who's in charge, quite frankly. I don't know who the fall person is. Would I like to see the fall person get, fall? Sure. I just don't know who it is. So I can't say it specifically. But it seems like the organizational medical staff plan is we need to get the guys on the field at all cost. And I feel like that's flawed logic. I feel like that's the wrong way to handle things because, one, it's a 162-game season. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Secondly, you're in a pretty good spot with the standings, 6.5 games up. There's no need to rush them. Also, with the All-Star break next week, like, what is the hurry here? The goal is to win the World Series, to get them as fresh as possible, as healthy as possible once you approach the playoffs. So the expediting, the rush to play, it makes no sense to me.
Well, and here's the thing, too. It's almost like the medical staff because we don't know what we don't know. Is it the people that are actually doing the surgeries and the procedures? Is it the people afterwards that are supposed to pick up where the surgeon left off and follow protocol to get the player back and do the things necessary? Is it a combination? We don't know. But in these situations, because of what you just alluded to, because you're in first place by 6.5 games, because you're in a very comfortable position and you're heading towards a break in the schedule, there is no way, shape, or form that you should be timing these players with a stopwatch instead of a calendar. You should be looking at it and going, I can get this many more days if I just don't play them until the All-Star break. And then I should be in a really good spot to get, to make a clear analysis of we might be able to get them back then sooner once you get back from All-Star break rather than what you've done, which is if this was the end of the season heading towards the playoffs and your players are like that, now I understand there's a sense of urgency because you're trying to play when it matters most, when it can be do or die, when you have to have your best players on the field. You don't need that right now. But yet it seems with every one of these injuries, their immediacy involving in everything that they do is get them back, got to get them back, got to get them back as quick as possible, got to get them back on that field without kind of taking a step back or a half step back to look at the big picture and say, no, we don't.
Yeah. Israel, Dana is the boss. He doesn't care what y'all think, say, feel. Okay, he shouldn't. Like, he shouldn't care what we think, say, feel. That doesn't mean that the Astros medical staff is handling things properly. And I don't know how you can look at the Astros history in the last 2 years and be like, yeah, I'm going to co-sign whatever the Astros are doing. I think that's ignorant. 713-780-3776. They have to be either totally incompetent or controlled by the Astros upper management and do what they say instead of what they uncover. Glass half full instead of half empty thing.
Here's the thing. Even if it is, you want to push it on management and you don't want to push it all the way up the top with Crane because Crane should be embarrassed. But Dana, this is on his watch too. And I said this last week. This is on both of their watches as well. But when you're the general manager of the team, that the medical staff and the way that medical injuries are taken care of, handled, and the results coming from them are clearly under your tutelage, under your management department. You are responsible. If you are responsible, you have to look at all of these missteps and you have to be embarrassed as well. And you have to realize whether it's this job, another job, eventually the finger's going to point at you because you're responsible for that.
Jordan is hurt every year, says a texter. When is enough? When do you look to trade him before he's not worth anything? I mean, I'm not trading Jordan.
And if I have value.
Yeah. And if I was forced to trade Jordan within the next like 2.5, 3 years, I'm not trading him while he's in La Playa. I'm going to wait till he's actually producing and trade him at that point. So
he's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
Thank you, Doobie. How long will this medical staff be talked about before changes are actually made? Forever. I mean, they're going to live in infamy, this Astros training staff. I don't think this will ever go away.
No, and this is one of those deals where because the next guy that get injured, they might get it right. And that should like completely erase everything that we've just had to endure with the 10 to 15 players that we're talking about or the 10 to 15 different injuries. No, too much damage has been done. You got too much egg on your face, and you're not some rinky-dink minor league team that doesn't want to spend money on getting imaging and doing the things that is necessary to rehab a player. You have access to every resource in the world to get these guys back and to handle things properly, and you're not doing it.
So why not clean house and hire a new medical staff? How hard is that? That's the $1 million question.
I think the biggest problem now is you can't do it in the middle of the season because a lot of the guys you're probably trying to get are working for other teams right now.
I don't think you can clean house in the middle of the season. Completely agree. I think you can make like a what's the word I'm looking for?
An interim change?
No, not even that. More like a symbolic firing. A scapegoat. Yeah. I think you could do that. Like, it's not really going to matter, but it like, and look, they clearly don't care, which is their prerogative, and that's fine. But yeah, they could do something that would at least give a little bit of the grief off their back. Yeah, scapegoat. Like, just like an offensive coordinator's fired towards the end of the year, you know? Like, yeah, they could do that. Like, hey, I'm not going to mention names because I don't know if they're in charge, but hey, this team physician, he's fired. Okay. And then like people see that and they're like, oh, okay, well, they're doing something. And then you actually poach, because that's what I would like to happen. Like, what would you like the Astros to do in the offseason with their training staff? I want them to go poach somebody that's really good. And how they determine they're really good, that's up for them to figure out. Hire a hiring firm like this training staff's among the best in baseball and go steal them from that organization. Hire the assistant and make him the full-time guy here. That's what I hope happens in the offseason. I hope that last year too, is that Crane, Dana, whoever, Jeff Bagwell, if Reggie Jackson needs to be the straw that stirs the drink out from California, whoever it takes. I want them to do a study, hire a hiring firm, whatever the case may be, and go poach somebody from Major League Baseball or hire the guy's right-hand man. If the best medical staff's in New York and they're not leaving New York because they're making too much money, hire his number two. I want them to poach from the best.
This is what I was just going to say. You just alluded to it at the end there. Before you even go to hire somebody else, figure out and do a deep dive and do a complete peeling of the Band-Aid off to figure out where everything went wrong, where the breakdowns occurred, why these things were going on. You have got to break it all down and figure it all out so that the next person coming in then has autonomy to do the right things the right way and make sure that those things never happen again.
Yep.
The crazy thing, though, about that, what you guys just said, is remember James Click kind of said that similar thing a couple months before he got the axe, that they were going to have a complete reevaluation and look at their return to play process and evaluations. Then he gets let go, and seemingly nothing happened.
I do remember that, and I read that quote again last night somewhere, and it was like it just all came gushing back, going, you know what? He probably knew what they weren't willing to admit at the time, and I'm sure that like the same way Crane has golfing buddies or whatever, you build relationships. Guys have been there a long time, so your knee-jerk reaction you don't want to be to tell someone they're no longer going to be affiliated with the team. But you just have too much evidence and too many cases that have built up to where you just can't protect them anymore, no matter who it is.
Texture, all easier said than done. I don't think it's difficult to do. Like, you go find out. Yeah, like, hey, this staff, you're gone, you're fired. I mean, Crane has history with this. He did it with Click, and then you go hire somebody that you think is going to do a good job. It's pretty simple, especially for a guy like Crane, who is the head of Crane Logistics, who has been doing this for his entire professional career. I don't think it's easier said than done. I think it's easier done than said than done. I don't even know
running
what
a
you're
business.
It's not hard. It's not hard to do that. Does it require some logistics? Well, good thing Crane's in the logistic business. He can figure it out. Figure out who's the best, poach from the best, and let's move on.
It's the same thing like when Daryl Morey was here. Daryl Morey knew it was on his watch, but he also knew that the most important thing is the product of basketball. So your players are your most important pieces that you have to take care of. If he heard of technology when they were one of the first teams to get the treadmill with the water so that you don't have any weight put on your feet, but you get the cardio back, to have the underwater tanks where they could examine the injuries, to have all these different pressing, the first to do the cryogenic chambers for the rehab process after games to recover. he was on top of everything because he's like, I don't want another team to have an advantage that I don't have. I want to have my players back as soon as I can, but I want them feeling the best they can possibly feel. It can't be that you're trying to do anything to cut corners, save people's butts, and do things, especially because of the fact that you've worn so many of these over the last several years.
713-780-ESPN. Pete and Chris will get to you on the other side. 713-780-3776. Another in the long lineage of Astro injury incompetence. Is enough? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Myers, 713-780-3776. We should do a guess. That's what we should do with our blank space back here.
Yeah.
Do a guess the date on when Jake Myers returns.
Or
we should do like a split. We should have our
both
top 15 most memorable injury moments that were misdiagnosed. Have our latest injury on the board. We have several. Right?
I think
Because
I have a whiteboard.
We got Jordan. We've got Jake.
Humble
We've
brag.
got Pena. We've got DeCenzo. We've got 5 that we can say guess the date on because they're current. Their status is still unknown, as opposed to all the ones that were misdiagnosed. It
Sounds like a busy whiteboard.
Yeah.
Sounds like a busy whiteboard.
You
We can make it simple, like
dibs
you know
on
how,
you writing.
like on the job sites, they'll have like this many days since like an accident or an injury.
Well,
We can just have that.
Let's find an Astros calendar And then we'll do a guest a day on when Myers returns, Pena returns, Arrighetti returns, Javier returns, Garcia returns, Jordan returns, JP France return, every guy. And we can do it color coded, and whoever guessed the date gets a, high five or, a t-shirt, or like Jason Alexander, everybody's favorite golf pro, a finger five. 713-780-3777. Yeah. A lot of Jason Alexanders in this city. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Pete?
How's it going?
Not great.
Short and sweet until Astros management can get rid of this incompetent medical group. Here's a soundbite opportunity for you guys to record, because it's going to happen in the future. Astros medical staff misleading medicine. I'm out.
Right, you've already used that line.
Used it before.
You can't repeat. You can't set it up like you're going to have this moment of brilliance and recycle an old joke. Come on, Pete. You're better than that.
At least once, maybe even twice, he sent that in. I think he's called and said that and texted it.
He said it in like it was this moment of brilliance. He's like, Brian, grab this. You're about to be so satisfied with the audio that I'm about to provide. And he recycles an old joke, Pete. It was great the first time. It was still pretty good the fourth or fifth time, but it's not this, radio gold that you set it up to be. I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah,
I'm
the
a little
recycling, Pete. You're better than that, man. Come on.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Chris, you're in the Hive. What's up, Chris?
Yo, what's going on, guys? Good afternoon. Great show. Hey, Brian nailed it when he said culture. And it's not Dana Brown setting the culture in the building. It's definitely Jim Crane. I mean, these doctors are doing exactly what they're paid to do, rush the guys to the field. I think Jim Crane hires doctors that listen to Jim Crane and maybe, look at these players as assets that need to be on the field, or they're not making them any money. So that's just my little theory. I mean, at some point, don't you guys think that these players' agents are going to get involved and try to protect their assets? Jake's going to be coming up for a contract in a couple years or so. They don't want him hurt all the time. I mean, I think what happened last night, guys, Jake was pressured to play. And he goes out on the field and says, you know what? Y'all want me to play? Well, watch this. And he starts limping. I think it's his way of saying, I'm hurt. I can't play. I'm going to do this in front of the fans. And he walked off the field. So that's what I think is going on. I mean, Jim Crane is putting all this pressure on his players to play. This isn't the first time we've had this conversation. So, I mean, today in the news, we heard about a doctor not wanting to tell the truth under oath about our last president and his medical situation. So doctors aren't always honest. I'm out.
Appreciate it, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
You ever listen to the podcast Dr. Death?
I haven't yet. No.
They ended up making a TV show.
Yeah, it was with the dude from Dawson's Creek, right?
I didn't watch it. No, that was the Cruise, wasn't it?
Dr. Death was,
or was he in both?
I think he was in both.
Different guy.
I think he was in both.
I think the guy you're referring to was also Dr. Death,
Jack
perhaps.
Kevorkian was
but
one
this
of the
is like a
first
new
ones.
Dr. Death who lied and cheated his way through the medical school and got licensed and was performing surgery on people, and he had no idea what he was doing, and was I think he killed a couple of people.
I think that was a show on Peacock.
It was, but originally it was a podcast. And I listened to the podcast, didn't watch the show. And people would have stuff in their bodies and stuff. It was awful. It was awful stuff.
Terrible.
And it just made me think of that.
He's dropping Skittles in people's body. What's going on?
I mean, a junior mint was in the
doing surgery and scalpel.
But no, it was bad. It was bad stuff. Now it just made me think of that. Do you think that Crane is demanding players to be on the field?
No, I don't think that you have. Understandably, he's been meddling in terms of going to get players and free agency and trades.
Yeah.
I don't think he's meddling because I think as much as he is a confident man with an ego that is a baseball guy as he is self-proclaimed, I don't think that he's a medical expert. I don't think that he would go in and start. Now, I understand that owners are going to come down and say, when is he going to be back? This is getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's telling to that degree.
No, I don't think Crane's an idiot either. That would require someone to be very, very dumb. Cal McNair maybe would do this.
Oh, come on. I mean, Hannah would stop him.
Hannah would stop him. Cal would have the idea. Hannah would put him, in his place.
Let's do it. Okay.
Jim Crane is not an idiot. Like Jim
No.
Crane is a pretty smart dude, really smart dude.
Really smart business guy.
So I don't think that Crane is demanding his medical staff saying, get my guys on the field and make me some money. I think Crane also is big picture minded enough to know that the real money probably comes in the postseason and would love to have his best players in the postseason. When is Crane making his most money? When the Astros are winning the World Series and having these deep playoff runs. So I don't think he's calling down to the medical staff and demanding his players to get on the field on July 9th. Now, I do think that whoever's making the decisions, medical staff, I don't know, but I do believe it is the organizational philosophy to try to get players back as quickly as possible. By design or not, they're erring on the side of recklessness. They're erring on the side of getting a player back sooner rather than later. Dusty always had the thing where if they tell me he's 100%, I give him the extra day. So I do think it is an organizational philosophy. Not sure who's putting it in place. Not sure if it's the head trainer. Not sure if it's assistant general manager. Not sure who it is. I do think the organizational philosophy errs on the side of a player quickly returning as opposed to a player taking his time, making sure you get him 100% back, and maybe it costs you 5 games for every player when they return back from injury. It feels like they're reluctant to do that and want them on the field as the moment that they can possibly play.
You have to realize, like, the formula. You're not trying to get them back as soon as possible so that the percentage of them getting hurt goes way up. So you save a couple games here and there, and you're in a position of strength. It's not like a year ago when you were chasing and you were scratching and clawing, trying to get back in it so that you could at least get a playoff spot, whether it was winning the division or just getting in the wild card. You're sitting atop your division. You got a really big, comfortable lead. So in particular, in this season, encapsulated with the players we're talking about, there is absolutely no reason to put the pedal down and do what you just said.
And I think it's very clear in this case that they hurried him back. Like Jake Myers talked after the game yesterday, which I do think is a good sign long term. I think him talking after the game is a sign that perhaps it was a re-aggravation and not something more. But he talked about, like, he went through sprints, he went through agility tests, he was asked by the training staff if he was good to go, and Myers said yes. Chandler Rome in his article today said that he also did this on Tuesday and wasn't ready yet. So yesterday was the very first day that he was clear to be in the lineup, and he was cleared about 4 hours before the game, and is expected to play in that game. I think that is too fast. 713-780-ESPN.
And real quick, here's the other thing, though. It's just like you said, we can't just go by the player just on the fact that if it feels good, then do it. It's like, okay, he says it's feeling better, and now he's not feeling that pain. Let's reimage it one more time to see exactly what we're dealing with, because sometimes there's that kind of false confidence of, no, it feels great. The adrenaline's pumping. I want to get back out there. I want to play. And then in a couple of steps, maybe it's a sprint, maybe it's not. In this case, it's just jogging out to the outfield. Suddenly he gets the hot foot reaction of, oh boy, this doesn't feel good. And then he needs a golf cart.
Yeah.
Like, you've got to border on doing what's medically right to solidify your diagnosis that he's okay to play.
Yeah, if a player's telling me he's 100%, I'm waiting like 3 days.
No
Plus just like the average amount of time, like you can literally Google how long is a calf strain. Like, you can literally, I'm not saying that the Astros aren't and they're oblivious to this, but it kind of feels like they're oblivious to this. And I don't agree with 2 points other that Chris made. The agents getting involved. I think the agents are more involved with these players than we'll ever know. Jordan's agent was involved with his x-rays. Yep. We read that in a Chandler Rome article. I'm sure the agent was involved in Verlander not being with the team. I've heard that Carlos Correa never stepped foot into the Astros training staff because Scott Boras didn't want the training staff to know what was ailing Carlos Correa.
Because Scott Boras.
Yes. Like, so the agents are heavily involved. And I do think that the agents are probably going to get fed up with the Astros stuff, but I don't agree with the thing that Jake Myers was proving a point. Jake Myers told the Astros training staff a few hours before the game that he wanted to play. And then if you listen to him after the game, it was clear that he wanted to play. We'll listen to Jake Myers on the other side, what he had to say after the game. Willie will get to you on the other side as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We'll hear from Jake Myers in a moment after the game yesterday. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line first, though. Willie, you're in the Hive. What's up, Willie?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up,
yeah,
Willie?
when Jake got hurt the other night, he told them that there was something wrong with his calf. Now, when he got ready to go play again yesterday, he told him he was all right.
Yeah.
And he went out there and practiced before the game, and he felt all right. And then when he in between time after he rested, it must have tightened up on him or something. So I don't see how that's a trainer's fault. And then when Jordan a couple of weeks ago, he did baseball activities for 2.5 weeks. Then he go down to Florida, and he worked out one day, then the next day he got information in his hand. I don't see how that's a trainer's fault. But if I am Dana, I wouldn't say anything about somebody being hurt or injured. I wouldn't even say what's wrong with them or when they coming back. I wouldn't give him any update. He just keep on. He talk too much. Thank you.
I think that's the best point you made, Willie. I think we all agree that you're spot on right there with that.
No, Dana, he's right. I do think that Dana, a lot of time, loose lips stink ships. And I think that Dana is coming from a good place doing it. I think he's trying to be insightful to the fans. He wants to give the fans a little peek behind the curtain. I don't think it's in the best interest of like the entire philosophy of it. Go back to what he said with Salisbury yesterday. Yesterday. We're trying to expedite Jordan the moment that he tells us that it feels good. Espada was talking about it with Myers the other day. He's like, well, we don't think that there's anything serious here. He was asked yesterday after the game about, did you get imaging? He's like, no, we didn't get imaging because we didn't feel it was necessary. We got an ultrasound, texture. They never did an MRI on his calf. That's incompetence. It also comes like 2 months on the heels of Yordan Alvarez's injury after not finding a broken bone, in which they said they're going to do more imaging. Pena, you didn't see his broken bone initially as well. So Myers saying that he's good enough to play yesterday and then being in the lineup, not at the fault of the trainers, to Willie's point. I could see that if this was a once every now and then thing where I can't blame the training staff. I would say, Willie just came to the determination that Myers told the training staff he was healthy, went out and exercised, did sprints, and then his leg tightened up, and that's why he couldn't play. Willie just came to that determination. Why are medical experts and athletic trainers not having that in mind before they let Jake Myers in the lineup? So, Willie, if you can come to the conclusion that it's possible for Myers' leg to tighten up because he's trying to recover from a calf strain and then went to strenuous exercises to see if he had the check mark to play, if you can figure that out, why didn't the athletic training staff figure that out? The other thing about the baseball activities with Jordan, baseball activities is not the same as swinging a bat. Baseball activities like running bases, catching a pop fly, all of those things, not necessarily swinging a bat. I think that Jordan's probably swinging a little bit too much. I think that's what flared up the hand. I think that's why his hand got bothered again, is that they feel like they have to expedite his return as opposed to hey, let's kind of ease you back into things. And I would counterpoint, Willie, that both of those things are the blame of an athletic training staff.
Well, here's the thing. As it relates to the Jordan thing, too, when you're talking about it, you didn't do imaging, and you admitted it, and you didn't do enough imaging, and you had to own that after the fact because of the fact that while he was doing these other things, as you mentioned, ramping it up to get his endurance back and do the playing catch and doing those things, hitting off a tee, and then when you got to the point where, again, imaging you should be doing every so often just to make sure that you haven't experienced a setback. Because sometimes the player's going to feel something and he's going to feel some sort of way and he ain't going to tell you because all he wants to do is get back on the field. That's where you have to be the smarter, better people in this instance to step in and go, hey, listen, I know it feels better or whatever you're feeling. We got to do some more imaging. We got to make sure. And they're not doing those things. And that's why when you look at it, we know from a standpoint of from a pitcher, when you sit too long after throwing with your arm and you're 100% fine, if it's a big inning, a lot of times your arm starts to stiffen up. Sometimes you can't even put it back out there because you get tight. But when you have an injury, it's hyper important that it's not just the fact that he was able to endure the 25-minute pregame workout, but then see how it reacts 15 minutes later when you're not working it out for 25 minutes straight before you make a determination. And that's when you do side with Dusty and say, okay, great. Then maybe tomorrow, you get a day off tomorrow, see how it feels tomorrow as well, and then we'll see if we can put you back in the lineup.
My guess is he had a sub 100% calf. We all know he had a sub 100% calf. He tried to work it out because he's trying to get back into the lineup, which is fine. Like, I applaud that from a player. While he was working it out, it probably tightened up on him. And then when he jogged back out to center field, it's like, oh, that didn't feel good, that happens all the time. Like, we understand that. Like, injuries happen. And then when you work out the injury, it flares up and it gets sore and it gets inflamed. And then when he ran out there, he's like, oh, I feel it a little bit. That's my guess as to what happened.
But you can't just
which is actually best case.
Right. But you can't just say, take it because Paredes just went through this. Well, we did it with Paredes and we did it this way and he felt great. And we put him back out there after a couple of days. No problems. So we're good. No, you have to treat this with kid gloves in every situation. And Paredes probably should have had more imaging before you put him back out there. It just worked out to your advantage. In this case, you can't take chances with that because if the player is not telling you it feels tight, well, imaging would tell you that it's still not 100% healed like the bone in Jordan's hand. Therefore, we're going to side on the side of caution and be precautionary before we put him back out on the field.
And what makes what you said more frustrating, Joel, is after the debacle with Jordan, I don't remember if it was Dana Brown or Joe Espada, but they said we're going to learn from this and we're going to get more imaging. Yeah. And then Pena happened. And then Jake happened. They got lucky with Isak.
DeCenzo happened, and they were like, we're going to image more.
Yes. They even told us at one point, hey, we're going to look at it, even going past the James Click thing. They told us, I guess there would have been sometime in late to middle May, that after Jordan, they're going to look at this, they're going to do more imaging, and then it keeps happening again and again and again.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't have an MRI. Like, why did Jake Myers not play? Why did Jake Myers get pulled to the game in LA? What did Joe Espada tell you?
His calf tightened up.
Right, but he said he did it as a precaution. Yeah, right. So okay, like I can respect that. Like it's a game in July. Like, it's really not that significant in the grand scheme of things. It's one of 162. It's one of 162 whenever you've built a comfortable lead in the AL West. And Joe Espada said that he pulled out Jake Myers because his calf tightened up and it was precautionary. Okay, like, tip your cap. Hey, that's great. That's good managing there, Joe. But why weren't you precautionary and doing MRI? Like, the act was there and it was not followed up by somebody else. Joe Espada had the right mindset. We're going to take him out. The last 4 innings of this game on a Saturday, like, we need to make, actually Sunday, the last 4 innings of a game on Sunday, we need to make sure he's 100%. We know that, the forest, we need to be looking to the forest, not the tree. It's early July. We have this lead. I'm going to be precautious and take him out of the game. Great decision, Joe Espada. And I mean that sincerely. I'm not being sarcastic. Sincerely mean that. Why wasn't that followed up on? Why wasn't there follow through there to be like, hey, let's just take an MRI to see for the heck of it, for S's and giggles.
Keep going, because here's the other thing. Then why don't you also take the same kind of precaution that you used when you took him out of the game to say, okay, I want to be precautionary in the fact that we don't have many games before the All-Star break. I know this guy has been on a heater. He's been a big part of the reason why we've been able to build this lead. I want to be precautionary before I put him back on the field. And I also want to make sure that I give him an extra day or two with the day off today before I put him back out there.
Yeah, Joe also didn't follow up on his precautious plan. That's a good point. Blankety blank blank on Twitch says, Jake lied. This isn't hard. That's okay. Like, fair. Like, fine. Let's say that is true. Let's play out that theory that Jake lied. It shouldn't be on the player to write his name in the lineup.
But
this is where the training staff has precursors in place and standards in place to where a player can't try to tough it out and be a gamer, force his way back in the lineup and re-aggravate an injury. There has to be something to protect the player from the player.
This isn't rocket science. The bottom line is, how do you prevent this from happening from the stubborn player who wants to play? You do imaging so that even if the player is faking it or telling you he's great when he's not, the imaging is going to tell you the calf muscle ain't there yet. It's still strained. It's still got some issues to where it's not in our best interest to put him out there. That's how you prevent it from just being he said from the player, I'm good. So, yeah, well, if you say you're good, get out there. No.
Poor Marine, how come these trainers and doctors aren't being interviewed? The Astros won't allow them to be interviewed. Chandler Rum talks about it all the time. Yeah. There's like something in the CBA where trainers don't have to talk. They can if they want. There's a few teams that do, but they don't have to. And the Astros have chosen that avenue where they're not going to talk. 713-780-ESPN. We'll hear from Jake on the other side. Israel on the line as well. 713-780-3776. Maybe I should have teased Israel on the other side. People might turn the station. Israel may or may not be on the line. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
713-780-ESPN. We'll get to Jake Myers postgame in a moment. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. The legendary, the famous, the infamous Israel. Israel, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's up?
What up, fellas? Hey, Jake didn't play one pitch, man. So I don't see it. It's not like he went out there and gave an effort, went for a fly ball, hit his head on the wall or something, and he's out. He's not playing. He didn't even play one pitch. So whatever was wrong with him before, it's still wrong with him. If nothing was wrong with him then, it's still nothing wrong with him. He might have pulled something. And also, they in first place. With a team with all the injuries y'all talk about, they're doing a great job. They in first place with guys from the minors who's stepping up, with a lot of guys who y'all didn't think should even be on the team in playing, but they even losing 3 games in a row. And I know some don't like the truth, but somebody got to tell the truth and send the devil. Y'all have a good day.
What was the last part?
I think he said he was the devil, maybe.
I mean,
not sure.
Is he trying to say because the injury flared up before the game started that it gets a do-over and it's just the same injury that it was before? Because it didn't seem like he reacted like it was.
I mean, he was doing stuff before the game, too. It's a bit disingenuous to be like, oh, he just, like, did you think, Israel, that the first thing he did yesterday was jog out to center field? Like, he went through sprints, he went through agility tests to give the clearance to the training staff that he was good enough to play. And look, maybe he fooled the training staff. Like,
And it was
okay,
the same
that's
test
possible.
that he did the day before.
Yeah, that we still tied.
Yeah, where he admitted after that one that he wasn't ready to go because he still was feeling some things.
And if it was me and he told me Tuesday after doing that he's tight, I would have been like, Jake, let's not even try again until Friday.
Yeah, Friday, Saturday.
Yes.
Let's
Let's
try
try
again
again
because the All-Star break's
Yes.
coming up. Screw it.
Yeah.
We're shutting you down until we come back from the break.
And look, do I err on the side of caution too much? Maybe I do. But I'm willing to have that trade-off. I'm willing to miss 3 games of Isak. I'm willing to miss 5 games of Jake. I'm willing to miss 4 games of Jeremy Pena. I'm willing to miss 5 games of your whatever. I'm willing to miss games because I placed a guy on the injured list as opposed to not placing him on the injured list. They feel like they want to get their way there in the lineup. And when they're not on the IR, whenever they're not on the IL and they're on the roster, they feel like they owe it to the team to play because they're competitors. So whenever you put them on the 10-day IL, it's a safeguard that they're not going to try to force their way in the lineup, that they're not going to try to lie to the training staff that they are okay when maybe they aren't okay. It's a good parameter to have in place, a good little safeguard to have in place where a player is like, okay, well, I got 10 days to get better. I'm not 4 days away from this, and I feel like I got to get into that lineup to justify the decision by the team.
Well, that's a good point because you're right. If the players aren't on the IL, their first priority is I got to get it back out there. They're loyal to their teammates. They know that they want to be out there to compete. But if you give them that, hey, cut and dried, you are now on the injured list for this amount of time, now they can take a deep breath, relax, and they can actually spend more time focused on not rushing through the rehab process, but doing it correctly so the results are there.
You don't feel like you're going to rush yourself back.
Exactly.
Like you place him on the 10-day IL. You don't even have Jake Myers going through agility tests yet. Like he's doing baseball activities. He's getting strength back in the calf. He's not trying to clear a hurdle or a bar to get back into the lineup. Same thing with Pena. Look, and I would have been on the wrong side of things with Isak. But again, it's a trade that I'm willing to make. The moment that Isak Paredes hit that bag, whenever he pulled the hamstring, I immediately said 10-day IL. 10-day IL. Because I would do that every time. Every single time I would do that. And would I miss a few games of Isak? Yes. But would I save a few games of Myers? Yeah. I'd save a few games of Pena. And again, what is the goal here? Is it to have these guys in the lineup in June and July? Or is it to try to get them to the finish line and be ready to go in the postseason?
Well, and the other thing is I was talking to one of my buddies last night about this. The fact of the matter is if this was game 7 and you're Tyrese Halliburton, well, now as a player, you understand you want to put everything on the line because this might be the only chance you get to do this. This is July we're talking about with a 6.5 game lead with the All-Star break right around the corner. The last thing that you want to do is do something to try and get him back quickly before the break so that he can play in the Rangers series before All-Star break and then have something like this happen that sets him back for months. Need I remind you that Trammell and look, I get it. He wasn't going to make the roster, but he was penciled in at the start of camp as a guy that was going to probably make the roster for the Astros. He tweaked the calf. 4 months later, he was back.
Yeah, I mean, there could be different degrees of calf strains.
Sure, I get it. But my point being, there was nothing pressing here that said that he had to get back now. And no matter what he said to you, imaging should have been done, and cooler heads should have made a decision of, we love that you're ready to play, and we understand it. This is not your fault, but put it on us then, because we need to make sure that everything is good for the second half of the season. We're not going to rush you.
If a player gets taken out of game for cautionary reasons, says the texter, then that should be an automatic situation where you do an MRI for cautionary reasons. Like, agreed. I agree with that text. I think it's a good text. But also just to get an idea of the level of severity of the injury. Like you get an MRI, okay, this is a grade 1 calf strain. This is a grade 2 calf strain. This is a grade 3 calf strain. Not to say that it was grade 2, grade 3, but you get intel, you get information, you get a help of a diagnosis. Maybe it's not a calf strain at all, and Myers is just soft. I'm not saying that's the case. Don't clip me. but you're going to get information, and that information then allows you to make a more educated decision. It really makes no sense why they're not gathering this information on the most minor things. And you would think for Tucker, for Pena, from Jordan, that they would learn their lesson, and they still have not learned their lesson. It's aggravating. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line in a moment. We will go. Let's hear from Jake Myers first, though. Jake Myers, after the game yesterday in the clubhouse, meeting with the media. Here's what he had to say.
I know we're probably gonna get more information tomorrow. No, I felt good going in the game, and just had, like tightened up, running out to my position. Absolutely, yeah. I felt good. Prepared for the game like any other day. Yeah.
What did you guys do before the game, getting sure that you were good to go?
I mean, a bunch of sprinting, like a good amount of sprinting, good, dynamic warm up, cuts in and out. Felt good doing all that. Good, 20, 25-minute workout. Hit, I went through the day like any other day. So, trying to get more information tomorrow.
Just feel worse than it did 2 days ago?
I have to answer that.
You can do whatever you want. Good, go ahead.
That's all I got. So.
Last part was pretty interesting, too. Do you feel worse than the last time? Nothing burger, uncomfortable, doesn't know what he should say. Chandler let us know that he looked at a member of the team PR staff and then didn't answer, which makes me think that it's worse than it was before, or at least it felt like that.
Certainly
in that moment.
feels like that from that answer.
But yeah, and then he kind of went through his day too. Agility tests, sprints to clear. Didn't clear it Tuesday, cleared it yesterday in the lineup, and then felt some tightness there as well. So that was Jake after the game yesterday, which I do take as a good sign that he was talking to the media, because as we know, these Achilles tests, like a lot of theories out, well, it could have been his Achilles, and who knows? Maybe it could have been. But those medical staffers and those doctors that are there, they can pinch that Achilles and know if it's torn like that. So I think it's a good sign that he was back there.
On the other side of it, too, aside from what you just said, they're also not going to let him try and walk off on his own power if they think that it's the Achilles at all.
Well, they wouldn't have known it at that time.
No, but
when he was walking
you look
off.
at the guys, Halliburton, Dame, those type of injuries. When it is an Achilles too, it's almost impossible to put any weight on.
That's
it
not always true. Kobe Bryant shot free throws. James Wiseman walked off the field. That's not always true.
I think Rodgers was walking around immediately after.
I can't remember the Rodgers one, but I YouTubed a bunch of them yesterday. I don't remember the Rodgers one, but Kobe went to the line, shot free throws, walked off the floor. James Wiseman walked off the floor. So in some instances, yes, they're crumpled over in pain and don't get up. In other instances, they do walk off under their own power.
Yeah, but as a training staff, my point being, they wouldn't let you do that.
But they wouldn't know in that moment.
But
they get the athletic trainer who went out there to look at Jake. He didn't do the Achilles test.
But that's my point too. If all you have to do is you can't just talk to him. You have to literally start feeling over, because you can find it to the point where you go, look, whether you want to say, I don't want to risk any further damage, or because you have a pretty good idea of what it could be. Again, you side on the side of precaution, and you get some kind of a wheelchair or a golf cart to come out on the field and get him off the field.
I don't know if the athletic trainer had any idea about an Achilles at that moment, which I did wonder where's Jeremiah Randall? Why isn't the head athletic trainer at all these games? Because I see the assistant athletic trainer go out there a lot, which is weird to me. I know baseball is a long season and all this, but it's weird to me that I don't see Jeremiah Randall that often. Like it surprises me how often he is not there as an athletic.
But is that because he's down underneath dealing with someone else? Or?
Couldn't tell you. Not privy to that.
Yeah,
I have no idea. But I see the athletic trainer go out into the field a lot, which I find to be kind of interesting, kind of odd. Anyway, 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Robbie, you're in the Hive. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, I just want to know why they pulled Jake out with precautionary reasons, and then when Gordon got hit in the head, they at least didn't talk to him about walking. You got first base open. You could walk him and then not have to worry about him hitting a home run, because the next player that came up, he popped up and it was out in center field. He was the hottest hitter on the team this week.
Yeah.
So That's all. And another thing, when you listen to interviews, are you tired of everybody saying
Appreciate the call,
Most of these
Robbie.
players went to college, correct?
Yeah, a crutch, though. A crutch.
It is.
A crutch. You don't know what you need to say. You kind of use that between words as you get to your next thought. Let's not be super critical of that, Robbie. Little here or there.
Is it fair to throw in the Gordon injury, though, to say that if they were evaluating him for concussion protocol, that you probably, if you're going to do that or have any question about it, or even if you say we have to do this, even if it's after the inning is complete, you start the protocol immediately.
I mean, you and I differ
We
on
did.
Colton Gordon's availability in that game. Colton Gordon was touched in the head by a baseball and was completely fine. Completely fine.
But if you know what the medical protocol is, and the NFL is like sticklers on this, like the minute that it's even thought about as being a concussion protocol, they can't go back on the field
until you clear the protocol, which the protocol can take a minute.
Yeah, again, I don't know what the protocol is for baseball.
Usually there's baseline questions of like they ask you before the season starts, like what month were you born? What is your mom's maiden name? And there's usually a baseline test, and then they ask you those baseline questions. If it feels normal, you pass it. They also do like the eye thing, like are your eyes, glazing over or whatever. Usually it's not that sophisticated.
Yeah, and I don't know. But I just would think that, if there is any kind of guidelines or protocol.
Did you ever look at Colton Gordon and go, yeah, that guy's concussed?
Not immediately, right? And he finished the inning. But again, time is of the essence there, and everybody's trying to worry about the game situation. But once you get out of the inning and you go back to the dugout, I mean, I don't know how lengthy the time process is of putting him through protocol, but I would hope that played into it, and they did that immediately before he was thrown back out on the field.
Yeah, and then he passed the concussion protocol. They said the very next day that there was no issue with it whatsoever. He was completely fine, which looked like he was completely fine the entire time. He literally did a push-up on the way up, and he was talking and joking, and no signs of a concussion at all. So, no, I think they're completely different things. A muscle strain and his return to play versus a guy getting, like, just because you get touched in the head doesn't mean you're concussed. Like, we think that now in 2025. Like, you got touched in the head, he must be a concussion. Like, and I'm not saying that we should take concussions lightly. We should take them very seriously, and brain health needs to be something that's taken very seriously. But if you're not showing signs of a concussion, you don't have a concussion.
No, yeah, I throw it out there because, like I said, every sport's different. Every league has different guidelines. I don't know what that entails, but based on our discussion the other day, I would have been, I was curious if he should have been out there the next inning.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with it. 713-780-ESPN. So what do we think is wrong with Jake Myers? When will Jake Myers return? What is our best guess when it comes to this? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So what do you think is the diagnosis here for Myers? Your educated guest. Journalists say you can't speculate, but we're not journalists, so we can speculate all we want.
My educated guess is that he re-injured and probably a little more extensively injured his calf muscle. I would say that because of the fact that I don't trust their staff and whatever they tell us, I'm going to sound probably say something that people don't want to hear. I'm thinking 2 months.
Okay. I was going to go 4 to 6 weeks. I think it's a calf strain. I don't think it's an Achilles. The way that he did it jogging onto the field. I went and watched the Guardians broadcast because Shin didn't really show much. Shin showed like the Espada, the assistant athletic trainer, Myers conversation, and they showed him walk into the loading dock, which is beyond the right field wall. Which, why did they do that? I think it was a shortcut to get to the training room, or to get to either the training room or the clubhouse the short way. I think my guess is that there's probably a back alley that way, and let's just walk out here and shuttle you over there, as opposed to you going all the way to the dugout, down steps, up to the clubhouse. I think there was probably a shortcut. Just a guess. The way that he injured it, or the way that he noticed it, he was just jogging out to the field. I've never seen somebody tear their Achilles on a very, very light jog. Usually it's a cut, it's a plant, it's a sprint, it's something explosive. I don't think he has a torn Achilles. That's my best guess. Could I be wrong? Of course I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. I think he aggravated what was a more severe calf strain than they were letting on, and I think it's going to take a little while before we see him again.
Yeah, no, I think that his reaction was that of when you get like a spasm, only you also do that when you get a muscle pull, which is essentially a tear, and it just needs time to heal. But regardless, when he put the foot down and there was any kind of pressure at all, that's when you start to feel that first kind of burst of, something's not right, with some pain, and you just pick it up off the ground. I mean, when you see an Achilles, a lot of the doctors will tell you, when you've torn something, whether it be your calf or your Achilles, severely, because it feels like you got hit in the back of the leg with a baseball bat, and you basically almost doubled over or go down immediately and take all weight off of it. He stayed on his feet. I think it was just one of those things, like, you can feel it. I've had a ton of calf injuries in my life where the minute you put your foot down and it starts to grab, you're like, whoa, something's not right. And then you just get it up off the ground.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen guys that tear their Achilles, though, that do what he did. Like, that drop to their knee, hop one-footed, then get, he didn't put much weight on his right foot. Like, he took a couple of steps, but that wasn't much. Kirk Cousins tore his Achilles, took a couple of steps on the Achilles foot.
Okay. I would think that, to your first point, I would think that if he was reacting that way after being on a play where he's going first to third, or running a hard sprint up the first baseline, and then reacted like that, now I'd say, okay, everything's on the table. The fact that I don't think he would have been available to talk to the media at all if there was any inkling that this was an Achilles, that was going to be something substantial and long term. I think that this was more of he did a lot. He probably was resting before he ran out onto the field. It tightened up, and all it takes is just one step on the ball of your foot, or to put pressure on that area, to feel that kind of grab, that sensation that doesn't feel right, and then you just basically pull the chute.
Pete, the obvious choice of the Astros want their injured guys back at 100%. At some point, this patch job lineup will catch up to them. If the Cleveland series is any indication, I think you might be right, but I think that's incredibly, incredibly flawed logic.
Yeah, I think the way to look at that is they've been unbelievably deep this year for a team where we questioned a lot of things with the roster. The guys that have been put in place have continued to step up. At a certain point, you either run out of the kind of bodies that you need that have the talent to be there to continue to keep this thing going, and or some of the guys kind of come back to who they really have been, and they don't perform at the level where they had. I mean, you look at Short, and Short had the outburst in LA, and where a defensive shortstop has a hell of an offensive weekend. But since then, he hasn't looked great, to where, yeah, I would say that, to Pete's point, I would be concerned going forward, depending on how many guys are going to still be injured, that Dana's got to start scouring, maybe looking for outside avenues to try and fix what's left to be fixed before guys start coming back.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Jefferson, you guys are great. Favorite show in Houston. Keep up the great work. Jefferson, get that brown off your nose,
Thanks,
my guy.
Jefferson.
Rocky, Jake is out for the season. I know y'all hate him, but Cedric Mullins incoming. Hope y'all accept him for when he gets here. If Mullins gets traded to the Astros, I will root for Cedric Mullins.
Hope you accept him. That's such weird phrasing.
I don't have an issue with Cedric Mullins. I think our visions of Cedric Mullins is probably better than he is currently. I also don't know if he's the kind of guy that Jim Crane would want to trade for to go into the luxury tax for. But if they trade for Cedric Mullins, we're all going to pull for Cedric Mullins. Out for the year, I have a hard time believing as well.
Yeah, I just feel like, again, because of all this too, and depending on where they are in the standings, I think that and I think if he did do more damage to it than was already done and full blown pulled it, yeah, I think that between the two of us, you said 6 weeks, 4 to 6. I said 8. I think it lies somewhere in there, but I think it's definitely going to be more than a month.
ChatGPT would have a better plan than the Astros medical team. That's probably true. I don't disagree. I know it sounds absurd, but these guys have enough money to have their own doctors. Kind of like a second opinion thing is what they should be doing. They see the clubhouse doctor and then they follow up with their own doctor. I think in some occasions that's fair, and some guys do that. Verlander did that. Jordan, I'm not sure if Jordan did it. They were just more like in the loop than their specific doctor. But no, some guys do that. But in this case, Jake was wanting to play. Jake wanted to get out there. So like going to the doctor is something that would be an obstacle from him getting back onto the field. So I think what you're saying, Texter, is something that does come into play. I don't think it was coming into play here because if anything, Jake's being criticized for trying to return when he shouldn't have returned.
But I think that the other way of looking at that too is in the future going forward, I think a lot of agents are going to talk to their player and get second opinions based on the lack of success and performance of the training staff. I think that you will see agents that go, okay, that's fine and dandy. That's how you guys have diagnosed it. But we're going to also get a second opinion. And if they ask why, you tell them, look, basically the way you guys have mishandled injuries, I can't afford to have that happen to my player.
Depends on the player, though. Like if you're in Myers' shoes, you're in Pena's shoes. These are guys who haven't gotten a contract. They're gonna be on the side of getting back on the field. They're going to be on the side of perhaps doing too much damage to themselves and coming back early. If you're in the side of a veteran who's already been paid and has this big long-term contract, then it's more in that thinking.
Right. But in the case of Pena, who knows sooner rather than later, he's probably going to get paid. He also doesn't want to do further damage that might screw up his ability to keep performing at the level that he had been performing at, so that you probably still want to get a second opinion.
But these guys get paid in arbitration based on their numbers.
Yes, but at the same time, if he has these great numbers until he got hurt, I don't think he's going to get docked that much. Why? And also from the insurance standpoint of the player himself, I understand that it might cost him if he's out longer, but I also can't have it cost me for the next couple of years if the setback becomes more because I came back too quick in the examples that we've seen, and it doesn't hurt me to get a second opinion.
So why did Myers?
I mean, like you just said with the injuries, everybody individual is different. I also think that, Jeremy Pena just switched to Scott Boras. I don't know who represents Jake Myers, but I also think that, every agent's going to be different too. I think there are certain agents that see this, that are going to get involved in the process and say, we're also going to get our guy to look at it because we just can't take the chance. I don't know what Jake's situation is.
I think Jake wanted to play. I think Jake was trying to get on the field, and he didn't want to do more imaging, more doctors, because that's a hurdle. All right, Keith from LA. Don't let this distract from the fact that the Astros got swept by the Guardians. Dodgers got swept by the Brewers.
Say, Keith, yeah, the Dodgers just got their ass handed to them in Milwaukee. 6 straight losses, 2 straight series where you didn't win a game. How about you shut the hell up until your team starts to perform again?
Especially since he's tried this out on the other shows today.
Did he?
Yes,
really?
He's tried. I heard this
he's deflecting.
I can't remember if it was Dell's show or Paul's show, but I heard this exact same text earlier today. And they had kind of a similar response. Well, you got swept by the team.
Weak,
he's deflecting. Keith.
First, you couldn't own it when you got your ass handed to you by the Astros.
It was
now
their
you're
Paul
trying
show.
to.
It was definitely
now
Paul
you're
show.
just trying to you're casting into the wind, hoping that someone bites on something that you said so that your team looks better. Stop it.
Mullins is hitting 281. Tell that to Rocky. 211. Tell that to Rocky, says a texter. But should we do what Keith from LA said? Shall we actually talk about the ball game that was had? The 9 innings after Jake Myers was injured before a pitch was thrown in that game. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So Astros lost after Jake Myers got hurt. They lost twice. They lost Jake Myers, and then they lost the game. And they also lost the faith of many Astro fans.
They sure did.
They've already lost that. They've already lost the faith of Astro fans when it comes to the medical staff. But they lost to the Guards yesterday. Gave up back-to-back home runs in the first at Brandon Walter. The offense just could never get it going.
Who's that guy?
Well, you should probably respect the name of Brandon Walter. You should probably respect the
I'm
name
just
of
keeping
Brandon
it going
Walter.
for the bit now.
Brandon Walter yesterday, 6 innings, 2 runs, 2 hits, 7 Ks. Both hits obviously came in the first. He sat down, what was it, like 17 in a row?
17, yeah.
After he gave up those back-to-back home runs, which, by the way, the pitches on those home runs weren't bad.
I was curious if you guys would
Weren't
agree
bad.
with that because the first one I think was.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. I said it.
Well, I know. I was curious coming in if you're going to agree with it, but I had that same thought that because I remember when we played the Oral Hershiser clip the other day. He's like, "Oh, that's not a bad pitch," but I was like, "It's kind of actually was."
Yeah.
But yeah, like Jose Ramirez was completely out in front on his. It was right at the bottom of the zone. He had to kind of golf it out, and I don't know how many ballparks it would have been out of, but it certainly didn't look like it would have been out of a lot. Kind of looked like a Crawford box special, but yeah, I didn't think his 2 home run pitches were all that bad.
The Martinez pitch was out of the zone. It was below the zone. Now it was in the zone, but it was below the zone. Does that make sense? Like it was in the the boundary of the plate, but it was below the knees. It was out of the zone. He hit a pitch that was out of the zone, out of the ballpark for a home run. Complete. It wouldn't have been called a strike, although that home plate umpire zone was kind of meh. But it wouldn't have been called a strike according to ABS. The changeup to Ramirez was probably the worst of the 2 pitches because it was in the zone and it's a changeup, and Ramirez is like, I think everything's a sweet spot. But even that was at the knees. Like it was a baseball up from the bottom of the zone.
Looking at him,
neither one was bad.
I looked at him again this morning. I was just looking at the Martinez pitch again. That's a ball riding inside too. That just because of the fact you get the short porch with the Crawford boxes, he turned and golfed it out. And there's a guy that's capitalized twice on getting home run balls just by being, hit in the right ballpark with the right kind of swing. I don't think they were that bad. And I think that when you look at the rest of what he was able to do, a lot of guys kind of melt down after that, or a lot of guys are in a dogfight. And we saw Hunter Brown, you give up a couple runs and then suddenly it can steamroll. He settled in. He was dealing. And on any night when you have a full major league offensive lineup, I think you got a pretty damn good chance to win. Anytime, like you said, he only gives up 2 hits. He gave up 2 runs, 6 innings. That's a quality start. How do you complain about that?
I don't think anybody's complaining about it.
No, I'm just saying that's a good effort.
No, he's been good. This Brandon Walter, which begs the question, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Is Brandon Walter for real? Is he for real, Brandon Walter? 7 starts, 3.98 ERA. His whip is just barely above 1. He's in the 100th percentile in walk percentage. Pull up his baseball savant. There's a lot of red there. He has more red in his baseball savant than it has red hair on the top of his dome. I think Brandon Walter, not that he's this good, I think Brandon Walter is like a legit big league rotation arm.
See, that's the thing. I mean, as it relates to this team, and a lot depends on who comes back, but he's definitely in the discussion that you should say he's earned the right to be in the rotation no matter who it is, no matter where you put him. It doesn't have to be at the front. We won't know he's not going to be at the front of the rotation. He could be one of your top 5 starters. If you with a 6-man rotation, he should be in that because Gordon's been up and down. He's been really consistent. I know you've been on a heater on him recently, but overall, you can't argue with the performance, the earned run average, and the way he's pitching. And last night, again, to only give up 2 hits and get you through 6 when you need innings from your starting pitching, he's been great.
I think he's for real.
I think I heard Blummer say he only had 2 walks going into the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's certainly from a whip perspective, putting free base runners on base perspective, he's been amazing.
Brandon Walter has a sub-4 ERA. And this is from he had a bad outing too. Remember he had that bad outing in Colorado where he actually had 2 bad outings. He had 5 runs in 5 innings in Coors, which whatever, it's Coors. He had the outing against the Angels on the road where he gave up 7 runs in 6 innings. He's only had 7 starts. He's had 7 starts. He had an outing where he gave up 7 runs in 6 innings, 5 runs in 5 innings, and he somehow has a sub-4 ERA.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like he goes into deep thought before every pitch, and he kind of just meditates, staring at his glove, and then goes to work. But you can't argue with the results. We've looked. Think about the other guys we've talked about. We've talked about whether Gordon's stuff is good enough. We've talked about whether Gusto can get consistency. This guy right now, it's hard to argue that he doesn't deserve a place in the top 5 of the rotation, no matter who comes back.
First start for Brandon Walter went 5 shutout innings. At Cleveland, his second start, 2 runs, 6 innings. Minnesota, 1 run, 6 innings. Bad start against the Angels. We mentioned 7 runs, 6. Against the Cubs, good lineup. 1 run in 6 innings. At Colorado, it's Coors. 5 runs in 5 innings. And then last night, 2 runs in 6. I think Brandon Walter's legit. And then you start to look at some of the savant numbers. Mm-hmm. He's in the 89th percentile in expected ERA. And look, I don't think he's that good, but 89th percentile in expected ERA?
Yeah.
Brandon Walter might be the Astros' 3rd best starter right now.
I think the other thing,
even when
At
Eric,
me.
even when
He's not pitching right now.
I know, I'm just clarifying if you just meant right now or even when Arrigetti's back.
I'm talking about right now, this moment.
Okay.
And right now, this moment, there's no argument he's
No,
your
you
third
can't.
best starter.
You can't.
Lance isn't. I know Lance has had up and down moments. He's had some good moments. He had the 12 strikeouts. He had like the 1-run performance over 6 innings or whatever. There's Brandon Walter, I tell you. What a find by Dana Brown. What a find.
And I think that his stuff translates too. I think that when we've analyzed the different guys and whether their stuff is there or not, he has great command, obviously with the way he doesn't walk guys, but he can locate his pitches to where he is doing himself and his team a service every time he's throwing a pitch, and he knows where it's going. McCullers, his control has been an issue. We know that's part of the reason why he's been a roller coaster all year. I have more confidence in Walter right now than I do Lance. I have more confidence in him than Gusto. I have more confidence in than Gordon.
He has 40 strikeouts and 2 walks and 40 2/3. That is an insane strikeout to walk rate. I called him Jamie Moyer because I think that he looks like Jamie Moyer when he pitches. I'm not talking about stuff. I'm talking about delivery, wind up, like arm slot. He has stuff though. You don't strike out 40 big league hitters and 40 2/3 without stuff. He's averaging nearly a strikeout per inning, and not only is he averaging nearly a strikeout an inning, he doesn't walk anybody. He walks nobody. This Brandon Walter guy.
His change is not only great. He has, like I'm saying, he has the command to throw it at any point in the count. He throws it with confidence, and it dives, and it moves, and it gets guys on their front foot, and it is effective. He definitely has command of all of his pitches.
Yeah, unless it's Jose Ramirez at back, because I swear he was so far out in front of that change he hit out, but he's just a
power.
freak.
He put a barrel on it, and that's what he said after the game. Brandon Walter's like, I think I executed both of those pitches. You just have to tip your cap, especially to Ramirez, because Ramirez is a stud. 100th percentile in walk percentage. This Brandon Walter, 89th percentile in expected ERA, which is expected ERA is 290. 290 expected ERA. Average exit velocity for Brandon Walter. He's in the 96th percentile. People do not barrel him up. Chase percentage on Brandon Walter, 92 percentile. He gets chase. Why does he get chase? Because his stuff moves. He's a spin guy, which the Astros love their spin guys. They believe in that. They've always believed in that ever since the invention of TrackMan. 64th percentile in K percentage. So he's not just a junk baller.
See, that's the thing where you look at guys in the past that have had like the good first half. JP France was probably the last guy to do it, but in the past, we've seen guys that get going. But I think we were all realistic in looking at JP France's stuff and going, I just don't know if that's like really good starter material. I don't even know if that's 5th starter material for JP France for the length of his career. You look at his stuff and you go, you know what? That stuff translates. You get a lot of chase. You have control of it. Guys are having a tough time hitting it, and he's effective. I think this is a guy that I don't think anybody saw it coming, but I think this is a guy between now and the end of the regular season. There's no doubt he's going to be in your rotation.
Walter, good trade piece for Jose Ramirez. I would love Jose Ramirez. I have a baseball crush on Jose Ramirez. What are the? Ask that in a minute.
He had to tick off Altuve too, because as much as they talked about the game, he robbed Altuve twice on just unbelievably good plays.
Glavin comparisons with Walter. Let's pump the brakes. At least Dallas Keuchel. Who's
making another comeback?
Yeah, I think. I mean,
With
I don't
who?
want to.
Kansas City.
Yeah, he's in their minor league system. I don't want to go nuts here, but I think we're watching the reincarnation of Dallas Keuchel.
Whoa.
With Brandon Walter.
I mean, dude won a Cy Young.
You tell me he's going to win a Cy Young?
He's going to, I mean, this is your third best starter. He's your third best starter. I trust him right now more than Frank. I'm kidding. Ocho, a better question is Walter, the number 3 starter in the playoffs, is currently constructed. Just kind of discussed that. He's easily my number 3. Easily.
I don't think he would be, but I get the argument.
Well, look, Lance Wood, you're right.
Yeah, they'll defer to Lance.
If you, everything equal. If you win the game, you can live. If you lose the game, you die. Would you start Brandon Walter or Lance McCullers?
You're not going to tell who we're playing.
No.
I think I'd go with Walter.
I think.
Does it make a difference?
It kind of does.
Why so?
Because I just feel like from Lance's perspective against the right lineup with with where the righty heavy lineup where he could really use the spin to his advantage.
I could see that. Let's just say a balanced lineup that's a playoff contender.
I think right now, because I don't trust from start to start, I don't know which Lance McCullers I'm going to get. I think you probably have to go with Walter.
Well, without a shadow of a doubt, give me Brandon Walter. Gordon over Walter?
Walter over Gordon.
Gordon Gusto over Walter?
Walter over Gusto.
Easy. It's easy.
I just-
Brandon
yeah, I said
Walter is
that.
the Astros' number 3. I'm agreeing.
Yes.
Brandon Walter is the Astros' number 3 starter. He's the number 3 guy.
Now, the interesting thing
He's a
is gonna
stud.
be when you do get Arrighetti back, and then whoever comes back from injury.
They're
I
gonna have to prove it.
don't think we were factoring in over this process of time that he was going to be one of the guys that could be, but he definitely is legit enough to be a starter for you for the rest of the year, no matter who comes back.
Whoever comes back is going to have to beat Brandon Walter for a job. I'm not kicking Brandon Walter out of my pitching rotation. Gordon's going to go. Gusto's going to go. Spencer, you need to show that you don't have brittle thumb fingers. Christian Javier, I need to see the invisible working. Luis Garcia, you need to do cha-chas and, be good and stuff. JP France, I don't know, man. 4 eyes.
Wow. Why?
Woo!
Why?
I was thinking characteristics of them.
Jeez.
Man.
I was thinking of their characteristics.
That seems like such an unnecessary
Just a mean-spirited
shot.
thing to
No, it's
say.
not
Like a
mean-spirited.
1980s villain in a teen
No,
movie
I was thinking.
calls
Look,
on
I mean,
4 eyes.
listen to what I was doing. I was saying all of their like what we use as symbols for those guys.
I was
Christian
thinking
Javier's symbol is the invisible, no doubt about it. Luis Garcia's symbol is the cha-cha, and JP France's symbol is either A, he's got 4 eyes, or he's married to a former reality star.
I was gonna go
I
with
would say-
the Fu Manchu thing. he's
That's
got
fair.
Going.
That would have been fair.
I'd have gone Rex Specs instead of labeling him
4 eyes.
What's
Four
the
eyes is
difference?
offensive. 4
It's not
eyes is offensive.
That's not offensive. It means you wear
Oh.
glasses.
Okay.
How is that offensive?
It was a no-no to call kids 4 eyes when you were a kid.
Because that was bullying little children. We're grown men. We can call Brian, you're 4 eyes. What are you going to do about it? Like, he doesn't care.
I'm not gonna fight
Do you think that JP France, a professional baseball pitcher, cares that some jabroni radio host called him 4 eyes?
I think, Jeremy, people could be offended by using that term.
Who could?
People that are listening to the show could take offense
Oh,
to that.
well,
No
okay,
chance.
that's going too far.
No chance anybody's
I was just
offended by
mocking
me
him
calling
for-
I
JP
know,
France
I
4
Talking
eyes.
like an 80s villain, but
I think I think that could be an offensive name.
Agree
think
to
that's a little
disagree.
soft.
Is calling somebody 4 eyes offensive? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Do we miss anything else from this game? I mean, Myers, Walter was good. Astros didn't show up offensively
And
until late.
Sousa was-
Sousa kind of
yeah.
threw up on himself.
See, I thought he was unlucky. I don't think he pitched poorly.
It's just that you've grown to expect when he comes in, he's not giving up anymore. And if he hadn't, you might have had a chance. But at the same time, he's been so good all year, you can't criticize.
Like Ramirez singled. Okay, he singles like a single feels like a win against Jose Ramirez. Carlos Santana had that little seeing eye single. He walks Fry on what should have been strike 3 because the dude went around. Jonathan Rodriguez hits that seeing eye single through the left side, and then you get an out, you're out of the inning. I didn't think he pitched poorly. I thought it was more bad luck. I think I got babbipped to death.
from the inning, we could give credit to Zach Short for good play to keep it where it was.
Yeah.
That is true. That is true. All right, that's enough from the game yesterday. It was depressing. Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Texter called me offensive. You're soft, Texter. France better watch out before Branham shoves him in his locker. Call me whatever you want, but a Cowboy fan. I call my wife Four Eyes. She wears glasses. Call her Four Eyes. She didn't get offended. I don't think. Maybe it's because I'm working with a pair of four-eyed men.
No, I don't know.
Maybe that's why they're calling me offensive.
I wasn't offended.
Crickets. All right, Bad Take Boulevard, worst takes of the week. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? See, Brian put me on here for saying J.K. Dobbins went out of the year after week 7, whenever it was like week 14. Let's go see. I don't think that this is that egregious. I don't think this is bad take worthy.
Well, and he also came back. He wasn't out for the year.
No, he wasn't out for the year. Let's see the production that J.K. Dobbins had while he was out. Whenever I thought he was, or whenever he was in, whenever I thought he was out. Look at this 57-yard burger for J.K. Dobbins, 50 burger for Dobbins, 56 burger for Dobbins, 40 burger for J.K. Dobbins. He might as well have been out. He was so mid.
He was 57 yards. That would still be close to 1,000-yard pace.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, it's a 17-game schedule. It used to be like 65 yards per game, but now with the 17-game schedule, it's probably only off by a couple yards.
That's soft too.
No, 1,000 yards doesn't mean as much.
58.8 yards a game.
Yeah.
To accomplish.
So he's right there.
Yards. That's so weak. We have to stop using his 1,000 yards seasons as like a barometer of success.
Completely agree with
That's
that.
a barometer of mediocrity.
I completely agree.
When you talk about the 14-game seasons and the 16-game seasons, even 16.
Yeah, it meant something.
Yeah.
All right, so I made the list for that. According
You
to
just made the list.
Soft nominee, I think. So a texter texted that me thinking the recorded phone voice actually types in words might be the dumbest take in 97.5 history. Yeah, but I forgot them.
Okay.
So we're doing a couple of these that were.
You just made the list.
So I made the list again, and then me again for thinking that Chris Carpenter was dead. So
You just made the list.
like those are fair. Like me, the recorded phone voice thing was a thought, really, not so much a take. The Carpenter thing's absolutely fair. That's what the foundation of Bad Take Boulevard was built on. Takes like that. Take J.K. Dobbins. This is nitpicky if I've ever heard one.
Wasn't Cody the foundation of Bad Take Boulevard?
Yeah, Cody put me on Bad Take Boulevard, and then I leaned into it, like I like to do with stuff when people make fun of me. I like to lean right into those suckers. It's fun. Brian yesterday thought that 45-pound dumbbell on one side of the bar and a 45-pound dumbbell on the other side of the bar was 90 pounds. Like the bar
45
was weightless.
plus 45 equals 90.
This weightless bar is able to hold up a 45-pound weight on the left side and a 45-pound weight on the right side. This thing's made of Teflon or something. Weightless Teflon, this barbell.
We could send a guy to the moon, but we can't do that. Come on. We can do it.
He's lifted 90 pounds.
45 and 45 is 90
pound. How do you think that 90
Math
pounds is
checks out.
being held up there, Brian? So Brian, hit the you made the list on yourself.
You just made the list.
Brian, I think you put this one on here about Paul predicted a no-hitter for Hunter Brown.
Yeah, we've got the audio. We can play it right here.
All right, let's play it right here.
On the hill tonight at Dyken Park for your Houston Astros, Hunter Brown, no-hitter watch? Perfect game watch?
Already? No hitter alert?
I'm going to say it right now.
That's why
and
he
if it
pitched
doesn't
poorly.
happen, we'll let it go. We're going to make it sound like I actually had this take and that we never did multiple versions of this.
Oh, okay.
I've got to say, I think Hunter Brown's going to have a perfect game tonight. This has been baseball, Paul.
He's being sarcastic.
Yes,
Sort of.
Oh, yeah, another one.
He says he does it every
I
start.
got to say, Hunter Brown
I
will
don't think so.
have a no-hitter tonight. This
So what is he going to have? A no-hitter or a perfect
has
game?
been
Paul?
baseball.
He was throwing out both in case he was right on either.
Oh, okay.
Hunter Brown, yeah, you're right.
Pretty smart of him.
He might have jinxed that one because that was the biggest hiccup of the year for Hunter Brown, right?
Baseball Paul.
Worst start of the
jinxed
year.
Hunter Brown. We need Baseball Paul to stop doing that.
Yeah, it's at least a jinx, if nothing else.
Baseball Paul makes the list.
You just made the list.
ESPN did this grade this season so far. They gave the Astros an A, but they're right up on the Astros. I heard someone refer to them as the zombie Astros, which feels apropos. Bregman left as a free agent. They traded Tucker. Jordan has been injured and is just 3 home runs. And the Jose Altuve experiment in left field predictably fizzled. No, it hasn't. It has not predictably fizzled. It's unpredictably been a wild success. for the Houston Astros.
It's only due to injuries across the board that he's had to spend more time at second base, right?
The overall team defense has been drastically better. The infield defense has been unbelievably good, especially when Dubon plays second and Pena is healthy behind the ground ball guys. ESPN, whoever did this, you're a casual. And you made the list.
You just made the list.
You don't know Houston Astro ball.
I hope it was passing.
I don't think it was Passan. It was some no-namer.
No.
Passan knows ball.
He does.
I'll give
He's annoying
Passan.
as
Like,
hell.
yeah, and I don't like him, but I respect his baseball thoughts. He has a son that like accepted a D3 baseball scholarship.
Williams College?
I don't know, but I didn't know he had a kid that old.
I didn't either.
That shocked me.
Yeah, because they were pumping it up not only online, but ESPN did a segment with him, and they mentioned it on air.
I was shocked that he has a kid, first off, because it requires women. But then
I see where you're going there.
But then I was surprised that he has a kid that old.
Of course he could get a woman. He's not Four Eyes.
I didn't say that Four Eyes can't get women, Brian.
I'm just leaning into
Somebody's
it.
a little sensitive about that. ESPN also makes the list for their tweet about Bobby Jinks.
You just made the list.
Bobby Jinks, two-time All-Star pitcher for the White Sox, who was on the roster when the franchise won the 25 World Series. So they made the list for not giving him the credit that he deserved. I bet you they had some like intern look at his stats that year, like, oh, he wasn't the closer. He only had 5 saves, but didn't realize what he did in the postseason.
Yeah, close 2 of the 4 games.
So they made the list there. Kevin on Twitter, he said, I'm happy the Astros are winning, but they're going to get worked by the Dodgers last week. So
You just made the
Kevin
list.
They did the working, but then they got worked by the Guardians. So it kind of puts it makes it a little bit less impactful, really.
I think if we called Kevin on that and let him have his response, that he would have owned it, or been Key from LA.
I think he would have owned it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Most people own
Not Key from LA.
Most people just own them. Manny Fresh, my guy, makes the list. He predicted Lance McCullers' outing against the Dodgers. He said 3 1/3, 9 hits, 4 walks, 8 runs allowed.
You just made the list.
Didn't quite work out that way. So Manny made the list. Patton on Twitter makes the list as well this week. I tweeted out on June 3rd, would you trade Jalen Green, the number 10 overall pick, in salary for Kevin Durant? Patton on Twitter said they're not trading Jalen Green.
Oops.
I need to like that.
You just made the list.
I gotta like it. I need to let him know that I know.
Oh, you're tricked, right?
Oh, that's right.
You don't victory lap it. You just
that's
like
the methodology,
No.
right?
I don't victory lap. Sometimes I will. It depends. Most of the time I don't. Most of the time I just get a little subtle
not
like.
not a Schwabi victory lap.
No, like I hadn't liked it from Patton until literally just this moment I clicked it. So Patton now is he's going to know that I know. Back on June 3rd, he said that the Rockets weren't trading Jalen Green, and now he knows that I know that he was wrong about that a month and a week later.
Games.
And Itarini makes the list. Itarini on Twitter posted a picture. These wings look delicious. I would love to know where these wings are. It looks like a little spicy lemon pepper. They look fantastic. 10 out of 10 would eat. But their caption, their tweet says ranch or sour cream.
Sour cream.
Sour cream.
Like, is this clickbait? Is this engagement farming, or is that legit? Do people eat sour cream on their wings?
Never heard of it.
Did AI write it?
I mean, the questions, I don't know. The question's always ranch or blue cheese.
Right.
I have
right.
never heard of people eating wings with sour cream.
No. Sour cream on baked potatoes.
Yes.
Sour cream if you like on your Mexican food.
Some of it. Yeah.
Yes. But sour cream on wings? No.
Yeah.
I feel like it has to be engagement farming. It has to be. It has to be.
What about like even French onion dip? You wouldn't dip your wings in French onion dip.
No, I'm insulted by the idea.
Yeah, but I'm just saying what you would use because sour cream is in the French onion dip. I
think it's a troll.
That doesn't sound good at all.
I don't think it's a troll account. Like, because they had like legitimate food questions. Like they posted a hot dog with onions and mustard, and it says ketchup or chili.
No one called them on it in the comments. No one said,
absolutely,
okay.
they did.
Yeah, because that doesn't sound good at all.
No, this is a bad take, Itarini. I can no longer. You know what? You know what I'm going to do, Itarini? I'm going to mute your account. That way I don't see these terrible takes anymore.
Show them.
But
I'm
you
gonna
like
show
the
them.
picture.
What? The
You
picture
like-
looked great,
yeah.
but they didn't tell me where it was, so it does nothing for me. Makes me hungry and unfulfilled.
Why'd you mute instead of just unfollow?
Well, I don't follow them.
It's not.
I don't follow them.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I've been doing the For You page a lot, really, last couple of years.
Yeah, I think I do find myself going to that more and more.
Yeah, I do the For You, not the follow.
The algorithm's not bad.
No, I like the algorithm there. So, you made the list, you suckers.
You just made the list.
If you want to make the list next week, have a bad take. 713-780-3776. Like Brian, who made the list this week. All right. We have to talk Texans. Joe's forcing us to. Grades for the offseason for every team in the NFL. What would be your grade for the Houston Texans offseason? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Joe's so dumb, though. Why was he telling that to Michael, not Brian?
Because, well, Michael's got to make the pro. Yeah, he's got to make the imaging. That's Michael's job.
Blaine says dumbbell, it's a plate. Haha. I think I screwed that up. I was thinking weight. Couldn't think of plate.
Oh, you say 245-pound dumbbells?
Yeah, I did 28 push-ups the other day, Blaine. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay. First time I got to hit this for you.
I work out. Occasionally. Once or twice a month. Texture says Paul talks about his new girlfriend way too much.
He does talk about her a lot. I don't know if it's too much. His dating life's a part of the show. It's part of his brand.
Well, far fewer dates now, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, they're all with one person instead of spread out, yeah.
You probably go on less dates once you settle with one person, though, right?
Think so?
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, in the girlfriend
especially
phase,
as you get further down the line.
Maybe
when
you
you're married,
didn't, Brian.
Sure.
Maybe because you weren't the talent and didn't have the looks of the JBs here.
Yeah, because 4 eyes, right? Yeah, got it.
Adam Rake predicted the Texans go 8-9. He should make the list. Well, it's not wrong yet. It's not a bad take yet. So we'll have to text us whenever that happens. Keith from LA, don't forget to mention who got the best grade in the classroom off-season rankings. So we won't. Should talk about how the Bears are going to be stuck at the bottom of their division just to get a Joe. See, I kind of like the Bears this year. Kind of like the Bears this year. Do you kind of like the Bears this year?
Last year too.
I did.
I'll give you the fact that Ben Johnson makes the more
I think I did like
believable. You did. You and that was with but again, I understood that they loaded up on skill position players and they gave Caleb Williams every chance to succeed. We didn't know about the coaching.
Texture, please eat the snack wrap today at McDonald's. It's not only today, is it? Isn't it back like temporarily, seasonally?
Is that like the McRib? They brought it back?
I don't think it's anything like the McRib. It's chicken.
I know it doesn't taste the same, Jeremy.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Yeah.
I think they brought it back though for like the season. I don't think it's just a one-day thing. There's no way it's a one-day thing. That'd be terrible business. I'm going to Pete Terry's for dinner tonight. Give me a little hamburger.
Never heard of it.
You never heard of Pete Terry's? Oh.
Where's that at? I haven't heard of it either.
Spring. They're giving all their proceeds that they make today to the Hill Country Relief.
Oh, good. That's good on that.
There's one in Spring. I haven't been to the one in Houston yet. I would always go to the ones in Austin, San Antonio area. I think it's the best. I think it's the best food, the best fast food. Top 3 fast food cheeseburger. Pete Terry's.
Really?
Top 3.
So it's fast food. It's not like fast casual.
No, it's fast food. It's fast food. Pete Terry's like a famous barbecue guy, barbecue pitmaster, has great barbecue spots, always top 50 for his barbecue. But he started a hamburger stand, which is like it's franchised into quite a bit of them. I've probably around a dozen of them, mostly in the Austin, San Antonio area. There's 2 now in Houston, I think. There's one up in Spring, but they're giving all proceeds they make to the Hill Country today.
Awesome.
So I'm going to go up there. Good excuse to have a fantastic cheeseburger. So
How's the fries?
The fries are good. Fries are good. Top 3 fast food cheeseburger, without a doubt.
So behind for you, what, Culver's? And
Culver's
what's the other
is
one?
up there. I don't want to say.
Okay.
I don't want to say.
Unless they sponsor?
No, it has nothing to do with that. I'll just get roasted because it's In-N-Out.
Yeah, it's In-N-Out. I remember it.
I
Yeah.
see.
In-N-Out has a fantastic cheeseburger. They're very
It's
good.
mid.
You're crazy.
It's fine. I just think it's overrated.
They have a very good cheeseburger.
It's not bad. It's just anyway.
Top 3.
It's overhyped.
What are 3 better fast food cheeseburgers?
I'd have to think about it.
Can't do it. Can't do it. And we're talking like original cheeseburgers, not like because the patty melt at Whataburger way better. The Green Hatch chili burger at Whataburger way better.
Just
We're talking
plain basic
classic
cheeseburger.
cheeseburger, nothing else. Those are the top 3.
Does Bex Prime count?
I think it's fast casual.
Yeah, it's not
But you
fast
just
food.
go right through the drive-through.
Yeah, I think that's too uppity.
I don't think it's fast food.
It's a little bit bougie. I don't think it's fast food. Okay. I don't think it's fast food. Like that's more in like the Five Guys smash burger vein.
If that did count, I would put Trill Burger in because I also have a drive-thru.
I haven't tried Trill Burger
haven't tried
yet.
it.
Trill Burger.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call that fast food.
I know it's fast casual, but they do have a drive-through.
Anyways, Joe's gonna get mad at us that we're talking cheeseburgers and not football.
Just you, Joe.
Not football. This texter here or tweeter Justin, Pete Terry and Culver's are neck and neck to me. Me too. Those are the top 2. Culver's and Pete Terry's for me. In-N-Out's a distant third, but third.
And I said Culver's is huge in the Midwest. In Milwaukee, Culver's is people love Culver's.
I thought about going to Pete Terry's until he said that Cali Burger's the best. Lost all credibility. In-N-Out's good, man. If you want to believe that, you're just being a loyalist for the sake of being a loyalist. Trill Burger's highly overrated, says a texter.
Ooh, that's the first I've heard that.
Trill Burger, says another texter. You think you're doing something with music. It fires me up to just read all the text. I can just read cheeseburger text for the rest of the show.
He hates when you run music behind it.
Texter says rate Rex Prime.
Rate?
Yeah, rate it.
On a scale of 1 to 10?
I think that's what it means.
Okay, see. There you go again. 8. It's a solid 8.
I think they're a little overrated. Thanks, Prime.
I love it because I love the flavoring, and I love the fact that I can get the mushrooms, the grilled mushrooms and onions with it, with the cheese. I'm a big fan.
Pete Terry's is right on. Pete Terry's is the bomb. Pete Terry's burgers are so good. So if you don't think I have a little bit of taste, there's all the texters that are validating my taste. District Burley, never heard of it. Pete Terry's is so good, had it 100 times. They have breakfast and a super yummy chicken Sammy. I love when people say
Is it like in the burgers good size?
It's standard. I wouldn't say it's like a Langford Grocer burger, but it's good. I get the double. Christian's Tailgate, top tier burger. They do have a good burger, but not fast food.
Yeah, it's not fast food.
No, it's not, but it's really good.
P. Terry better than In-N-Out. I would agree. I said P. Terry. Culver's one too. In-N-Out's a distant third. The best cheeseburgers made on your grill. Okay, show off. Oh, he's got a grill that makes burgers on it.
Thank you, Bobby Floyd.
I do love the char grill of my grill too. So
I do like a char grill. I'm with you on that. Lance McCullers thinks Long John Silver's is the best burger.
Oh, here we go with the Lance.
Have you ever had Long John Silver's?
For food? Yes.
A long
What
time
else?
ago.
I mean, I'm just saying, not for a burger.
No, they don't have burgers there.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I
they
was
have
gonna
burgers
say,
there.
yeah, I've had Long John Silver's food before.
I don't hate Long John Silver's. I don't hate it. I mean,
When's
it's
the
not
last time
great.
you had it?
What'd you get?
Within the last
Shrimp?
2 years, probably the shrimp fish
Yeah.
basket.
Yeah, the shrimp is decent.
I mean, it's not great. I mean, no fast food is
Yeah,
great.
it's fast food, right?
I would give it like a 3.5. It's edible. We'll be back. Long John Silver's. My wife likes to get the fish with that vinegar.
Yeah.
I don't like the vinegar too much. P. Terry's great burger joint. Next time you're in San Antonio, try Burger Boy. It's up there as well. I think I've tried Burger Boy. There's one in Austin that you can't say the name. That's pretty good. Jax's and Killen's are great. Jax's does have a very good burger.
Killen's is pretty good.
I don't think I've had Killen's burger.
It's
Jax's
in
is good.
Pearland like you would expect with Killen's, but it's pretty good.
Prince's used to be amazing. I don't think I've ever had
Oh,
Prince's.
I had Prince's.
Oh yeah,
It
Prince's was good.
Yep,
Are they all
yep.
closed down?
I didn't know that.
They might all be
Freddy's
closed.
Steak burger. I just don't trust fast food fish. That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and fight for that. This guy says I'm a Captain D's guy. I've never had Captain D's seafood.
Is that the place that looks like the boat?
Yeah.
I've never
Yeah.
had Captain D's. I'm a Long
I
John
don't think I've
Silver's
been
guy.
in there now.
I haven't either.
All right, so we're going to talk Texans next. Who had the best offseason in the NFL, and how would you rate the Texans offseason? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I would rate Monument Chevrolet an A+. And if you're in the market for a new vehicle, you need to listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. They're transparent, no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. You're going to love the people in Monument Chevrolet. Did you know, by the way, do you know how old the Suburban is? Do you know how old the Suburban's 95 years old? 95 years old Suburban. That's how trustworthy the Suburban is. And do you know how long Monument Chevrolet has been selling the Suburban? 50 years. Over half of the Suburban's 95-year life, you've been able to get it at Monument Chevrolet. And every time you go to Monument Chevrolet, you're blown away with that family feel, friendly atmosphere. The people there are fantastic. The culture is great. That's why they've been in the business for 5 decades. They've been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles like the 95-year-old Suburban. And these families keep coming back because they trust the people in Monument Chevrolet. So get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal, maybe on a Suburban without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. You don't have to worry about that at Monument Chevrolet because you can trust them. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, maybe get a new Suburban. Now is the time to do it. Visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or go visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8. Their lot is massive. They have streets on their lot. It's so big. Their inventory is large. So get out there, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
stinking Joe. 713-780-ESPN. Lance McCullers orders a burger at El Pollo Loco. Burger Chan, go check it out. Burger Chan's very good. It's not fast food, though, but it's very good. I have checked it out. Freddy's fast food burger, 10 out of 10. Freddy's is good. It's not probably in my top 5, but not in my top 3. I like their spicy fry sauce at Freddy's.
I like the smash style of their burger.
I do too.
Yeah, the crispy edges. I like it quite a bit.
Dirty, juicy burger and Humble is great. I haven't had that. Have you?
No, I don't think I've seen that.
I've never heard it, but It sounds delicious. I would give no, that's a real text about what we're talking about. Bubba's Texas Burger Shack. I've had it. It's good. Magic Burger, never heard of it. And Cream Burger off of Scott. Go Cougs. I've had Cream Burger. You got to be a little crazy to eat a Cream Burger. You got to be a little crazy. It's like a shack in the 3rd Ward.
Oh.
I've had it. It's not. I mean, it's nostalgic, I guess. It's not my favorite. It's fine. It's fine. All right. What grade would you give the Texans off season? 713-780-ESPN. What do you think?
See, to me, I almost wanted to give him an incomplete just because I don't know what I don't know about this offensive line and the combination of the offensive line, Popovich, Kaley. I like a lot of the other moves. I like locking up the players you have. I like bringing in Chubb. I think that could be a huge advantage for this team. I love the draft. I think they've done a lot of things great, but to give them their final grade, I got to see what I just don't know what I don't know about this offensive line. And because I want to believe that they know what they're doing, they got the right guys, I believe the grade could be higher. But I also believe that based on our conversation the other day, that this could be one of the lesser than offensive lines yet again for another season, and that worries me. I'll give them a B- right now.
Yeah, I don't think incomplete could be fair. Like, they're done.
I just think incomplete from the standpoint of I don't know. I know what I think I know what Chubb's going to be, and I like the fact that if nothing else, I think he's the best number 2 option. He's a better number 2 option than anything you had prior to that. So from an offensive line standpoint, I'm just very unknown about who they brought in and how these journeyman guys are going to fit in, and are they going to be better than they've been? So it kept in my head. Could they have done more? Could they have done it differently? But for now, I'll give them a B-.
What would you have done more?
I'm just saying with trades, like I look at some of the guys that were available by trades that wouldn't have cost you very much. Tooney was a guy that went to the Bears for not a whole lot, where you could have possibly fortified your offensive line. There were other moves instead of the moves that they made that at the time I was like, wow, when I saw that go down, why didn't the Texans get in on that? Why couldn't they have done something like that? But I have to believe in Nick and D'Amico and the guys that they brought in. So I'll give them a B-.
I'll give them a B. I like some of the stuff that they did. I'm cool trading Tunsil, though. Like, they had the biggest move, trading away Tunsil. Move I liked, trading down from 25 to 34. Move I disliked was trading for Ed Ingram. I mean, I think Ed Ingram's going to be a starter for them. Is he going to be like an above-average starter? Probably not. I don't think that they could have done a whole lot more with this offensive line, because, like, I mean, Cam Robinson, if you depending on where you look, was the second best tackle that was out there. You spent a second rounder to draft another tackle. So, like, I get that what's on paper doesn't look fantastic, and in fact doesn't look good at all. It looks so bad that Pro Football Focus has it graded out as the worst offensive line in the NFL. But I really like the draft pick of Jaden Higgins. I think Higgins can be very good here. Christian Kirk, if he's healthy, will be fantastic. But if he's not healthy, they used another draft pick to draft his doppelganger and Jalen Knoll. So I like what they did. Mostly. Now, is it like a sensational home run offseason like what I think the Rockets have done, where I'm giving it an A? I can't go that far, but I'll give them a B. Good old solid B for the Texans.
That sounds like a pat on the head almost.
A killer B for the Texans.
I think
Good job, Nick.
I think what they did other than offensive line was an A. Like, how they addressed the wide receiver room was great. Getting Christian Kirk for a 7th round pick is a brilliant move. The trade to get out Kenyon Green and replace him with C.J. Gardner-Johnson was amazing. I know Cam Robinson was the highest grade offensive tackle, but we kind of rehashing it because we talked about it the other day. Like, the biggest need was interior offensive line. I thought they could have done more there. Joel mentioned Tooney went for a 4th round pick to the Bears. Kevin Zeitler was a guy that was high on my radar coming from the Lions. He's a free agent. And I can't remember where he signed, but it was only a 1-year, $9 million deal. Like, I thought there were moves out there specifically with the interior offensive line that could have been done that they passed up on.
Okay. So
I'll give it a B. Like I think everything else was an A, but because of the inactivity, or at least not at the high end for the offensive line, I'll go B minus.
Okay, so B minus, and a B, the killer B grade. Josh from Seabrook says, I would give the Texans offseason a solid B plus with room to improve to an A. The litmus test will be how the offensive line holds up. So that was to Blanker's point, probably even Brian's point a little bit, if the offensive line like impresses him. So there we go. That's our consensus. Probably collectively a little bit better than a B minus, not quite up to a B collectively. ESPN had them at a B plus. Says their offensive line play sunk the Texans last year. Naturally, they dealt their best offensive lineman away. It's a move I struggled to assess at the time and still do, given its unorthodox nature. As wild as it seems, I didn't hate it because the return was strong. Late third, seventh, future second, and a swap of fourth. See, my thing with trading Tunsil is you had a really bad offensive line with him. Who cares if you trade him? I don't care trading away your best player from a unit that's really bad. Like, they're obviously trying to completely revamp that unit. And I think they're also trying to build an offensive line based on their scheme and scheme fit. So that came into play too, I think.
I think culture came into play too as well, in terms of his practicing and the way that they're pushing it more now than ever before, that maybe no matter what his ability said he was in terms of his overall NFL rank at his position and all those other things, I think that from a culture fit, they might have decided he just didn't fit what they were looking to do.
Probably. Also, I think his future contract. Like, I think he's going to about to want a new contract, and I don't think they want to pay him. And kind of like the whole Kyle Tucker thing. If he's going to leave you here pretty soon, why don't you get something before he walks out the door? They gave the Los Angeles Rams, that was what Keith from LA was flexing earlier. They gave the Rams the highest offseason grade at an A, which, I mean, they did get Devontae Adams. Now, they got rid of Cooper Kupp. Now, the move that they liked the most was receiving a future first-round pick in a draft day trade with Atlanta. That was interesting how Atlanta moved up, and the Rams got a full future first for that.
I don't give the Rams credit for that. It's just the Falcons being.
I think the Falcons are incompetent.
But the Rams, whether they instigated the talks or not, they end up.
I know.
Holding the bag on them. I think they have to.
Can't call someone a genius because the other side was a buffoon.
Sure.
That's all.
I mean, they took advantage.
See, Daryl Morey. I mean, Daryl Morey built his genius reputation on taking advantage of less than GMs.
Fair. That's fair.
What was I going to say? Oh, yes. Rams and Falcons coincidentally play week 17 of the NFL season. I really like Stafford's value in fantasy football if you're drafting fantasy football teams right now. 13th rounder for Matthew Stafford, and he's got Puka Nacua. He's got Devontae Adams. He's got Terrence Ferguson, who they spent a second-round pick on. I don't really tutus, man. And then you have Kyron Williams. I like the Rams offense, and you got Stafford, the quarterback there, who's talented. You can get him in the 13th round right now. I know he doesn't run the ball, but still.
I don't mind him in best ball. I wouldn't want to draft him as my starter in redraft leagues.
You're not drafting a starter in the 13th round.
Yeah, I guess in most redraft leagues though, I'm not taking two quarterbacks unless I'm just taking two quarterbacks late and I'm going to stream them.
The 49ers second at an A-, signing Brock Purdy, moved I like, hiring Robert Saleh as defensive coordinator. The biggest thing for San Francisco is a healthy Christian McCaffrey to me. Like, I don't know if that's an A- worthy. I like bringing back Saleh. I think that's really, really good.
Solid.
Purdy to an extension. I mean, you have to pay quarterbacks once they're good. Purdy was really good
Receiver
2 years ago.
too. I mean, they got the young kid that got shot last year has to step up. And
Ricky Pearsall.
and
that had nothing to do with this offseason, though.
No, but they've got to kind of retool and load up from what they lost because they traded away Debo.
They lost so much on the defensive side too. It's weird that they got an A. Like they lost Huafonga. They lost I forget the name of the linebacker to Denver as well. They lost a lot of pieces.
Greenlaw?
Was it? I think it might have been Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah.
It might have been Dre Greenlaw.
Arizona got an A-. Biggest move, signing Josh Sweat. Move I liked, extending Trey McBride. He's a stud. Move I dislike, not re-signing Will Hernandez. It's interesting because Will Hernandez is still unsigned. He is a free agent, Will Hernandez.
That is odd.
Yeah. So they could re-sign him if they want. I wonder if it would boost him up to an A. Denver, an A-. They said re-signing defensive tackle DJ Jones. Move I liked. Re-signing GT Jones. Move I disliked, not adding more at receiver. Their receivers do lack a little firepower. Their best one's Cortland Sutton. I wonder if they're relying on some of their rookies. Like they drafted Franklin last year. They have the Vile guy or whatever.
Marvin Mims still on the roster?
Mims is still there. They drafted another guy 2 years ago that's getting a little bit of love. but I can't remember his name. Baltimore B+, Ronnie Stanley is a move that they liked, move I disliked, drafting edge Mike Green in the second round. That feels weird. Like, what if he's really good?
Does he include that you add Jair Alexander late on a cheap contract and you make your defense even better?
Didn't include that on the moves that he liked, but didn't mention it in the write-up.
Yeah, I think Jair added to that defense is a huge add.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously he has to stay healthy.
Yeah,
but they got him a lot cheaper than he was wanting from Green Bay, and if he fits right into that defense got even better.
Something I've noticed in the NFL, the crowning of Ashton Genty already. People were thinking that Ashton Genty is like going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. You know what vibes it's giving me? I'll tell you when we come back. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something that's always fantastic, something that's always great. Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They're the best out there in Lake Livingston. You can get out there. You get off work at, say, 6, like us. You can be there before the sun sets. It's not that far, so you don't have to travel all day, driving across the state, going to an airport, putting the kids on a plane. No, you don't worry about that. Just get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and get the rest and relaxation without traveling too far. It's 90 minutes from Houston. Escape the rat race, escape the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, whatever's causing you stress, and get out to some peaceful rest and relaxation at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city and enjoy the relaxing great outdoors. Open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. Can't beat it. Whether you're fishing on their two creeks, whether you go up to the lake, whether you just go to the little catch and release pond they have right there in the middle of the property for the kiddos. 90 minutes from Houston, you can escape the city without traveling too far. Hike on their 92-acre property, kayak, pickleball courts. They have a pool. They have drinks. It's a great time. Two Creeks Crossing Resort, always taking care of their customers, too. They have food trucks. Most of the time, we were up there Friday, Saturday. They had food trucks both of those nights. They had live music on a Saturday night. It was fantastic. Incredible savings in July as well. If you book 5 nights, you save 35% in the month of July. So book that stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Texture says, why does BMAC hate California?
I hate California?
Texture's asking.
Yeah,
I don't hate California.
Summer Circuit continues tomorrow. Join us at Sweet Scoops at Pleasure Pier. We're at different restaurants each and every week in the greater Houston area. And you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. All you have to do is stop by the promo table, sign up. I think they have a QR code. It's fantastic. We're going to be hanging out at Pleasure Pier inside of Sweet Scoops tomorrow from noon until 6. Paul from 12 to 3. Killer Bees, that is us, from 3 until 6. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing you. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Pete says I give the Cowboys a big fat F for not extending Micah Parsons yet. Yeah, people like some Parsons.
It's costing them some money too. Every day that they let go by, it's going to cost them more.
You think so?
I don't think Jerry's in a hurry. He hasn't been worried about it in the past, and it's cost him extra money on just about every player that's come up. And I think that when you look at some of the guys that are out there, if he waits till after Watt and he waits till after what's his name in Cincinnati, and some of these guys sign, I think that he's going to end up paying probably 10 million or more extra.
Yeah. He's a good player, that Micah Parsons. We'll get into the Ginty conversation in just a moment. The people are crowning Ashton Ginty. It's giving me some Clyde Edwards-Hilaire vibes. That's who I'm talking about whenever it gives me the Clyde Edwards-Hilaire vibes. I'll get to it in a minute. But first, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the hive, Keith. What is up?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Love some off-season draft grades. What are your thoughts, or what grades would you give the Pittsburgh Steelers bringing in Aaron Rodgers, dumping all their quarterbacks from last year, trading out Pickens, bringing in Metcalf, trading out Minka, bringing in Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith? What do you think about the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I actually was thinking about them as I was reading the article.
Because you think about Rodgers a lot.
No, because I think about the fact that they kind of quietly, with the Miami trade, with Minka Fitzpatrick going, and then Ramsey coming back with Jonnu Smith, given another tight end weapon. They already have Freiermuth. They bring in DK Metcalf. I think quarterback was a mess for them, and just the fact that they got Rodgers with a chance to be quite a bit better than what they had even last year. I think the Steelers are probably a solid B to a B plus.
I didn't really think about this a whole lot last year because Russell Wilson actually got off to a pretty decent start last year. I think that in hindsight, though, they failed by not playing Justin Fields more to learn who Justin Fields could have been. Like, he's still very young. He's an electric player. You're capped out with Russell Wilson. Like, he's 36 years old last year. Even if Russell Wilson's solid, you're capped out at, I think they're capped out at a 10-win season, which they had last year, a 10-win season. I think they got the absolute most they could have of Russ. I would have liked them to play the whole year with Justin Fields and see what he would have brought to the table, see what he looks like, because he could potentially be a long-term solution for you. Whereas there's no way Russell Wilson's going to be. And even if Aaron Rodgers has a good year, which I think he's capable of, how long is he going to do it? So I wish they would have given Fields an extended look last year. So, is Rodgers going to give you more production than Wilson and Fields did last season? Probably slightly. I would agree with that. I do think that their team is built more for Arthur Smith this season. I think they're going to do a lot of two tight end stuff. I think the trade for Jonnu Smith kind of symbols that. The second receiver's lacking, but if you're running a bunch of 12 personnel, how much does that matter? They drafted Caleb Johnson from Iowa. I like Warren as a backup running back. So I'm intrigued by them. I wouldn't put them in my top 5 teams in the AFC. I think they have a shot to make the playoffs. I think they could potentially get to 11 wins. I think they're a little better, but I think that most of what gets them there is on the 40-something-year-old Aaron Rodgers, and they really don't have much future.
I think the other thing you got to interject in that is the one thing that's not done yet. If they don't end up re-signing Watt and they lose him or they piss him off, then I think your offseason is a disaster, because I think that's a guy that you are plugging in for the next several years as a dominant player on your defense. And that's a concern. So I think that that's where they got some work still to do.
I operate on the premise, though, that those contracts usually work themselves out. It's very rare that they don't. I know it happens on occasion, but as we sit here and talk today, do I think that TJ Watt is not going to play football for the Steelers? No. I think there is a 99% chance TJ Watt plays for the Steelers this year.
Right. But I think the flip side of that would be like the Hendrickson situation. Cincinnati is such a
I think he's going to play for Cincy.
I think they have found creative ways to screw up more so than not, to where until it's done, I believe more in the Steelers than the Bengals. But I think the Bengals have a lot of work to do between now and the start of camp or whenever, because you got to get him in and got to get him signed, because otherwise I think their defense is screwed.
I think that's just kind of it, though. You mentioned Cincinnati. I think that's just Cincinnati being Cincinnati. Like, you might be, I mean, there is a chance, I think, Trey Henderson doesn't play for the Bengals, but I don't think I would apply that to what's happening in Pittsburgh with TJ Watt. Like, the Bengals are just so notoriously cheap in some cases, you know, the mistreatment of their players. I mean, hell, they're still messing around or the first round pick. Like, I think that's kind of unique to the cheapness of the Bengals and not really, you can't really apply it to the Steelers.
Yeah, I've been burned on that in the past. Like, I just generally think that those contracts usually get done because the player very rarely doesn't, like, the player doesn't want to miss out on salary. And the rare occasions that it happens, like Le'Veon Bell. And like, okay, was I burned on Le'Veon Bell thinking that he was going to play? Yeah, I was burned there. But how often else has it happened?
Plus, he burned himself.
Yeah, I do think it was a screw up. And in fact, I think people look at the Le'Veon Bell saga and situation as another reason why they're never going to hold out. Like, they're always going to come back and play.
That's why, though, when I hear the Steelers come out and say, we're committed to, we're going to sign Watt, I believe them, because there's no reason not to believe them, because I believe that they know what true value is, and they're going to get it done. With Cincinnati, and the first-round pick thing is just a ridiculous joke, too, because they're throwing a clause in, trying to not guarantee as much money, and every other first-round pick is signing the standard contract because they're so damn cheap.
Yeah, and look, I do think with you, what you're saying about Cincinnati is true. Like, the Bengals are notoriously poorly run organization, whereas the Steelers, it's the exact opposite. Like, it's the Rooneys. They've been there forever. They never fire coaches. They're loyal. That's a well-run organization, whereas the Bengals have always been kind of a laughing stock. So I do think that part is true. And look, they could always get traded too. Like, that's always an avenue. But I really don't put a whole lot of stock in this guy's not going to play. Either he's going to play or he's going to get traded more times than not. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Dave, you're in the Hive. What's up, Dave?
Hey, I'm a huge Steelers fan, living my whole life, and I cannot give them a B plus like your man was talking about, based on they needed a quarterback, and Shador was still there. I know we don't like to talk about it, but let's say the 120th pick, which they had, they should have took him. You still had, the old man, and he would be there just in case. If they took him at 123 or whatever they had, it made no sense to me, and it still makes no sense to me.
Appreciate the call, Dave. I like drafting project quarterbacks. Even if I have a quarterback, I'd be drafting project quarterbacks. I have no problem with that. Like, you take a flyer 5th, 6th round, does he turn into something? Patriots did it forever. They had Brady, and they were always drafting quarterbacks 3rd, 4th, 5th round.
A lot of them turned out to be Texans.
Yeah, and then they would flip them. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo was drafted, I don't remember where he was drafted, 4th, 5th round, and they ended up trading him for a 2nd, and people think they traded him for a 2nd for a favor. Like, a lot of people thought they could get a 1st for Jimmy Garoppolo. So I'm a big believer in the project quarterback. Have him on the roster, develop him. You don't want your starter to get hurt, but if he does, you have a young quarterback that has a ceiling, that has potential. And then if you get to a point where you're trading him, okay, well, you drafted a guy 5th, 6th round that you're flipping for a 2nd, 3rd round. That's a great return. So I do like drafting project QBs.
And New England is the set example of that, because besides Garoppolo, you had Hoyer, you had Mallet, you had guys that turned out to be guys.
Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah, you got something for the guy that with the power arm that they thought had a stronger arm than Drake May, that they were pumping up. The first
Jacob Melton.
That's now a Cowboy.
Yeah,
not Jacob Melton.
Yeah, Milton. Sorry, Milton.
I forget his first name. It is Melton, though.
Yeah.
Is it Milton or Milton? I couldn't remember.
Oh, I think it is Milton. It's Milton. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I like the idea of drafting project quarterback, so I have no problem with that.
The only thing, though, with Shador is, I mean, you guys remember the reports, like, he refused to work out for so many teams.
Cut him. Like, it's a 5th round pick.
I know, but
that's the thing. As long as it's not a 1st round pick, you have so much to gain and not a whole hell of a lot to lose if he doesn't turn out, to where he knows he's got the embarrassment of knowing how far he fell. Whatever he wasn't doing, he's probably going to do 10 times more now, trying to earn his spot and make sure he doesn't fall off the planet. I think it's a gamble we're taking.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I still think teams are going to take a player that wouldn't work out for him. And reportedly, I could only find that he worked out for the Titans, Browns, and Giants.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. It's a fair point. TJ Watt, 0 playoff wins. Let him walk. Fields done.
We're putting that on Watt?
Seriously, with that offense?
Come
or
on.
lack thereof?
I mean, if you can get a great return, I wouldn't hate that either. Fields done, no more to see, just not good enough. Well, we're going to see it in New York with the Jets.
I wonder how many teams. Do you see what they're doing with him? where they're putting like the GoPro camera on the front of his
A
helmet.
lot of people do that.
Is that right?
Mhm.
I didn't know how many teams were doing that to try and. I don't know if that's to help him read the defenses.
So they can see what he sees.
Yeah.
They go back and watch what he's looking at, see his progressions. A lot of people do it on film with a stripe on the helmet. Kirk Cousins on the quarterback documentary had it.
Is that right?
Yeah,
I like
it's
it.
very
It's cool.
it's become a new thing in like the last 2 or 3 years.
It's even on them during games.
No. This is
Just
at
practice.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. It's so that because they somebody will go back and watch and see exactly what Kirk's looking at, or whoever the quarterback is that they're.
But it's
looking
great
at.
if you're a DC and you don't have to just ask him and hope you get a straight answer. You can go back and look and see which way his head was looking, and if he looked a guy off, or if he was just staring down a receiver that gave up a pick.
Yep. I love the quarterback show. It's great. It's really good. It gives you a little bit of insight of like how difficult it is to play the quarterback position. Softball mom Allison is a lifelong Bengals fan. I have no faith we will sign Hendricks. The Bengals, Bangles, are such a love-hate team. It's hard to be a fan. Softball mom Allison. I love Burrow though.
Yeah, and I love Jamar Chase.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Both of them are so good. You have Burrow and Chase, you have a chance.
No question.
Like, it doesn't matter if you have this terrible organization, your defense is bad, your offensive line is bad. If you have Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, you have a chance to win a football game.
That kind of makes me hate that they have Joe Burrow and
know.
Jamar Chase, though, because it feels like they're going to waste their career.
Exactly.
Probably.
Although they did get to Super Bowl, so I don't know.
But even last year, like if they didn't just completely find creative ways to give away games and suck so bad early, he had an unbelievable season. Both of them did.
He would have won MVP if they made the playoffs, I think.
Not a kicker.
Who cares about the quarterback doc when you have Superman out? Lame.
Go to see it Sunday.
Genty hype is giving me Fournette vibes. Too many miles in college, and I feel he's likely to disappoint. So here's my look. I like Genty. I don't think he's going to be as bad as Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but here's what I'm starting to see out there that gives me Clyde Edwards-Helaire vibes. I remember when Clyde Edwards-Helaire was drafted by Andy Reid and the Chiefs, and everybody's like, well, Andy Reid makes these running backs great, which he does. You had Louis Riddick, who went on TV and predicted Clyde Edwards-Helaire to win the MVP.
That's right, he did.
In his rookie year. So, and he obviously never lived up to the potential. I'm seeing places, I'm looking at it right now, Pro Football Focus, Ashton Genty, legitimate shot to finish his RB1 in his rookie year.
Oh, come on.
And that's what I mean about Clyde Edwards-Helaire vibes. Do I think he's going to have the same career? No. Do I feel like people are putting him in these high, lofty expectations that he's not going to meet? Yes, I do.
I don't know if it's the same because especially from a fantasy perspective, like the reaction, like Clyde Edwards-Helaire was not thought of as a first-round pick. Like he was thought of as maybe a mid-second, a little bit later. But when he got drafted by Andy Reid, it wasn't let's take Clyde Edwards-Helaire as number one in fantasy drafts because he's a great running back. It was because Andy Reid. They're putting like this artificial.
Though.
I know, but like
plus it was a luxury.
Genty hype is based on talent, production. Edwards-Helaire was basically only based upon Andy Reid drafted him.
That's super disrespectful. He was a first-round running back.
But he wasn't thought to be a first-round running back. That's kind of the point.
I think you're stretching a little bit. I think at the worst, they thought he would be early second round, but I think that it was a luxury pick where Kansas City was so loaded. They just figured, hey, we could use a running back. Let's just go get him. So they got him in the late first round. But, every case is different. I think the same way we had the Scatterboot conversation yesterday, I think Genty's got a whole lot of hype because everybody and all, you hear Pagano and you hear all these guys that have seen him play in person saying, oh my goodness, this dude is just next level. His first year in the NFL, no matter who they played on their schedule last year, it's going to be different. I just don't think he's going to be like take the whole league by storm in year one.
I think he's going to be good. I don't think he's going to be a top 3 running back in the NFL. Like, you got to be better than Saquon, Derrick Henry, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson. I'm missing several.
Jacobs.
You got to be better than those guys.
I think
I don't think he's going to be that
top
his rookie year.
5.
Also, don't think their offense is dynamic enough for that to happen.
That's the thing too. Yeah, because they're going to focus on the running game.
Yeah, there's not a great offense that's going to make them have this fan. I think they're going to be underrated offensively, but not top 10 offensively, where they're going to have this unbelievable running back season. Lance had Clyde Edwards as a second-round pick. And I'm a second-round pick. He compared him to Devontae Freeman way back in the day.
Freeman had a run.
No, he did. Never lived up to the hype. He had some mental health stuff.
He was taken ahead of Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, recently. It's sad.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, some sad stuff. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. Car wreck of the day. What is yours? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We've got some breaking news, boys.
Uh-oh. Good or bad?
Probably mostly good. I'm sure that you pessimists can find a bad out of it. The Astros related. You want to take a guess?
Jake?
No. It might be Jake related, but we don't know that yet.
Someone got fired?
No.
Okay.
There is movement.
A trade.
Well, we know Walker's already back.
No trade. Not that. But it is somebody joining the roster.
Call up?
Yeah.
Ulola?
Bryce Matthews?
Bryce Matthews has been called up according to Brian McTaggart.
Nice.
Wow.
Brian McTaggart says the Astros are calling him up. The Astros calling up number one prospect Bryce Matthews to join the team Friday. Matthews slashing 283, 400, 476, 10 homers, 39 RBIs, 25 steals, while playing mostly second base. Matthews was set to play in the Futures game, so I guess that's not happening. Because I think the Futures game is tomorrow, actually.
Is it?
It's not.
I thought it's the week. It's not the Sunday night or maybe the Monday night of All-Star Week.
Well, Monday night's usually the home run derby.
Yeah, it's home run derby.
Oh.
It's Saturday at 3.
Oh, yeah,
So Bryce Matthews won't be playing the Futures game Saturday at 3 because he's going to be playing in the Lone Star Series. But it could be a roster move that sends Jake Myers to the IL. That's why I said it could be Myers related. We just don't know yet because the corresponding move will be announced later.
I think I heard McTaggart talking about him the other day, saying that there were questions, not only what you had mentioned about, the altitude and everything and hitting at home in Sugar Land, but also that his defense at second base hasn't been great.
Has it not?
No. So
I don't know. I haven't seen him play defense.
I don't know where he's going to play, but I would assume
I mean, he
second
can play
base, right?
second. Altuve moves back to the outfield.
I think he's going to play second. He's been playing there all year. Why wouldn't you play him at second? Now, he doesn't have to play every day, right? Like, you can still play Dubon there behind Fromber and Hunter Brown. We'll see. We'll see how he's deployed.
Would you play him at short?
No.
No,
they've moved him off of short. I don't think he's a shortstop. Okay. Now, his home road splits are the two things that concern me not watching his games, only being a box score analyst, because I don't watch minor league baseball. I don't like minor league sports. He strikes out a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Strikes out a lot. That's the one thing that he needs to improve on, contact rate. And then his home road splits are egregious. 222 or 212 average at home, 598 OPS in the friendly PCL, hitter friendly PCL, 333 average and OPS over 1,000. So there's a 400-point gap between OPSs at home and away. So
what do you call it? The Magnus effect?
Magnus effect hurts pitching.
And it helps hitters, can help some hitters with the altitude.
I don't think the Magnus effect's what helps the hitters, though. I think the Magnus effect's what helps the spin on the ball or deters the spin on the ball specifically.
Okay. I thought it was all about the
altitude. No, it has to do with the spin on the ball. Okay. Yeah, it's different. Yeah. So we'll see what Bryce Matthews can do. Now, I think it's a good call. Let's see what the kid's got. Pena's still out for a little bit. Myers, I guess, can be out for a little bit. Jordan's out for a little bit. No DeCinzo. Chaz is 0 for 12 with 8 strikeouts and 3 rehab games. See what the kid's got.
No doubt. I mean, this is exactly why you have this opportunity. You don't start the clock. See what he's got. See what he can do.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, I'm assuming he'll be in the lineup tomorrow. They're not going to call him up and sit him. So there is that. Make sure you get our ESPN app. It sounds great. Call Reg of the day. What you got, Blinkers?
Astros doctors.
That's a good call. Texas says Astros should sign JD Martinez.
Brian texting me about not being able to get his video game started.
I was off by 1 letter. And it went to the wrong person.
Medical staff's good. Also, there was a bettor who bet $25,000 on the Raiders to win the Super Bowl. 100-1 odds. If he wins, he gets $2.5 million. That's a lot of money to blow on the Raiders. You might as well just lit it on fire. What you got, Bri?
Pete and Keith from LA trying to recycle their bits and jokes.
Oh, good call.
Yeah, that was weak.
I love the setup too. This is some radio brilliance. Get ready to record
this.
Misleading medicine. Right, you've used that a lot.
Wasn't that Tyler and Conroe that billed himself as the man, the myth, the legend?
Yeah. I kind of like that. All right, what's winning?
Astros doctors.
Absolutely.
Astros doctors, you win. Can we even call them doctors at this point? Thanks
Medical
to Brian
for
all the hard work. He's blank on Brandon. We'll see you out in Galveston. Pleasure Pier tomorrow. Athletically Declined coming up at 7. So long.